ideology, like a literally ethnic supremacist worldview. Like now it's ironic because if you even challenge any of this stuff, they'll call you anti-Semitic, which is a Mediterranean language, but it basically insinuates that you're racist, misapplied. So it's like you're saying that we have some type of supremacy or we're racist. Ironically, if you call out ethnic supremacy, that makes you racist.
Yeah,
and that part should be stated.
It's a trick. We always use it.
Yeah, there's a couple of rabbis on the record saying that the Holocaust was the best thing that ever happened to their people because it gave them their own state, and they can always use that as a way to deflect blame, you know?
Right, but again, like they're not all like there are really cool rabbis. So that's all I'm saying. It's like more nuance. I don't want the truth community should not fall into that trap because it's much more nuanced. Like not all rabbis are bad. Like there are people, dude, like I respect them. They know the Torah inside and out and they know the Hebrew. And like not all of them are like really caught up in the Talmud and all the different traditions. You know, there's all kinds of different types of people. And it's like just being Jewish alone is in no way a negative thing, in my opinion. Like, I don't view it like that. I think that's so bad to be like that. I speak out against that, personally. Like, call out the ideology of Zionism and ethnic supremacy. And if you think that you're literally chosen and better than me, ethnically, like physically better than me, superior to me, because you're chosen, then that's a little different. Like to think you're literally that's not cool, you know. Like if you call out specifically what the problem is, it's. So you think about this, okay? How many times was it you're an anti-vaxxer? No, okay. So if science is real, vaccines are good, and the Earth's not flat. That was like a talking point that numerous politicians said, like nationally, right? And it's the same type of thing with this. All flat earthers are anti-Semitic. Don't give them that ammunition by saying like holistic characterizations of quote unquote Jewish people. Jew can't even be defined. What does it mean? Is it ethnic or is it a spiritual connotation?
Yes.
It's insane. So just like don't fall into the traps.
And to the Mossad agents monitoring the stream, you guys are not superior, and it's arguable if you're even Jewish in the way you claim. So, yeah, you gotta deal with that.
Yeah.
But
wouldn't that be embarrassing to you guys if you guys weren't actually even the bloodline you claim?
That would suck if that got out.
Suck, yeah.
But only would suck if you think that makes you superior. If you think that's the trait that gives you superiority.
Yeah, you're not.
If that's the trait that makes you the holder of slaves in the afterlife.
Yeah, that's a horrible, abhorrent ideology.
This is a gay. This is a gay.
Wow, yeah, that was really Jewish of you.
Shit.
That was a joke. That was a joke, man. I'm making a point. Yes, it was. It was. Dude, I'm telling you, I know super cool Jewish people, man. Like, super cool. Like,
hey, I used to like bagels.
Oh, man. I'm talking about, like, flat earthers that are cooler than a lot of flat earthers that I've come across.
We have Jewish flat earthers, right?
Hella cool ones, though, man. Like, it's nothing to... Dude, I promise you, anyone that thinks based upon the pigment, melanin level, or alleged race of someone is drastically missing the mark. And I know that sounds... It's hard to even say that now, though, because it's so watered down and, like, virtue signaling and gay, you know, in today's world, but it's still important.
Well, you can't tar a whole population with that brush. It's the leadership that's infiltrated.
Correct.
Well, I don't want to like totally cop out. I mean, but basically, don't fall into the trap of fixating on them. I mean, that's what they want. It actually gives them power. So I think that is sort of objectively true. But you can debate, you know, whatever else about them.
Well, just say objective things like, well, isn't it interesting that there was a group of Mossad agents undercover in a van across from the World Trade Centers on a rooftop watching it happen and had been there for hours.
Pretty weird.
Took pictures beforehand with lighters in front of the building smiling. Then they took off, got called in on, got caught with each person having large sums of cash on them and plane tickets to different locations around the world. Gave contradictory statements, refused polygraph testing, and then was shipped back to Israel free of charge. Then we went and invaded areas that specifically benefit Israel. Oh, and the supposed intel about there being weapons of mass destruction came from none other than Israel.
Pretty solid.
You can't even write a movie better than that.
Don't forget about the $2 trillion missing before 9/11.
Yeah, the day before.
Agitating for war with Iraq over and over again for decades.
And how that part of the Pentagon was targeted, the accounting department of the Pentagon.
What about
it wasn't just $2 trillion. It was
war with Iraq.
It was $2 trillion out of the Pentagon.
Yep, and
yeah,
it's
the very area.
And a plane hit it the next day.
It's pretty funny, bro. Like if you really see it, it's like kind of
all those
crazy.
shekels just up in smoke.
Dude, I'm pretty sure I was in Vegas on 9/11, and I was like, never forget. And I just said like every coincidence. Never forget that the day before 9/11, Rumsfeld said we're missing $2 trillion. The very area that had it documented in the Pentagon got hit by a plane that defied physics and has no debris that removed all the evidence, so we can't explain where it went. Never forget that a third tower fell, defying physics, the only 3 times in the history of mankind.
That was like a defining awakening moment for many, I guess, what you may call intelligent people, once they were able to put the pieces together, you know?
Yeah, but how many of them know about the dancing Israelis, though?
I would say a lot of them. The old school guys who fought in Vietnam knew this was complete BS.
I mean, they knew about Gulf of Tonkin also, right? So they must,
Well, that's got to do with Israel.
Guys know what
Although Israel did literally attack a U.S. ship. What's that called? It's called
Liberty.
USS Liberty.
Yeah, just straight up like sustained attack for numerous hours, and then said it was an accident. The giant American flag.
Yeah, Mossad agents monitoring chat and VC. Yeah, we won't forget that. But you guys, you killed our soldiers. So yeah, you guys.
Man, I'm the first guy I want to talk about all that shit, but let's keep it on the cool.
Here comes the range, Jannies.
Clean it up, Jannies.
Is it a coincidence that they blew up our ship when we were in the waters that could surveil them when they were literally committing war atrocities, and then they blew us up and said it was an accident? And I mean,
you have to say you have to say on a flat Earth. Everything.
Oh yeah. On the flat level water on the flat Earth.
It actually demonstrates the Earth is flat because they wouldn't have been able to hit us if they used curvature.
There you go. Now you guys are fucking getting the picture. Thank you. Hey man, it's not my channel. I don't give a fuck, but Helio.
You don't give a fuck, or else you wouldn't have said anything.
I feel bad for Helio when he fucking loses his channel because we're talking about shit we shouldn't be, That's all.
This is declassified, man. USS Liberty.
I get it, but YouTube don't give a fuck if it's declassified or not. I'll tell you that.
Going back to flat Earth, like there were some guys streaming in a different VC of like satellites going around the Earth, and I noticed like there was nothing going over Antarctica and like the North Pole, and I found that very odd. He was Asian.
Okay. So Jewish. Just kidding.
Of course, nothing's going over the North or South Pole, man.
No, but it's interesting how they would openly like put that out there, right? Like it was completely dark there in those regions.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, I guess that's the best way, though, to do it is to kind of pretend you're not hiding anything. So leave it in plain sight.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you can try to hide that, but I don't know. You very provably can't go to either of those areas, so might as well just throw it out there and say it's for our safety.
Yeah, I'm aware of Antarctica, but the guy that was streaming it said you can't go to the North Pole as of 2018. Do you guys know anything about that?
No. You can't fly within 500 miles of each direction, so I'm not sure where he's getting this
Wait,
info.
I haven't heard that. You can't go to the North Pole, seriously?
Yeah, you can't fly within 500 miles in each direction.
Well, what? How come I never heard that? That's like a pretty big deal.
It's a huge deal, and all anyone ever talks about is Antarctica. That's why you've only heard of that, because probably the biggest thing they're hiding is there, where no one talks about. Yeah, whatever's there. Yeah,
it's like a vortex. I've heard all sorts of theories, like what's actually there. It's mostly speculation.
Yeah, except the only part that's not speculation is we have a magnetic field, and so if that's the center, that would be the center of the. Oh, my bad. Yeah, we have a magnetic field, and so if that's the center of the surface, it'd be the center of the magnetic field, which will literally be a vortex.
Also, the entire sky revolves around, that axis going through that pole. So that's just a coincidence, I'm sure.
Yeah, try and take a flight to Greenland, just pop up further north. Tell me how it goes.
Yeah, let me know how that works.
The magnetic field is going in that direction, then the toroidal fields would pull all the weather in that direction.
Yeah, it's all coincidence, dude. Yeah, don't worry about it.
I'm genuinely surprised that nobody has exposed or traveled there, given, I guess, social media.
I have someone trying to. We know someone trying to travel there right now. Like literally.
Don't say.
Yeah, we do. We know a guy. He's trying to hike up there this summer. Get out.
He gave up and came back. I heard.
Oh, for real?
Ryan, his name's Ryan, right?
Yeah, he gave up.
He gave up. So yeah, that's a serious commitment. I'm gonna be walking up to the North Pole, man.
Yeah, that's.
I'm gonna need a drone. I'm gonna need some like freaking cloaked UFO or something, man. Like,
well, I would, if I was gonna go north, man, I'd definitely pick summertime and then go up there in a sailboat as far as I could, and then maybe have, I don't know, a couple fucking dirt bikes or something. I don't know.
Imagine you get to the 60th parallel and then just like Bigfoot's there waiting for you. He just
yeah, but that's
just
probably
like
not
nope. Yeah, you're not getting it for.
Yeah, international soldiers, man.
Yeah. I want to get to the 80th parallel. I know a guy that's up there, man. Lives at 69.
Oh, he already made it
north. I know a guy lives at 69 north. We need to go north of that, man. Way north.
We need to all meet at his house.
Did we just confirm that Bigfoot is our international soldiers?
Yes.
Yes, we did. Put it on the record.
So what if you own a plane and you flew over the North Pole? Would you, like if you didn't listen to orders, would you get shot down?
Well, what they would intercept you and
warn.
They'd intercept you. They intercept you and warn you and far out, and then you would get shot down. Or they may not come out in the news and say plane shot down. Of course, you just are an incompetent pilot, stupid flat earther that died.
But what
if you were streaming your suicide, hypothetical suicide?
I thought about this. I literally am the kind of person that would go. But it seems pretty impossible to stream it and evade radar simultaneously to even get close enough for a shot. So
they probably jam you, like if you were live streaming it or something. They
do that to me right now, bro. They do that to my YouTube right now. What do you think they're gonna do if I'm live streaming the freaking center of the earth, bro?
How are you gonna live stream from a place with no cell towers?
Oh yeah, we don't know. Yeah, we don't know. So.
I don't know, man. Use your iPhone Wi-Fi.
You should have amazing service there, though. Seriously, like based on the magnetic field, you should be able to have.
God rocking.
You're molesting our ears.
Sorry.
What are you doing, dude? You're like rolling up hands.
Bag of chips. You're just like literally like cramming a bag of chips in your hand over and over.
No, it wasn't over and over. I just barely picked it up like 3 seconds before you said
that.
Yeah.
That's the longest 3 seconds.
And it's not a bag of chips either. You want to know what it is?
Sure.
This
tray of
a
ice.
grenade.
No.
That was
A
the
metal
Messiah.
tray
They
of
were
ice.
breaking this up.
What
There
do
you
you
go.
think of, like, do you believe in extraterrestrials?
Yeah, that means extra lands. So yes, I think there are things from the extra lands, and we're in. That's why they call it outer space, because we're in the inner space, and there are extraterrestrials in the outer space that we can't privately explore.
Extra
That's
space.
speculation, but
Outer ponders, I call them. Yep.
yeah, I mean that's what ET means, right?
Mm-hmm.
Extraterrestrial. But those Hollywood aliens, like, what do you guys think? I mean, I think that's just a psyop. Like,
Yeah, of
you know,
course.
No doubt
like I
about
think
it.
those are like those alien abductions. I think those are just people getting abducted by like whatever like cult or whatever like bullshit, like glowy bullshit they're doing, and then like drugging them, and then just basically doing like trauma like stuff on them to like make them think they were like abducted by aliens.
Do you know who
Yeah, I
Bob
mean,
Because
Lazar is?
yeah,
like
Bob Lazar was
the
on Joe Rogan.
the abductions are real. Like I believe that, but it's just not what they remember.
Well, there's actually a girl named Kathy O'Brien who is a victim of SRA, satanic ritual abuse, and she was like MK Ultra victim. And we don't have to get too specific, but it's really crazy.
Right.
But anyway, part of her testimony is that they literally did that to her. They like drugged her up, and when she came to, they had like a lizard. Like I don't even know how to say this, not vulgar, but like they put a lizard in her.
It was a probe. It was a probe.
Oh man.
It's she saw a lizard. They told her that she had given birth to some like dinosaur alien.
Oh fuck!
How insane is that, bro? And so I'm just saying, like they're that's not beyond them.
These people, they're just literally subhuman. I mean, what the hell? Like,
She said she believed it, man. She was super scared.
yeah, no, you'll believe shit when you're like traumatized like that. That's how they mind control you. Like,
So they had like 40 different versions of MK Ultra or something.
Yeah, man, probably at least. I bet like each channel on the TV is now literally a different version.
It's just such a cuck thing, man. MK Ultra, man, it pisses me off that they get funded to do that shit, man.
Well, basically, MK Ultra is like the father, and then it's broken off into like so many branches, like you're saying, like just like Operation Stargate, which Gospel Bear put me on, but it's like about remote viewing and stuff like that. They're doing all these things to gain control of the mind. Yeah. So it's all like a subsect of MK Ultra.
It's wicked, man. It's wicked. Keep your wits about you, because wits it gets it, man. Keep your wits on your flat earth. Keep your feet on the fucking flat earth. Keep your head cool, man.
Hey, dude, let's keep it to flat earth, please. Stop blowing with it.
Yeah, this MK Ultra stuff that's happening on flat earth like really sucks. Like fuck those guys on flat earth.
Yeah, MK UFE. Yeah, there you go.
They were able to use MK Ultra to make everyone think the Earth wasn't flat.
So yeah, to think about it that way goes back a bit of time. Yeah.
That's really about when they pulled it off, all jokes aside, right? Like the 50s is when they really started. That's when they founded NASA after they went to freaking Antarctica. 50s is where it really popped off, dude. And that's when they're like, let's brainwash everyone.
Hey, we got the treaty, and let's give everybody a television at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, don't
forget about that.
Television.
Like 50s, late 50s, man. That's when everybody started getting TVs, man.
Dude, I almost feel bad for them, dude. That era.
Television means
there was a time, dude. There was a time a lot of people had cell phones, man. I couldn't afford one. I was like, dude, you got a cell phone? That's so cool. It's like for like 10 years, man. I didn't have a cell phone. And then, and then I got a cell phone, and then I got a cell phone I could text on. It was really shitty. And then, and then I got this like a texting keyboard phone. Oh, that was hot. And then the next thing you know, man, I got a fucking smartphone. It's crazy, man. Yeah, progression of technology is a fascinating subject, man. Where if you look back at different decades and how that shit was introduced, radio, TV.
Dude, they hit the 50s and 60s hard, bro. Like all kinds of hallucinogenics, and like LSD to everyone.
Yeah, let's throw some LSD and really cool music in, and they'll just
Tavistock, freaking just like brainwash, dude. They got hit with the hardest like shift. Like since I've been alive, it's been pretty much here and gradually increasing, but that was like the real like shift. I feel kind of bad. I mean, I feel, if you think about it, if you're fair, it's like, damn, I can kind of see why you believe the moon landing. I don't even know how you tied your shoes in the morning.
Dude, I talked to guys that said when the Beatles came out, everything changed overnight. It went from everybody starting growing their long hair. It was just like, it was an absolute cuck-fucking show. Total psyop. Beatles.
64 is a turning point. I agree.
64 is such a huge turning point, man. It just went wicked, man. One day, my buddy's going to the grocery store. The next day, you go to the grocery store, and every aisle had some Beatles shit for sale. Like, what? Overnight, dude. He said it was like overnight. Beatles shit was for sale. You could buy a Beatle toilet paper and Beatle, everything you could think of, It was complete merchandising fucking nightmare. Beatles everywhere. Beatles.
It's so weird how they turned like John Lennon into like this emblem, like this kind of like inverted Jesus of like globalism, with this like Imagine stuff. And then they have this like picture of him that kind of makes him look like Jesus that they put everywhere.
Occasionally Lennon would tell some truth, man. He said, this place is run by a bunch of lunatics, man. Check it out.
I don't think he as a person was nearly as like, well, I mean, he probably was compromised, but I think he had more, ethics than a lot of the people who are running the show. But yeah, when when he was quote unquote, assassinated, then they kind of turned him into this weird, like, poster child of globalism.
That's a good point. That's a good point, man.
I'm flattered.
Yeah, I was never a big Beatles head or Lennon head, but it. Looking back through the history of it, I went back and checked it out. And, I mean, it was all pre-programmed to kick it out. And they fill the auditoriums with these screaming girls. That was all. They bust them in.
Those are all crisis actors.
All actors. The Beatles. And then, that got the jeers.
I don't know. Like I just find it hard to believe that all these girls would be screaming like that, but maybe not.
It's hard to take it in. I mean, I've been to some concerts where people are screaming, but not like that. It seemed a little overacted.
Yeah, but the Beatles, they're so dorky. Like they're not like sexy or anything. Like they just look so dorky.
How dare you?
You talk about. I did a little bit of. Thinking about how things have changed. I mean, when Elvis was shaking his hips, they were freaking out. They were like, "This guy's the devil." He's the worst thing since he's gonna corrupt all of our kids. And then, 10 years later, you get the Beatles. Oh my God, these, they're horrible. And it just. By the time we get to the 90s, man, I mean, they might as well just be having sex on the stage, man. I mean, it just progressed so heavily to this like cuck show, lights and fireworks and video screens and people like, half naked on the stage. And I'm like, what happened to the music, people? I mean, dude, what happened?
The Butthole Surfers are on record with on video on YouTube. Having sex on stage.
And now I don't even know what the fuck the music industry is now. It's just complete fuckery. I don't even know what it is.
Flat Earth, can you hear somebody else talking when they're talking?
What's that? I didn't hear it.
He was making the point, and I was going to say, it's on YouTube even. The Butthole Surfers were having sex on stage.
There
it's
you
a
go.
video on YouTube.
It was in the 80s, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The video's on YouTube and it don't get censored either. It's kind of funny.
What did you call them?
The Butthole Surfers.
That's the actual name.
Band.
Of the band, yeah.
Is this the
something?
Probably I wouldn't like chase anybody out there to like get it censored, but it is out there with them having sex on stage.
You probably heard
There you go.
Pepper.
The video is called "The Silent Witness." It's on YouTube.
I'm not searching that. Screw you.
That's pretty gay.
Don't search it up, man. Don't search that shit. I'm going to take your word for it. I'm a believer, 100%. I believe.
That's a little heavy on the side of me, man.
It was a stripper they hired.
Wait, what?
Was it Sex on Stage?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was him and the stripper. Him and the stripper chick. They had a stripper chick that would be a mime. So she was butt naked on stage as a mime. And with all the like strobe lights and they had fog machines with strobe lights into it. It was absolutely bizarre. They had a backlight screen that there would be videos playing of like insane cartoons and surgeries and car accidents and crazy shit.
Wow. Dude.
Yeah.
It sounds normal. It doesn't sound satanic or anything. It sounds normal.
Sex on stage. That's for
whoa. Flat Earth, dude.
That's
on the
for
Flat Earth. You gotta say on the Flat Earth afterwards.
On the Flat Earth.
Sex on stage on Flat Earth.
sorry. The point being is YouTube doesn't even censor it either.
Can we say it one more time? He said. Yeah, I said it like the Butthole Surfers. Yeah, that was it.
I'm not.
Yeah, it was in the 80s.
Yeah.
What a name, bro! Like I just hit you square in the mouth for even. What is wrong with like? That's the name of the band.
Yeah.
Butthole Surfer.
It's you know what?
It just rolls off the tongue. It's like
it just rolls. Yeah, it's like damn, that's hot. Okay, let's go with that.
Dude, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to see when they be a fly on the wall and they're like, dude, that's it. That one's the one. That's incredible.
Over the years, the different members had said we were trying to be as stupid as possible. That's what the goal was: be as dumb as possible.
Mission accomplished, man. I mean,
yeah, that was an ace. Totally. Yeah, it was good. Knocked it out.
I'm guessing their music was really good.
No, it wasn't.
Obviously.
Punk rock shit, man.
They did have a top hit once. Pepper, which I tried to mention, but
do you guys ever notice that Pink Floyd drops Flat Earth clues?
You say Pink Floyd?
Yeah.
I was about to say that's my favorite band, so I was hoping.
Which song here is definitely a
all right.
I find it fascinating that this is the first time someone heard of the Butthole Surfers. This is insane.
You sound offended.
Yeah.
The butthole what now?
Yeah, but
they came out in the 90s, man. What are you talking about? Yeah.
80s, man. Was it?
No, they weren't 80s. It was
the answer to your question is
they were the 80s.
Go
really?
Go relook at all their album covers, and then Pink Floyd was playing Dark Side of the Moon when they supposedly landed on the moon, like they were performing that album.
Really?
Yeah.
What's it? Get this, man. Hey, that Dark Side of the Moon album came out. Yeah, and my buddy, man, I was about 15 years older than me. He's like, dude, man, they played that fucking album, record, all those songs on the radio for years, dude. It was always being played. My friend said they played it so much on the radio that he got sick of it, man. He's like, dude, like every other song was some song from the Dark Side of the Moon, man. And it just, that was part of the MK Ultra program, I'm sure, man. They just like, let's push this album for the next fucking 4 or 5 years straight.
Yeah.
They just pushed and pushed and pushed.
I always thought that was like, there was some like programming going on in that album, even though I like the music. Like, I mean, just the cover is like kind of Masonic, like with this pyramid and stuff. But
yeah, keep looking at all the covers. That's the answer. Like, just go look at all the covers.
Yeah,
of the Pink Floyd, and you'll be like, oh, they're dropping gems in plain sight.
Dropping pyramid gems, pyramid-shaped gems on a flat Earth.
Like they have like a boat going off in the horizon.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Pulse is a flat Earth map, kind of like if you the cover of Pulse, their last album. Endless River, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I can't remember. I saw I think Owen Benjamin actually was talking about it.
So when did the Butthole Surfers start? And did anybody look it up?
1987, the Butthole Surfers were a thing, and they went all the way until like 96 with their with Pepper.
Yeah, I guess that's what I really started hearing about. Early 90s, I started hearing about Butthole Surfers.
You guys are weirding me out right now, man. You stop talking about it like it's a normal, acceptable name.
What? Are you serious?
Wait, hang on. I'm not too sure Butthole Surfers is worse than the Revolting Cocks, which they were also in.
Okay. Well.
Sex Pistols, remember that? That's in the 70s.
Okay, Butthole Surfers is worse than both of those, though. Like, that's just so next level.
Yeah, Butthole Surfers.
I can't imagine a gayer name, bro. I mean, call what you want to call it.
The singer performed with Johnny Depp, and another thing, he was there the night that River died, too. So the singer for the Surfers, and him and Flea and them guys. So, like, the Surfers were kind of like the Peppers looked up to them.
No, dude, Butthole Surfers. That's so gay, man. I'm with Witsit, man. I'm sorry.
It's next level, bro.
It is
next
level. There's no way around it.
There's no way around it.
Yeah, it's totally inappropriate. It was definitely
inappropriate, but I don't think they were gay, though.
I knew you were going to come in here and defend them again, bro.
I'm not going to defend them. I'm defending the name just because it's so wacky. You like it. I mean, I don't even know the guys or anything, but you know.
You don't even know. Oh, you didn't get to meet them.
No, I didn't. I never met them. But I know somebody covered one of their songs in this server. I'm not going to mention any names.
So,
fuck it, Lunatic covered one of their songs.
That didn't take much convincing, man. No one even said.
Nobody said anything.
It was turned into a hip hop song. It was really good.
Way to go, Helio. Way to go. Fucking.
That's what you're talking about, Helio.
Talking about crashing or fucking wrecking under pressure. You didn't even.
Lou, you got something to say, bro?
I give.
Hey, Lunatic gives me shit all the time, so I'm.
Hey, does anybody got any curvature measurements? Anybody?
Nah.
It's fine.
No.
Lou isn't here, so you can talk bad about him all you want.
No, I'll talk shit about him if he's here or not. He talks shit about me too. All right, you guys have at it. I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys on the morrow.
All right, man. Thanks.
Man, you go have your dreams about the Butthole Surfers, man.
Yeah, you fall asleep to their dulcet tones.
Dulcet.
The mellifluous melodies of the Butthole Surfers will lull you to sleep.
Dude, that's it. You got to put that in a song somewhere. Come on.
Somebody did cover one of their songs on the server here, turned it into like a hip hop thing. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, Lunatic, right?
Yeah.
All right,
can I take it next level real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a group called the Butthole Flat Earthers?
There is not, as far as I know.
Yeah, right.
All right, I told you I was going to take it next level, but
did you?
As a joke, come on.
You were feeling it out. You were like trying to.
I wasn't feeling it, man. I wasn't like I didn't own it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because we didn't get a good reaction. But if you had gotten a good reaction, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, you should totally form this band."
I totally came up with that.
The Globe heads will come up with some bullshit and call us this, that, and everything else, man. Whatever.
Globehead is kind of a decent band name. Sorry, we're saying.
Which band?
Globehead. I'm sure it's in
Globehead, man. That's a cool band.
It's just like Radiohead, except better, probably. Sorry, did I offend anyone?
There you go. Globehead.
Globehead. Oh yeah. I don't know.
So I was talking to a guy today called MacGyver. You guys know MacGyver?
I saw him in the chat.
I don't know.
Have you guys seen him? He was in here this morning.
No, yeah, he's been around for a little bit today.
He's been around for a while, right?
What's he smell like?
Well, today is the first time I remember seeing him, but go on.
He's an electrostatic like engineer, and he's got equipment. He was wanting to do the 1 meter for 100 volt test. And he's got all the equipment to do it. And he just wanted to put that out there that he has the aluminum plates, metal plates, brass, whatever, copper. He's got this super high end equipment to detect electrostatics, like static electricity.
Yeah.
And he can check the negative. Some things put off static electricity that are positive, and some put off that are negative. And he knows this shit. And I don't know this shit, but he wants to do the test that Feynman was talking about, where you can get 100 volts per meter. But he was trying to find the paper that would maybe give him an idea on how to do the experiment or the test or whatever.
Here's a guy doing it with a drone.
Free power. There you go. That's pretty cool. But specifically, he was just looking for the this 100 meters, whatever, 100 volts per meter shit or whatever it was.
What would it do?
He was just in here talking about it.
Okay.
And I thought that was an interesting thing he's willing to do.
Well, the thing I think of is
like Feynman was talking about it, then we should be able to find something that Feynman had somebody did something somewhere that would give Feynman the opportunity to test that shit. That's all the guy. And the guy's an expert. That's what he does for a living.
That's a good thing. We need experts in any field.
It's his job to make sure that shit doesn't become static electric around.
Oh yeah, to dampen
computers and shit like that.
And like wires that run through things. There's like there's detection. Yeah, you gotta like.
And he's got the equipment to check it. And I just thought it would be an interesting experiment if he's willing to put up his equipment to test something. That's cool, man. Because that equipment's super expensive, man. It's not cheap.
Well, the electrostatic has been kind of bandied about by with some kind of influence on the environment.
Yeah, I mean,
is that
pressure.
Other ideas?
There was another topic that came up today, man. It was about high pressure and low pressure and different weather patterns. And
well, every time the wind is blowing, it's trying to fill lower pressure. And if the differences are too much, you'll end up with a storm going.
How do we measure, when it's a low pressure system or a high pressure system coming into your area? And we get both of them here where I live. I don't know about the rest of you, but in Southern California, we get high and low pressure.
Probably because
I don't know how to measure pressure. When it's high, is it like 15.5? When it's low, it's like what?
It's
7
not that much.
and a half? I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't think it's that much. I think it's
it's more than you think.
I think it's the percent of one number. It's not that much difference.
So if I'm getting a high pressure system, I'm at the beach. When is it 14?
PSI. They say at the seashore, but that varies because of weather.
Or is that a low pressure system, right?
I would think that's high. I think
that's like the average. I would think 14.7 would be average.
Well, as you elevate it, apparently goes down.
I'm just asking. You guys are smart. Maybe somebody's brought it up, figured out. During a rainstorm, it's this, or if it's windy, it's this. If it's cool, hot, just different variances of pressure. What the actual pressure is, because I always hear the news people going, "Oh, we're gonna have a high pressure weekend, and it's gonna be hot, man. You guys are gonna be cooking out there in the valleys, or whatever." I'm like, okay, well, we got It's high pressure, gets hot, low pressure, gets cold. Just throwing it out there, man. It was something that was brought up today here on this Discord, and I heard it, and I go, man, that's a pretty cool thing. I never thought of it like that.
I'm pretty sure that weather.com and a multitude of other like companies have like weather monitoring systems all across the United States and the globe, and they're starting to use AI, neural nets and machine learning in order to map out like potential outcomes of weather in like lower high pressure zones. But that's all I can comment on it.
Appreciate it, man. Hold on 1 second, man. I'm coming, man. Hold on. I'm coming back here, man. Hold on. I had to step across the room. Yeah, man. Well, yeah, there's all kinds of modeling, AI, human, I don't know, whatever. I just want to be able to go, if it's raining, I want to go to the beach and take a measurement and go, okay, this is low pressure. What's the reading? And then go back. Oh, dude, it's 100 degrees out. And yeah.
Well, I mean, there's devices you can buy that monitor that type of stuff.
Exactly. But if somebody has already done the work and it could tell me exactly, or it's got a graph or something, man, it'd be cool. High pressure, low pressure. We're always talking about pressure around here, gas pressure without a container. And, I just pressure. How do we, I can measure vacuum pressure off my vacuum cleaner, my shop vac right now. It's about 70 inches of vacuum, man. I can put a fucking vacuum gauge on the end of the hose and go pulling about 70 inches off this bad boy. It's pretty strong, man. It'll suck up a fucking shoe. That's how strong it is, no problem. Right. But how do I go to the sea level and go, oh, we got 14.7 today. Perfect. That's the average.
It would be an average. I'm looking at the Google page. You're probably seeing but how to determine
I'm sure somebody's done this. I mean, I'm just asking if you guys anybody.
Nobody. No, I've never worked with it either.
So anyway, just like measuring, measuring flat water, it's easy to do, man. I should at some point I'll figure out how to get the different pressure gauge. Say, yeah, man, it's definitely a fucking 13.5 today, man. You can feel it. Oh yeah, it's definitely different than 14.7, right? Ah, good. Hey, man, the pressure's only 12.5 today, man. Feel that? Got it. Okay. It's a simple thing I'm just asking for, man. It shouldn't be that hard.
What are you asking for?
The chart, man, of high pressure and low pressure weather systems, man. How do we know?
Okay.
Chart. I just got a chart pulled up that shows the altitude and pounds per square inch of atmospheric pressure. 10,000 feet is 10.1 pounds, and at sea level is 14.70. Right. Anyway, it goes all the way to 100-foot increments, all the way up to 10,000 feet. I was just looking up when you guys started talking about this shit, so I looked it up.
So when does it get to 10?
10,000 feet.
At 10,000 feet, it gets to 10. Okay. Cool. That's good to know. It's good to know.
And as high as it goes is 11,000 feet. And it's 9.71 pounds per square inch. I'm sure these are just averages, but.
Well, thanks for looking that up, man.
Well, I was just curious when you guys start talking about it, so I thought I'd look. But
yeah, I'm
doesn't
curious
have a whole lot of information.
I'm curious about a lot of shit.
Yeah, I'm curious about the difference in, like, say, a pressure tank, a steel pressure tank, for like a steam engine in the outside environment, and where the failure lines start to happen. Because that's not even to one exponent torque. I don't think. Definitely not two full exponents.
Steam engine?
It was steel. Yeah, it was rip the steel trying to equalize, like literally, like blow up. if you put too much steam in the tank.
Yeah,
that's a lot of pressure.
There's been back in the day they used to have like hot water heaters and big tanks like outside their house, and they'd get too hot and get unattended, and when the tank blew up, it would level the fucking house, completely level it.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. And that's not even like to the second exponent in torque, and it needs to equalize. The claim they've given us is so ridiculous. It's absurd. I've said that so many times, but I can't say anything other than that. I don't have a word for how weird it is to claim that. And how I didn't catch it till somebody said containment. Dumb. I'm gonna look up pressure inside of a boiling tank because that.
Sounds like somebody's watching TV.
Is it God rocking again?
No, it's not me.
It was me. It was me last time. It's not right now.
Well, let's listen to see what he's listening to.
Yeah, let's listen.
This is what Ash says. Thanks for the hand.
What the hell is he watching?
I can't make it out, man.
This is a piece of this ham.
I heard the word Mormon.
I also heard.
All right.
All right. He's in Utah.
I'm in Utah.
God. We busted you, bro.
I'm surrounded by Mormons right now.
Mm-hmm.
That must be totally awesome. No, I don't know.
Hey, the Mormons are survivalists. I don't know if you guys know, but it's required if you're a Mormon in the church, man. You got to have like, I forget how many months of wheat and shit. And like
2 years.
2 years worth?
Yep.
Yeah, you got to have 2 years worth of food stored up, man, to be a real Mormon. I don't know if you guys know that.
I did not know that.
Now you do.
So the PSI value for safety of a tank is 30. Dude, that is
30 PSI?
Yeah, I don't know how to convert that to torque. That should be the next question. I'll be right back.
All right.
You're talking about a boiler system?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, boiler systems are low pressure, circulating boiling water. Yeah, that's probably a little high for most of them, but
like a steam engine or a steam train.
No, they were really high pressure there. I don't know what they are, but they're quite high.
They're like 200, aren't they? 200?
I probably have the wrong answer.
More than that.
Even
They're
more.
running a piston. They run a piston with the steam. I'm not quite sure. You could look it up though.
What's your? I mean, my average piston in my car is about 110, right? 120.
Somewhere around there, yeah. If you check your compression on your pistons, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. About 120 is what I usually.
Yeah,
I think
that's
120 is good, man. I mean, if you got more than that, great. But 120 is really good, right? That's like a solid.
Yeah, but all that's doing is checking like it. If it'll hold at 120, that means that not enough pressure's going around the rings and that sort of stuff.
Right.
Yeah. So you're going to have good combustion when you have
your
that.
valves are good and your
valves are sealing good. Yep.
And your rings are at 120. You're good. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you can get it up to like 150, no problem. You probably ran in your race cars maybe 160. What are you thinking?
I don't know because I know I had 16-to-1 compression.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's yeah. I mean, that's just high performance stuff, man. Damn.
But I had to, in order to get that, I had to like hand fit the piston up into the combustion chamber.
Mm-hmm.
I had to put a piece of clay over the top of it, and then rotate the engine by hand, and the valves would open and press the clay down. You'd have a minimum of 90 thousandths clearance everywhere because the rod can stretch and things can happen if you'll start hitting shit if there's less than 90 thousandths clearance.
But you ran really high fuel content at the same time, right?
Well, yeah, it was a normally aspirated gasoline powered engine, but I had two 1250 Dominator carburetors on top of a tunnel ram. Yeah, it was a handmade intake manifold that was, about a foot tall.
Did you put
out of aluminum,
like 100 octane in it, or?
No, it was 117.
It was 117. That's the aircraft fuel, right?
Well, aircraft fuel is 105.
105.
But this was straight racing fuel from VP Fuels, and 117 is the highest octane you can possibly get, and it had 4.2 grams of lead per gallon. Yeah.
Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Swear to God.
So what was the lead in there for exactly?
It's a cushion, and it helps with compression a little bit, and it seals when the valve goes to shut when it slams shut.
Right.
It's like a cushion between your valve and the seat in your head.
So it acted like a lubricant a little bit.
Like a lubricant and a cushion, yeah. Crushed. So you're not hitting metal on metal, but there's a little bit of soft metal in between.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. You get that. It's like a graphite. I mean, you could probably use graphite.
Plus, it would help seal it too, because each time the valve would shut real hard, it would slam onto the seat, and then it would mesh the lead in between the two and fill all the little tiny gaps and cracks or whatever. So you'd have maximum compression that way too.
That's cheating, man. Fuckers. That's cheating. All right.
Maybe a little.
Yeah. Now, you've heard of lead poisoning, right? You've ever heard of that?
Oh, yeah. It always worried me, because when I was in my car and doing a burnout and whatnot, the car would fill with smoke from the tires. I'd have to open the door when I backed up and get the smoke out. I'm in there choking to death, trying to breathe, and then you can smell the fuel everywhere. I mean, Dude, I can imagine. I was probably doing some pretty good damage to my body, I would imagine.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, rubber and lead.
Yep. So if you ever wonder what's wrong with my thinking, that's probably where it comes from.
So the answer for safe PSI on a train was 300. I haven't found a destructive.
300 PSI for the train, right?
For safety, not for destruction. Yep. So it can run safely. Yep.
Safely at 300.
So that's quite a bit different than a boiler. The answer I initially gave. I can't find they have a picture of it exploding, but they don't. The graphs they give I can't make sense of it. And I could take screenshots of it and send it, but the point is the amount of force that's generated just because of the equalization and tearing steel, man. And that's not that's a lot of power. That's a lot of power.
300 PSI?
Yeah, for safe. And I don't know, it could be 1,000 or 1,200 before failure. I don't know. But I highly doubt it's anywhere, even into
probably like 500.
Yeah, I mean, that's not even the first power, even. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Of difference, but I don't know how it translates to torque.
PSI, yeah, exactly. It depends on. Just talking about having tight cylinders. Yep. Anytime you're pushing an object with whatever, steam, gasoline, fire, whatever it is,
hydraulic.
The trick is to have that beautiful seal where you're firing that, and it's just, if it's timed right, man, it's a beautiful thing, man. And it's also, it's a great craft, man. Combustion engines are awesome, man. Steam, gas, I love it. Hey, but all the cucks want to go, hey, man, get this electric car, man, that catches fire and you can't put it out. Bummer.
And the electricity.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, it was a totally bad idea. That's what we did.
It catches fire in your garage and burns your house down. Oh, that was cool. Good idea, man. Good. That's a good one, bro.
And how expensive the battery will be, and how
inconvenient
they
it's
are.
$29,000.
The batteries are highly toxic, and they have to go into a landfill.
Yeah.
No. We have to have special places to put that. Come on, now. We have special places in the desert. Godric, we got special burial places for your batteries.
The number bumps up significantly in torque value.
I was talking about this shit last night. I'm like,
15,500 for 300 psi of torque. 15,514 torque.
300.
So it gets into the first exponent, but
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, these are physics things, man. We talk about physical things we can build and test and do for ourselves, man. They're beautiful things.
Yeah.
The combustion engine is one of the greatest inventions, man, of all time, no doubt about it.
You know what the source energy is?
It's traveled me at least 1 million miles with that combustion engine.
Do you know what the source of the energy is described as?
Enlighten me, please, because
entropic expansion. It's the expansion of the gas in the cylinder.
Hey, man.
So it's entropy for powering that.
It's entropy. And
yeah,
water can expand up to 700 times its original size.
Oh, but I'm talking about the explosion of the vapor. That's an expansion. That's an entropic expansion.
Yeah, you're talking about a fuel then that's going to expand.
In the cylinder. Yep. Combustion.
Anything in the cylinder that it combusts, right? It's entropy, man. It's gas pressure, man. It's pressure.
Yep. It's pressure.
And they have to have. Guess what? You have to have rings and valves to make that pressure happen, and that means it has to have a container. And if it has to be a container
to get force out of. Yep.
You're not going to get
a nail on the head.
Contained, man.
Not contained, you get no force.
You got nothing. And you can prove this yourself. You can get your gas lawnmower out and prove it. Fuck's sake.
Yeah. That's why I was having. Were you here for the whole lights in the sky thing as being able to determine something physical out of them? That's such an annoying claim to me because it's not possible. You can't make.
We're talking about the hobby astronomer today. That guy.
Yeah, that guy. I think it should have been cut off at you can't determine physicality or physical properties based on
what color. Yeah. The red.
Yeah, the color.
The red was like the red.
Specific.
Red.
Whatever. I mean,
it's all about the red today, man. Going for
red.
It was
probably started out as data sets. It's a bunch of crap. Anyway, there you have.
Yeah, I listened to most of that today, man. I mean, I was tuning pianos and trying to listen at the same time, man. It's kind of hard sometimes.
I thought you were more involved.
But
I think
wasn't
talking
here, and I was
about
just
it
listening.
for more than a minute, I don't think it deserves any attention to claim.
I think we're done.
Knowledge.
Yeah, I think we're done with it.
Yeah.
Move along.
Right,
Glad dropped a really cool picture in the voice text. It shows this basically horizon level. The horizon does dip down towards the middle and then dips up on the other side. It's kind of like a V shape, man. You follow me on the horizon on that picture? Am I wrong about that? Am I seeing things?
Oh yeah, the most recent one.
It kind of dips down towards the middle, and then it kind of goes back up again towards the right.
That's the reason for that is that amateur guy that threw it in a balloon. Well, it was on a whatchamacallit that the horizon was dipping convex and
right. I've seen that. Yeah,
so you're just seeing some of the stretching happening because that's what, like right away at takeoff, Earth was, looking spherical. Anyway, do you remember that? But it's not that the image isn't it's totally worth it because look, it's not a sphere, man. Even if it's tipping convex and concave.
Well, here's my point.
Didn't McToon take a clip of that same video or a still shot of it going the other way and try to call it the curvature?
Yeah, did dumb stuff. They do the dumbest stuff.
Anyway, correct me if I'm wrong on this picture, man. It does dip down towards the middle and then it goes back up. And that disproves any kind of globy curvature, man. But I do see this. It does kind of come to a point in the middle, man, right? And then it goes back up on the other side. So we live on a butterfly. We live on a butterfly, boys and girls.
Yeah, yeah. I see what you're describing.
Is that lens distortion or is that real?
Yes, it's a fisheye lens. Actually, it immediately when it took off within the first 30 seconds, Earth was. But it was constantly warping.
Yeah, we're talking about the GoPro
and downside.
Red Bull, GoPro Red Bull jump.
God, no! This is a cameras tied to a balloon.
Yeah.
And the balloon went up for like 2. Because the image was warping because it was fisheye lensing. But this is a good picture, Glad shares, because it's showing you. I mean, all the way across. Generally speaking, as an average, it's level.
Get your ass back in here.
Even if it's a little warped a little bit.
I want you to see what I'm talking about, man. It dips towards the middle, and this is the ocean, kind of over the clouds, whatever, man. Right, that one.
Motherfucker, you think I didn't see that right when I saw the image for the first time?
I'm just like, okay, well, we live on a butterfly, is what I'm saying, bro.
Well, deal with it,
maybe
kids.
It's a turtle. Maybe you live on the turtle, dude. Fuck, I don't know. Help me out.
Yeah. So that picture, I like that picture because it's specifically, it's where see those cloud formations. One goes from it's like light goes to dark. It's two different types of air mixing, and there's just a bulge there because of what's going on in your view. It's not because it either dips or curves upward anywhere. It's I mean, it's an optical phenomenon, I think.
Yeah, it's doing some warping.
There's so many.
It does have any, inconsistencies, though, and we flat earthers might just have to accept that. I don't know.
So today, man, we had the hobby astronomer in here, and he was talking about the blue shift, red shit, I call it. And I'm looking at the picture, man. I see a lot of blue, and I see a lot of red. And I see orange and, some whites. I see a lot of colors here, man. And you're telling me because it's blue or red, the only way in the entire perfect world is it has to be hydrogen that's burning if it's red. That's it. What?
What leads you to that conclusion, kind sir? What
demonstrates what was claimed?
Well, it was claimed, but it was Jimmy today. It was Jimmy, I think is the name. And he was like, blue shift, definitely red is can only happen with these gases. That's it. I was like,
wow.
Oh, man. That's heavy, man. You want to stand on that rock, man. You're standing on a big
sound. Yeah. In the Livestream voice text, I'm posting my reaction to him earlier today. I was driving around. But those two are good.
Yeah, that's good, bro. That's beautiful, man.
Yeah, so
anyway, moving on.
Yeah. No, I forgot what was his name and what was his game.
Jimmy.
What's his name? Jimmy. He was talking about spectroscopy and how it's a very it was a very specific science or a very developed. I forget how he put it. He's like, but he was basically saying it's law and you're a fucking idiot. Well, so I think he was saying spectroscopy is a field that's been around for He sounded really confident too.
Yep.
But it went on for an hour and a half.
super
the thing
confident.
The problem I had was he wouldn't listen to anything about it not being able to be claimed in physicality.
Of course not. Why would he do that? That would mean that he's listening and then eventually getting destroyed.
The whole time I'm listening to this guy, I'm like, and they're all talking about this blue shift, red shift, star shit for fucking hours. And I kept screaming to myself, and I was like, let's get it back down here, man, where we live, man. Come back down. Come on. Come back down here. I'll come back down. We need to get back to the earth.
It all started with trying to verify Earth's movement and went directly to redshift.
Hold on, one at a time.
I apologize. I'll be quiet.
No, you're
I have
good.
a question.
Go ahead,
I have
Guy.
a question about spectroscopy.
Okay. I don't know anything about it. Be fun.
Observing a star, I don't know, 21 million light years away. And isn't there like loads of nebula gases and meteors and asteroids? And by the way, since it's not a real vacuum, all the matter in between here and there, wouldn't that give a false reading to the actual star that's that far away because all the stuff in between?
No, refraction doesn't matter because space eats it up, gobbles it down. And then you don't need to worry about it. Done deal.
Yeah. I'll take over here. Hold on, man. So the light produces this 6.6.62.62 frequency that matches the exact frequency of the burning hydrogen.
You don't understand either. That's okay.
What?
666 frequency. 666.
I was like, no, you cannot come in here and go, it's 6.6.62 mercury to the value of the spectroscopy of the spectrum of the frequency. And it's exactly the only way in the entire universe can produce this is hydrogen burning. And then we know that that's a red light because it's hydrogen burning. And we know it's 6.6.6 frequency. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's science right there. The fact that it took you so long to explain, that's because it's real science.
Exactly.
It's real because it sounds so fake.
Right. And then the claim of knowledge to the direction of the path of the thing. There were so many concrete claims made about a light in the sky. It was driving me nuts.
Yeah, it was driving me nuts too. Totally lumpy gas. I was like, dude, come on, stop. Please stop. Let's get back down to earth, curvature, you can fucking spin the lights in the sky any way you want, man. They can go left, right, upside down. There's no parallax. I know that. Good luck showing me that. But let's keep it down to what we're standing on, because guess what? We can measure what we're standing on, people. We can measure it all day, every day. And last time I checked, man, it keeps measuring not a spinning globe at 3959 radius, man. Have a nice day. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Wow, look at this voice text in just a sec. I got to delete this other one, but check this out, dude. Look at it. This is Glober's when we ask for curvature. Look at this.
For light to travel around a curve from point A to point B. The light.
That poor man.
Oh, is that guy?
Is it Andre the Giant?
Yeah, I remember the Giant.
He wasn't a giant, man.
He was huge.
I mean, I guess
7 feet tall.
Dude, he was like 450 pounds.
Yeah.
Easy.
He's big. Not a giant.
He was a giant, bro. I want you to have seen him in real life and then be like, yeah, but still, no, not as big as would be a giant.
Right, yeah.
Would you try to fight that motherfucker?
I'm being an asshole.
Nobody would fight him. Nobody would fight him.
Dude,
no.
Come on.
No way.
Not without.
He looks like a bar owner that's just had enough.
He's like bar owner Omega.
Yeah, he's just really good at stopping bar fights, and this is how they start, or this is how he starts to finish them. This look. Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! You don't know.
No.
Yeah, I would never want to piss off that guy ever.
Yeah. I grew up watching him break bitches in half.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Yeah, he was really awesome. Really funny person. Real nice person. I heard he was just a great dude.
You know, this is a weird fact. You know Samuel Beckett, the author?
No.
Okay, he wrote Waiting for Godot. It's this pretentious postmodern garbage. But anyway,
that's why I haven't heard of it.
Well, there you go. But he's apparently a famous author. But he used to drive Andre the Giant to school. It's this weird. It's this weird concrete. It's such a cool story.
Cool.
It's a cool story.
Yeah, a cool story, bro. He kind of reminds me of Lou Ferrigno.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Totally same guy.
No, it's not the same guy. Lou's a fucking meat castle. Still.
Lou is the Incredible Hulk.
That's right. The green guy.
He never won Mr. Olympia once. Do you know how fucking hard that he had to take that? Arnold gets it 6 times. He doesn't get it once. It sucks. Dude, and he looked better so many times. Anyway.
Arnold is Arnold, so he kind of...
That's right. Arnold was fucking destined to be a winner. Even if he didn't have the best physique, it was going to be Arnold.
He's the governor, man. The governor, bro.
Chosen
Arnold
not to be a child. Sorry, go ahead.
Arnold just has a winning mentality. He's just the Terminator, so yeah.
Yeah, it's a mentality. Dylan, what the CIA got you pushing too many pencils? Fucking idiot.
I can make California great again. I can. California. No.
Biceps in your triceps.
Let me tell you, man. When that guy was running for or got selected into the governorship of California, my head, it was like a flat Earth moment. I'm like, oh my god, they've gone full retard. Oh fuck.
I was I was like, yeah, okay, I get it, Arnold Schwarzenegger, but it's just a governor of and fucking California. Who cares? Let him do it. He'll have fun, and the big boys will make the decisions with or without him. He'll have a laugh on it. So yeah, but when Trump happened, I was like, I don't know about that, guys.
That was
no, that's far. That's a faux pas.
That was next level. Mistake. Yeah, they had to pull off the Schwartz. First, they had to get off Reagan, and then they had to.
Yeah, it was Reagan. Okay, Reagan was good, but he snuck under the wire because he was just so convincing. Such a nice seeming guy. Right. Reaganomics, that fucking MK Ultra.
Reagan.
Okay, so then after that, they had Jesse Ventura, right?
Yeah.
And he was a famous politician in Minnesota, and then you had Trump.
There's your progression. There you go.
Oh, Joe Rogan's in there somewhere too.
Well, fuck Joe Rogan, man. That
Joe
Rogan, dude. Get some Rogan, bro.
No, you know what? Joe Rogan would look weird as fuck with hair. Can you imagine that short, muscular guy with hair?
He's never had hair.
I've never heard Joe Rogan. That's my first introduction to Joe Rogan.
It's toe. He looks like a toe, and he needs Rogaine.
Yeah.
What?
Got it. It's so good, man. Oh shit, dude! You just spanked it. Fuck.
I have to thank Owen Benjamin for that one. I think I heard it from him first.
Owen Benjamin, thank you, brother.
Thanks, Owen, for literally that's the only thing you've ever given me.
We know you're listening, Owen.
Owen, I'm glad you stopped drinking, at least on the live stream. Good for you.
I think that's the best name for Joe Rogan ever, man. I mean, we've all called him a cuck, Mario, fucking.
He fell into that name.
A flopper, he's been called everything, man. But
sure.
Joe Rogan, man.
That's the only curve you guys can come up with is Rogan's head.
It's
I like that. Yeah, now we're on
pretty cool, but have you ever heard of DMT?
DMT, and you can see the curve, bro. Check it out.
Yeah. Alex Jones talks about the clockwork elves or whatever the fuck that people see when they're on DMT. Yeah.
Right.
The jesters.
So funny.
Fuck off with that.
Hey, here's the main reason I'm never going to do DMT other than I'm not a fucking retard. You want to know the next reason? Because Joe Rogan.
You do something whether you want to or not when you die, my friend.
When you sleep too, I understand that.
I
know the science of it. I still think that if you're gonna take it, you're a fucking moron. Because anything could go wrong.
I had this great conversation, John, with a guy, man, that did a lot of that shit, and I go, dude, can I get there just by, being me and not having to like go down that dark trail? And he's like, yeah, you can. You don't have to go down that fucking DMT trail.
He's like, take a nap, bro.
He goes, you're there, man. I'm like, okay, cool.
You're already there.
You're there.
Glad, just so you know, it's not just when you die, it's also when you dream.
I said, yeah, when you're sleeping. Someone said when you die, and then I said when you're sleeping. You're right on both accounts. And especially when you can remember your dreams. You had a good trip, or ending, I guess.
Dreams, man.
So when the dreams last long into the day, when you can like remember them long into the day, it's because the DMT and the other chemicals are having a hard time leaving your system from. You were so deep in sleep that it's like you're hungover. Pretty cool.
I like it.
Who's listening to Alex Jones right now?
That's
Left-handed chair.
Left-handed.
Can you hear us?
Hey, where's Alex Jones playing? Didn't he get deplatformed? So where's he playing now?
I don't know.
I mean, left-handed chair, man.
Maybe he's just on like his website, Infowars.com.
Yeah, he's got his own badass studio.
No, I know that. He's asking where does he broadcast?
Oh yeah.
Somebody mute left-handed chair right now, please. Thank you. Wow, that was amazing. I can't believe it. It's like I said it and it happened.
All right, whose website are we talking about? Or YouTube?
Infowars.com is probably where he does all of his shit. And I don't want to promote Alex Jones on here, so y'all go look into it yourself.
Oh, Jones. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, man, did you guys ever listen to Art Bell? Anybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, I heard about a lot of moon landing conspiracies on that.
Yeah, I have a feeling the Art Bell show was a nice little controlled release for some stuff, for sure.
I do, right? That's you and I are fucking. Yeah, we're clicking. Yeah, could have been just a nice little slow release. They, they would have guests on. They would talk about, there's aliens on the moon, and
they
secret base, and we got pictures, and we're working with the secret underground alien.
You're not. Hey, dude, even if they are, listen, even if they got the underground bunkers and they got the aliens getting inside of people and fucking with their left or right eyes only, like all that dumb shit, what are you gonna do about it? Fuck you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
Cloning centers, right? Cloning centers. Who cares? Who cares? What are you gonna do?
They're weak ass.
Bro, I've seen some videos too where it's like, if this is real, oh my fucking god! And what am I gonna do about it though? So I just I just ignore it from now on. Like there's nothing I can do, and it just hurts me to see the dregs of like the way people can treat other people. I'm just sick of it. I'm not gonna expose myself to it anymore. So fuck every conspiracy ever. I just want Earth curvature, please and thank you.
We don't ask for a lot around here, man. This is a 24/7 channel, and we talk a lot about the Earth. I'd say, good 75% of what we talk about around here is the Earth, what we're standing on, how the water works, the air, taking a piss, poop, flush, toilet, electricity, whatever it is, man. Whatever we're standing on, we can check out. We want to check it out, man. Now, I recently got asked to do an experiment of 0.7 of a mile.
Okay.
Along a flat. 0.7, man.
You get like 5 inches. You might not even see that.
I'm gonna put the camera. Well, we're gonna test the 8 inches. Or we're gonna test that first 8 inches, man. The first 8 inches of the first mile. Now, I'll do some flags along something that's level, man.
Yeah.
that's still, man. And I'm trying to figure out where exactly I can get a really nice level. Just even, 1 mile. That's it. Put a little flag over there, maybe 3-4 inches.
The salt flats.
I don't know. I can do it along the beach. Where the
you
water.
can do that pretty much anywhere, but that, I mean,
I live right by the Great Salt Lake, and there's an island on there that's called Antelope Island. You can drive to it, and then you can go out on the island. I wanted to see if I can find somebody that had a laser, because then you can drive down on your way to Wendover, and you go to where they set the world land speed record on the salt flats. They race over there on the other side, and it's super flat over there on the other side, and it goes right up to the water, basically. And so it would be so easy to shoot across that water. It's only like, I think it's like 17 miles.
Okay, are you so you're saying you want to measure the island from
the island across the lake, to the other side.
Oh, okay, yeah, for sure. Do you know how far that is?
At the level of the water.
Right, do you know how far that is?
17 miles, I think.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude, get that.
Hey,
so do the mirror.
It's like a half an hour from my house.
That's awesome. How are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? Are you going to get?
I don't know. I just I don't have a laser. If I had one, I'd go do it tomorrow.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Kenny?
I'll buy the laser. How much is the laser? Talk to me.
I don't know.
You can do 27 miles with a laser, man. I'll buy the laser.
Just rent a surveying laser.
Yeah, or we can rent one. There you go.
You don't have to buy shit for this.
Well,
I could probably use a mirror.
It might even be better, because laser pointers or even surveying layers, I don't think you're going to get a surveying laser that's going to go 17 miles. I'm not sure. I don't know. I've never tried that long distance, but yeah.
Pretty long, man.
That's a lot. That's a ways. But a mirror could work.
Yeah.
Line of sight, clear day.
I got a pretty nice old mirror. It's like about 15 inches square.
I'm pretty sure that Taboo Conspiracy Ben
God Rockin', you should do that, man, and then we should just flood the Globers with your
out there with you, God Rockin', man. He's out there in Utah, man. He's done the Salt Lake.
Who has it?
Yeah. I have not done. Oh, yeah. Taboo Conspiracy. And it's Taboo Conspiracy II, lowercase II, as in 2.
Yeah, he's on his third channel, I think.
Third channel now, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, he posts some pretty controversial stuff they don't like. He's been banned a couple times, hasn't he?
Oh shit! Dude, yeah, I mean he hits it.
He hits it though. He hits it hard and well.
And he hits him softly, man. He hits him so soft. They have to take him down because he's too good, man. He never gets excited. He's always got the same demeanor. He's an attorney. He knows how to speak and point things out. And when he did that, sorry, Antarctica's closed video, man, it was like, yeah, they came after him hard because he hit a nerve on that one, I think, man.
I feel like even when they're banning him, like the YouTube interns, they're just like, never change, you magnificent bastard.
Right. We'll let you have another channel.
As they're deleting him, they're just like, yeah, he's right. But
it's when you have professionals like that coming out here and saying, hey, man, I'm an attorney. I know how to take apart documents and travel arrangements or whatever it was for that Antarctica video he did, man. It was absolutely my favorite work of his of all time, man. I mean, he's done some laser tests or reflection tests, like 27 miles. I think he's done like up to 36 miles. He's like, dude, no curve. Check it out. And that's pretty impressive, man. If you can do that 36 miles, that's a good one.
That is a good one. 36 is great. I mean, shit. 5+, right? 5 miles plus. And if anybody doesn't get what you're presenting them, you show them what you did, then they're not worth your time.
Yeah. Exactly, man. You just like, here we go. Can we see too far? Yep, we can see way too far.
Okay, and do you understand the implications of what I just showed you? It's either yes or no, and if they don't, walk away. If they do, see what you can make happen with a very polite, nice, gentle conversation.
Right, so
let them lead the conversation.
We had a couple of Glober pros coming in here today. I don't know if they were Glober pros, man.
I was in and out of listening.
Yeah, I'm sure we all were, man. I was too. Well, I didn't catch everything, but Mr. Hobby astronomer, he came. He was in here for like an hour before he admitted that he was an astronomer, and it was he kind of got busted there a little bit, but I think
dude had nothing. He didn't present a single piece of evidence.
Did he have an argument at all? Like, what was the thing?
Nothing.
What do you think? Dude, he sounded good. He sounded really...
He didn't even have anything.
He didn't have shit, but he sounded good. You know what I mean?
Sounded like he had something. Like he could have something. Like if he were smart, he could make it sound really good.
You know, he made it sound really amazing.
Serious, professional. What was he? What did he do? I mean, come on.
I don't know. It took him an hour to admit he was an astronomer, and then they kind of pinned him down. And he's like, "Well, I'm not a professional astronomer." And I'm just hobbyist. Yeah, I was like, "Oh fuck!" And I threw my fucking headphone down. And I was like, "You mother!" I was like, "Oh, you little cock."
That's too bad.
You could hear him smiling. You could hear him smile.
I think I heard that guy.
The other thing that really caught my ear is like I can hear him laughing, kind of.
Dude, it always gives them away every fucking time. They don't care too. Like I'll say, hey, by the way, we can tell you're not. At least I can tell you're not being serious. I can hear it in your voice.
Exactly.
So you're smiling every once in a while. It's called Duper's Delight. Maybe if you could get rid of that and come back and or take this seriously, you know.
Yep.
That kind of thing.
And that's all I needed to hear, man. I can hear their giggleness.
And you know what that is? They're showing us how unconfident they really are in their argument. Yeah. That's what they're doing.
Right, it's a win for us, man. And I don't know if you guys caught it. I caught it. I was like, oh shit, that guy's
sometimes I just leave it because I'm like, well, I know, but the Sharks need, so I might just back out.
That's a good description of him. Bullshit artist.
Huh?
Bullshit artist. That's all he was.
Yeah, exactly.
What is this? But at the same time, I mean, he did hold his ground. He wasn't belligerent. He wasn't like some of these kids that come in here and go, I watched a TikTok video. You flat earthers are retards. You know, it's like, no, this guy, he knew something about something, man. At least as much as we know about spectroscopy or whatever it is, whatever it was, red light, blue light shifts. We've all heard the arguments, man. We've all heard them. It's not like he's just bringing something new to the table here.
Well, right. And I love to say this.
He did bring one new thing to the table, and that was called perfect refraction. Did you guys
perfect refraction? What in the fuck is that?
Boy, I had to stop my car, dude. I was driving. I'm like,
oh man.
I go, he did not say perfect refraction. There is such a thing as perfect refraction.
Are we sure you know?
Yeah.
What about perfect gravity?
Seeing shit that I shouldn't see, or I can see shit that I do see, man. Dude,
he'll be back. You can ask him some questions.
Perfect refraction is me running a piece of wood through a table saw. I know exactly where that blade is, and I know where my fingers are because I just don't want to get them cut off. So,
yeah, he tried to say that perfect refraction was where it produced a perfect image. I was talking to him a little bit about that, and I almost hit the floor when he said that. You said you had to pull over in your truck. I almost fell off my chair.
I'm like, perfect refraction, man. That was a new one, man. That one hit me. Thank you.
That one hit you in your good spot.
It did hit me in a good spot. It was
that's funny. Here's what I love about it. The reason I can have a genuine laugh on at their expense is because they set themselves up for it. See, the Earth is flat, stationary, and closed. Right. So if you come against it, you're gonna, it's okay if I laugh at you. It's, that's just 2 + 2. Okay, right. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, man. It is a little bit of a trade-off. Yeah, right there, man.
If you defend the globe, I have every right to throw you under the bus. That's what I'm saying here.
That's what we do, man. And with the measurements of this 3959 radius, without that, man, you got nothing. You don't have satellites. You don't have rockets. You don't have moon landing. You don't have fuck all without 3959. And if we can just keep pounding.
He denied that. He denied that that 3959 number was in all those calculations. He says, no, they're not. They don't use that for any of that stuff. He said that too, that astronomer.
They don't use it for all that stuff because we got 72 documents from NASA saying everything we build it according to a flat stationary plane, please. That's paragraph 1.
You're like, yeah. If you're talking about aircraft and all that kind of stuff, yeah. But I'm talking about rocket telemetry and distance to planets, that kind of shit. They do use that radius number for those calculations.
Yeah, without the R, man, you can get shite, and then you have to take everything from that number, and without that number, man, you're done.
Well, just think about this. We all know that we do live on a flat stationary plane, and the equator on the flat Earth is only halfway to where the real radius of the flat plane would be. You'd have to go to the edge of the plane, or I don't know that it would be considered an actual radius if it wasn't a circle. I don't know, but from the center North Pole to the edge, you go to the equator, which is a circle around the North Pole, which is the equator, and then you go the same distance basically to the other pole, which is still flat all the way there. And so the radius of a flat, like a dish or a flat, anything that's flat, a flat circle, the radius is all the way to the edge. Period. So what's the real radius of the flat plane is what I want to know. It's got to be at least 10,000 miles. At least. I would guess.
Well, Jay Tolan Media went up in
Now, the reason I'd say that is because I've been looking, and I know you guys are probably going to laugh, but go ahead. I don't care. There's this new video out. It's the same guy that did that Flat Earth lost history of the Flat Earth, that 6-hour video. He's got a new one out.
Ewar, yeah.
Ewar, yeah, there you go, Ewar. He's got a new one out, and it's about the plasma moon map.
No,
dude.
He's trying to sell that too hard, dude. I don't buy that.
Maybe he is, but I think he's right about the extra land. I think there is that much land. I think there's way more than they're telling us about. That's just my opinion. What I'm saying,
dude. What are you going to do about it?
Nothing. I'm just saying nothing. I ain't going to do a fucking thing about it. What I'm saying is I believe that he's right about the land.
Trust the plan. The Patriots are in control.
Hey, trust the plan.
You guys are talking about more land, but what if there's just a dome there at the end? Isn't that more threatening than more land?
Yes, no question.
As long as it's constantly spring break on that land, I don't care where it is.
Oh, I don't care where it is either. I'm just saying I think it's there, and I think it's inhabited. And I think that's where all these fucks live.
That's probably... Yeah, there's probably a shitload of land we have no idea about. Way more than we could probably even guess. And, yeah. Yep.
It's just a thought. It's just what I think is probably true.
I think you're right. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm not saying do anything about it. That's just what I believe is going on.
I know. I'm being kind of a dick because I want to do something about it. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to hold someone accountable. I want to tie them to a chair and make them behave. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the kind of thing that needs to happen to all of the ruling elite right now.
Well, we all have to go at once then.
No, we don't.
And handle it. Yeah, we do.
No, we just need it.
80% of us anyway. The fit and the healthy.
Okay, well, right.
And the willingly and the strong-minded. One that can take a few fucking bumps along the way. Keep on going.
Well, that's certainly not the generation coming up.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no.
And all of us bad motherfuckers are going to be gone pretty soon. Maybe that's what they're waiting for.
Do you remember the encyclopedia talked about a dome at 13,000 feet? What about that? Is that legit?
Say again?
The encyclopedia that talked about a dome at 13,000 feet in Antarctica.
Yeah, it's 1957 encyclopedia. Got pictures of it and everything.
Someone have a
is there a possible dome there, or do you dismiss that?
No, I believe in it. Personally, there's got to be a container somewhere. It's got to be, and the ancient people, a lot of them claimed there was a dome, and we've got to have this environment's contained. Period. It is. Otherwise, it would be gone. Where it would go, I don't know, but it would just go wherever it could, elsewhere, because the only way you have gas pressure is with a container. You take the container away, and you no longer have gas pressure. So, or it would be much, much lower if it was just a larger container and beyond. I don't know. We're contained, period. We know that.
Yeah, I know.
It's the necessary antecedent for air pressure, gas pressure.
They're like, demonstrate pressure on Earth. I'm like, okay, take a breath and let it out. Boom, done. And when you hold your breath, that's gas pressure with the container gradient inside. Oh! Just hold your breath. Fucking kidding me. People are like, let's try to make a vacuum and see how. No, the world in which we live is mimicked actually a lot by people's bodies and things in nature. And you can create your own little Earth if you want, little isolated system with a gradient in your fucking lungs if you hold your breath. So, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, Globers. How is there a pressure gradient? I didn't make the place. I don't fucking know.
Well, we don't make the rules, right? We're just here to tell you how they work.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious why and how there's a pressure gradient, in my opinion, because all the gas on Earth, all of it, is produced at the ground level. It's being produced from all the plankton in the ocean, from all the trees, from all the fucking whatever, from all the geothermal gas vents being let out. All these gases coming out constantly, massive volumes at the sea level, at the fucking level of the land and below and sea level. It's all coming out right there. So where's it going to be most concentrated? Right fucking there. For fuck's sakes. And then it's going to rise up, and it's going to be, probably become less pressure because it's going to expand out and fill the container. But it's going to remain higher pressure here because it's constantly being replaced here. Constantly being replaced at ground level. It fucking makes perfect sense why there's a gradient, for fuck's sakes. It's not being replaced up above at all. It's just being replaced here, ground level, massive amounts, all day long, night and day, gas being produced. Of course, there's going to be more at that level. I mean, it doesn't take a fucking genius to figure that one out.
Nope.
I'm looking at pictures on Google Earth, Antelope Island, and seeing if I can see a spot I want to go check out with a mirror. I think I might do that. I'm bored. I'm retired. Bored. I got to do something with my life.
Build a house.
Well, I'm working on that already.
That's cool. That's something I want to do. Build a house.
I'm not actually under construction yet. I'm just looking for some property right now. I got an inheritance and stuff, so I need to do something with it.
Yes, you do. You need to build a homestead for us, for everybody here. Okay?
It's not that big of an inheritance. Not that big of an inheritance, but you're more than welcome.
I'll help you run it. No, because we'll bring all of our shit too.
Yeah, you can come
you
along.
Buy the land, and we'll just bring our shit, and it'll be great.
Well, I was only going to buy 3 acres.
How about 30?
I don't know if I got that much money.
Yeah. Well, on the moon, it's only $30
an
per acre.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Let's move to the moon then. Fuck it.
And Mars, I think, is 35. Something like that.
I don't think we can homestead on the moon or the Mars, so I'm not going to buy them.
No, not yet.
Not ever, Elon.
Yeah, Elon. So, Elon Musk and Bill Gates are going to end the world together. I think that's what it's looking like.
Well, they're certainly doing their part.
So my mom is a drug lawyer, and she helps clients deal with the FDA and all kinds of shit like that. But I had to inform her that there was fires at food processing plants recently, and that Bill Gates bought up all the fucking farmland. She's like, "What?" I'm like, "Hold on. It would be your job to know this kind of shit." She works directly with meatpacking plants and companies and all kinds of shit. And she didn't know. I was very surprised. She hadn't even heard about it. Like they're not telling anybody about this shit. They really aren't.
Right. Well, you heard about what happened in India today, right?
I didn't. No. What happened?
They did a complete 100% cut us off from all grain, rice, and wheat. And that's one of our biggest imports. Rice.
That happened today?
Yep. No more coming to us. Zero, none. Zilch.
And I went to the grocery store today for the first time in a long time, and I saw this specific store, and I haven't been there in a while, and their shelves are very empty.
And my parents sent my sister to Sam's Club and Costco today to go buy some flour and some rice and a few things because I told them about this embargo or this whatever you want to call it, where they cut us off. They already have limited everyone to 2 25-pound bags of flour per person, and the prices haven't gone up that much yet, but it's limited to 2 25 pounds per person.
Oh, yep.
Yep.
I don't entirely see that as a bad thing. I mean, every food you just listed is horrifically bad for most people.
You're right. It is horrifically bad, but you can live if you supplement with some meat and fish and stuff and some wild game and whatnot. You can live for a long time on.
Yeah, people don't want to be comfortable, Ryan.
Bread and supplement yourself with some good wild game meat or whatever. But I don't see how anybody, unless you're filthy, filthy rich, how you're going to put away the kind of food that is good for you in a survival situation. I'm going to be in a survival situation, my friend, and I don't have millions of dollars to put away deep freezers and generators and all that kind of fucking shit, underground fucking bunker and blah, 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 to put myself all this expensive, healthy food that you think I should be putting away. I don't have that kind of money. And I don't want to starve to fucking death. So I'm sorry, but I bought myself a few 100 pounds of rice, a few 100 pounds of flour, a few 100 pounds of pinto beans, a few 100 fucking, and then like 20 gallons of cooking oil and whatnot. And it's put away. And if I have to eat it, I fucking will.
Well, yeah, man, that's a good idea. Those same types of food that are bad for you, they last longer with shelf life. So that's a smart idea. I'm not arguing against that. I was just talking about regular day eating for people in the United States.
Yeah, it's weird too because
sunflower oil is not a good thing to eat on a regular basis.
No, it's not. I agree 100%. But I can't think of any other type of food that I can actually put away long term, seal it from oxygen, get a food saver out, suck all the air out of it so it doesn't go bad.
Man, why do you want to try so hard to stay here?
I don't know anything else I can afford to do it with.
Why do you want to try so hard to stay here?
I'm not staying here. I'm staying somewhere else, dude.
No, I'm fucking saying staying on Earth, alive.
What do you want me to do?
No,
suicide?
listen.
That's a stupid question, Vlad.
Jesus Christ, listen. If the world goes to shit anyway, what's the point of sticking around, dude?
That's a stupid question. I'm not going
to go on their terms, bro. Sorry, I'm going on my terms.
You think you
are?
I
have food storage too, Glad. Like I have a lot of food storage. Like
Good
I have
for
a year's worth of food.
You're gonna last 6 years longer than me. Great.
Okay, yeah, it's my terms. I'm not going on there. Sorry.
You're gonna scrounge for 6 years, right? Instead of live comfortably.
No, I'm not going to scrounge because I'm better than that.
No, it's.
I'm going to live happily.
That's not how it works. It's gonna fall. Everything falls to the ground.
I think you guys are being very negative.
Sorry, I'm going to try. I'm not a quitter.
Okay, but this place isn't worth it, dude. It's not worth your effort.
Yes, it is worth it.
No, God Rockin', you're better than this place.
I know you're probably not a believer in God, and I don't give a fuck because He's real.
Well, God and I need to have a talk, but I don't want to talk about that.
You're not making any sense right now, just so you know.
No, you're not.
Just chill.
God would no longer have a conversation with you than He would the devil, bro.
Yeah. On the topic of the food thing, like if this were to actually affect the economy here, as far as food goes, I was going to say 30% of the lower 48 of the United States, not Hawaii, not Alaska, but the lower 48 of the United States, 30% of that land mass of this country in that section falls under the category of land doesn't have houses on it, doesn't have cities or roads on it, and it's not suitable for farming because it's in a place where farming is so expensive you can't really make a profit with farming. So it's not suitable for farming, but it is suitable for graze land, for cattle to graze. And, it's better for them and better for you than feeding them grains and having them stand around their own fecal material. So I'm just saying, if grains become really expensive and we're forced to let the cattle, dare I say it, graze, and then we just eat a lot more grass-fed beef and less other things, how's that a bad thing? I think we'd probably be better off.
Yeah, I just happen to have a very good friend that's a cattle rancher, and he's going to donate a few cows to me, too.
Do the cows make milk?
No, they're beef cows. They're not cows for milk, but that wouldn't be a bad idea. I
like milk.
Yeah, I do too.
How about goats? I'll do goat milk.
Yeah, that would be good. It's supposed to be better for you too, I guess. That's what I've heard. I don't know.
Yep.
If you just had a few, like 3 or 4 of them, that'd be plenty of milk for probably 10 or 20 people.
Exactly. Be all set. Hanging out with God Rockin' at his ranch.
A few chickens,
chilling
a few cows.
Give me milk and eggs. I'm good.
Yep.
You guys are being too negative, man. We already beat the lockdowns. The Illuminati's on the run. We won, bro.
I'm not going to just go out on their terms. I'm just not that way. I'm just not that kind of person. I'll go out on my own terms. And I like living in the mountains. I've always wanted to move away to a piece of land somewhere out in the middle of nowhere, or there's you can buy land here where I live for $3,000 an acre, and it's sold so you can build a home on it. $3,000 an acre. I can go buy it today.
Let's do it.
That's a good price.
There was a movie back in the 90s, I think, where they invaded America, and the one family went to the mountains and hung out and survivalists, I forgot what the movie was named. It was a good movie.
Red Dawn.
Red Dawn, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. God Rock to be out there in the woods, camping out. I'll be out there with him.
Fighting commies.
If you sheeple need some direction, just hang out with God Rock, and he'll be out there in the mountains.
Plus, I spent my whole life building. I can build with anything: stone, logs, trees. It don't matter. Give me some tools, and I'll build a place. I'll lay the stone. I'm a tile setter. I poured concrete my whole life. I can build stone walls. I can build them out of logs. Give me a chainsaw. Give me some, I'm going to put some Portland green cement away or make my own. All I need to do is find some clay. You just have to dry it out real good, and then kind of fire it a little bit so it dries out real dry, and then crush it into powder. As soon as you put water with it, stone and sand, it gets hard as a rock. That's what cement is. It's just clay. Portland green clay is all Portland green cement is. It's just clay. Any clay works. All you have to do is dry it out, super, super dry, crush it into powder. And as soon as you hit water with it, it reacts and it turns to concrete. So there's free clay everywhere. And I can build myself a septic tank. All I need is a few plastic pipes, which is super cheap. And you can build a septic tank by stacking tires in a hole. Old tires, like 15 feet tall, in a hole with gravel and rock around it. And then as long as the ground percolates and drains water through it real good, then it seeps out through the cracks of the tires. And if it was 15 foot tall, it would take years and years for that to fill up because the water pours into the top. It hits the fecal matter. It breaks it up into smaller particles, and then it seeps out through the cracks of the tires where they're stacked on top of one another. And then it seeps into the gravel. It's about a 2-foot gravel bed all around the tires. Cheap as fuck to build a septic tank. Cheap. Tires, you can go get all the worn out tires you want. Stack them up. Cover them, surround them with gravel. Like I said, run a drain pipe into it, the top of it. It's about 4 feet under the ground so it doesn't freeze. And you're done. You got a septic tank that will drain at least for as long as I'm still alive. I guarantee you that.
So do you put like a toilet on top of it or what?
Well, yeah, you put the toilet in your house, and then you just put your drain pipe to the septic tank that's out, 50 feet from your house or 20 feet from your house, whatever. Yeah. You used to shit on a regular toilet, bro, in the house where it's warm. Where you got a nice wood-burning stove or whatever in there. Solar panels on the roof if you can afford to put a few, and some batteries, some real small 12-volt lights or LEDs so you got light at night. You don't need all this super high-powered fucking electricity to live.
Do you flush the toilet, or how does the toilet?
Yeah, of course.
So you have running water then?
Well, I'm going to have water, yes. I'm going to have water. I'm going to have to drill a well, I guess. It costs about 30 grand.
You got well water? How about that?
Well, you have to drill your own well. You just have to buy land that it's approved to drill a well on. It costs about 30 grand to drill a well.
Oh. How do you know there's water down there?
Well, there's water down there everywhere. You can put a fucking hole in the ground, and I guarantee you're going to hit fucking water somewhere. Now, if it's down 500 feet or more, or 1,000 feet, it's probably not very feasible. It's probably going to cost too much to drill that far. Generally speaking, where I live right here, I could drill outside my house where I live right now and probably hit water at 150 feet, 200 feet. This depends on the area you're in,
It'll be natural mineral water.
Huh?
It'll be natural, drinkable mineral water?
Yeah. Well, it should be. You have to test it. Obviously, once you drill it, you would want to test it. And if it's got whatever kind of particles in it, then you just have to get yourself what's called a reverse osmosis water purification system. and it filters out it'll filter out salt. You can dissolve salt in water, completely dissolved, run it through a reverse osmosis filtration system, and it will take all the salt out. Anything dissolved in the water, it's almost as good as distilled water. Very, very close. And those filtration systems you can buy for about $300.
Sounds like you got it all figured out, man.
So if the well water is not that good, you just run it through a reverse osmosis filtration system, and bam, you got pure water.
Well,
there you go. I've been looking into this shit for a long time now.
I was actually correcting you. You said if the well water wasn't that good, but it's actually if the well water wasn't that well. How you doing,
Sometimes
bro?
it's got a little bit of sulfur or whatever in it. Depends on the area that you drill in. But for the most part,
you're making me red.
There's gases. Sometimes there's natural gas in the water, and that wouldn't be anything that you'd want to be able to drill into, where there'd be natural gas in the ground. So you'd have to avoid those types of areas. But they pretty much got those areas mapped out already, and they tell you can or cannot drill for water in those areas. They got them pretty much. You can pretty much find that information out already.
Yeah. How deep in the ground do you have to go from surface, or does it vary in different places?
Varies. Anywhere from 2 to 1,200 feet.
From 2 feet to 1,200 feet?
200.
Oh, 200 feet, okay. You got to realize I'm really short, so 200 to most people is like 2 to me. Damn, that's pretty far down.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Was there a lot of Globers in here today?
I lived in a ranch house in Fillmore, Utah, for a friend. He let me stay in it for free. It was the first house he owned down there, and I went down there to work for him for a few years. And he had a well outside the house, and it was about 40 feet down is all where the water hit, where he hit the water. But that was not far from the mountains. And a lot of people have wells in that area. The water was really, really good water, too. It was delicious. The pump wasn't working too good, and so they got me a new pump to put down in it. Before we put one in it, I took a string and put it down the pipe with a nail on it, and as soon as I hit the water, I could pull it up and down and hear it splashing. And then I let go of the string, and it as soon as it kind of slowed, stopped and hit the bottom, I hurried and grabbed the string and then pulled it out, and there was 15 feet of water before the nail stopped. So the pump got stuck a little bit, and it was only down in the water about 6 inches. So the well kept going dry. You pump it for a few hours, and it would go dry because it couldn't keep up. It wouldn't fill it up. So we just dropped a new pump down in the water, down another 10 feet, and it never had a problem again.
Trip, huh?
Had a little pump house outside the house, little bricked up little shed. It was like you had to step down some steps to get inside of it, and it had a little metal fucking plate over the top of it, and a pipe sticking up out of it. You just put they had this the kind of pump we put down in there looked like it was about 2 feet long. It was about 2 inches around, and it had to have power to it, and it was like a screw pump or whatever, and it pumped a lot of water. It was only like 2 inches round and about 2.5 feet long. Worked really well.
Good. It worked really good.
Mm-hmm. Really well pumped. Really good well pumped.
Some good
it was the kind of pump I had
right?
to use because the pipe was only 4 inches around. Same guy I worked for he had some alfalfa pivots out in the desert. He grows alfalfa in 160-acre pivots. He had 3 of them out there. Pivot is a sprinkling system that goes around in a circle. Anyway, he had a well out there. It had an 8-inch pipe that went down. I think he said it was 350 feet, something like that, out in the desert before they hit water. Anyway, they had this well and this great big electric engine. I mean, this electric motor was like something like 50 horsepower or something. And it was like 4 feet long and 2 feet around, or big electric motor. And when he was driving his truck one day with a flatbed full of hay on it, and he drove across the road, and the ground, a sinkhole fell into the fucking ground because it was sucking sand out of that pipe for like 20 years. And they were watering their pivots with this well water. It had sucked out all the sand, and it made this hole was probably, I'd say 60 feet across around, and it dropped about 30 feet in it. And his trailer that he had pulling behind his truck was half in the hole and half out. It almost fell. He when it collapsed after he drove over at top of it, the sinkhole just fell into the earth. So it had that much of a cavity, an empty cavity of sand underneath the ground that had been pumping out for like 20 years. Finally just collapsed one day. Anyway, so they just left that hole there and moved and put a new pump in about 200, 300 yards from that one, and put a 12-inch pipe in it this time. And even a bigger motor, electric motor. Anyway, they're big alfalfa farmers, and they sell these great big bales. They're like 1,800 pounds. They're big round ones. You've never seen those great big round bales. But anyway, yeah, he drilled a huge well out in the desert because his other ones, the sinkhole, had pumped out so much sand for 20 years. It fucking dropped a hole 30 feet down and 60 foot across. Just fell into the earth when he drove over the top of it one day. It's like he didn't fall into it. I don't know if it would have killed him. It might have, to fall that far in a truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. I don't know about that. It just depends on how good the truck suspension would be, pretty much, at that point.
Or it depends on how it landed, I'm sure, too, you know?
Yeah.
If it kind of hit the edge and sort of landed upside down or something, it'd probably take you out. I don't know.
No, if he was drinking during that time, he probably would have a better chance of survival, you know?
Yeah, if you're all rubberized.
Yeah.
Yeah, drunk drivers, they seem to survive that a little bit easier.
That's what they say. I don't even know if that's true or not. You know what I mean? Who knows? We're not there. You know what I mean?
Right.
How do you know, babe? Like, how do we really know that?
I don't know.
My girlfriend, she reminds me of the beginning of G.I. Joe. It's like, my brother's in trouble. How do you know? I know. G.I. Joe. How does he know? He knows. The answer to how he knows is he knows. Like, the answer to dark matter is dark matter. I'm just saying, though.
Well, I'm going to go speak to the Father in heaven and go to bed.
All right, bro.
I'm going to ask him to forgive me for my sins for the day.
I think you did pretty good today. You might be able to wait a few days before. But
Thank
you know
you,
what?
God, Rock. You're a good man. God bless you.
Hey, take it.
God bless all you guys. You guys are all great people, man. I get a little heated sometimes, but, you know.
You're not mad at me, are you?
If shit goes down, I'm gonna be over there at your mountaintop.
All right, you're welcome. I'm gonna welcome people to come along for sure. That's not out of the question at all. I'm just waiting to. My father just passed away 2 days ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay, man. It's all good. He was so sick and he was suffering so bad. It was a blessing he went. It really was. He was laying in bed. We let him go in his own home, and he was laying next to my mom, and it put my mom through hell, having to change his diaper 2 times a day, and my sister and the nurses and everything else, and it wasn't good. He couldn't even talk the last week. you could just, his eyes were just like rolling in his head, and he was just gargling for air. And it's like, just, oh my God, please go, Father, please, Dad, just die, because you're never coming back. He hasn't walked for 2 years because he got paralyzed from a neck operation. Hematoma formed around his neck, spinal cord in his neck. He bled after they closed him up. A big blood clot formed around his spinal cord and crushed it. So from that moment on, that was 20 years ago. And so it took him over a year to walk again after that, to over a year of physical therapy. And they got the blood off of it the very first thing the next morning. They finally realized what had happened. And then they shot his neck full of this shit to dissolve the blood clot, and then had these tubes coming out of his neck, drained it all out and got the pressure off his spinal cord. But he was still paralyzed for almost a year, his arms and his legs.
What was the operation he got in his neck that messed him up?
They fused. They fused some of his vertebrae together, because his discs were all crushed, and it was really bad. That's not what really caused the problem. What caused the problem was they didn't check his A1C or his pro time, where that pro time is how thin your blood is, because he'd been on blood thinners for years, and his blood was still too thin. They should have waited another 2 or 3 days to do the operation. They didn't check his pro time on his blood to see how thin it was. And I think my dad even lied to him, said, "Oh no, I didn't take a blood thinner yesterday. I quit taking them 4 days ago," because my dad just wanted to get the operation so fucking bad and get it, because my dad was kind of a knucklehead that way. And so he told him that he hadn't taken them when he had, and then they did the operation and then just closed him up, and then it just kind of bled real, where the stitches were, and they stitched him up. It just seeped real slowly all night long and formed this big clot around his spinal cord. So it wasn't the operation that did it. It was the fact that it didn't stop bleeding through the small capillaries and whatnot, because his blood was too thin. But anyway, so it was a blessing that he went. It really was. I mean, we're all sad to have lost him, but he hasn't really been here for a long time. Not really. He's been suffering, and it's been pretty bad. So it was kind of a relief, especially for my mom's even coming out of it. It's only been 2 days, and she's already like leaving the house. She went shopping today, and all this stuff that she didn't want to go do because she didn't want to leave Dad laying in bed alone. Even with us going there and telling her, "Just go, we'll watch Dad." Blah blah blah. No, I don't feel like going. I want to be here. And so now that he's gone, she didn't left the house all day yesterday and today for like 3 or 4 hours at least, going shopping and doing some things. And went and got her a new dress for the funeral, and and she showed me her dress today when I got there. "Oh, what do you like my new dress?" And I said, "Oh man, it looks really nice, Mom. You look really cute in it and stuff." So she's already coming out of it. So it's been a blessing, really. I mean, when it gets that bad, you just, when it's time for him to go, it's time, man.
He had a long life. I bet he taught you a lot.
Yeah, it's 84. He died at 84. Yeah, everybody I've told about it says, "Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss and all this." And it's like, yeah, and I appreciate that. I really do. But to be honest with you, it was a blessing to see him go. He was suffering so bad. And my mom was it was killing her. And when it gets like that, then it's just time for nature to take its course, I mean, maybe that sounds kind of cold, but it's really not. If you'd have been there and seen what I went through for the last 6 months, especially, because I go there almost every day. I spent like 3 hours there today. I mowed the lawn, fixed 2 sprinkler heads that were leaking a little bit. One of them got broke off. Just normal spring maintenance. The secondary sprinkling system got turned on the other day. A couple of sprinklers were broke, so I fixed them. bought my sister a riding lawnmower last year because she's usually there and mows the lawn. But the battery went bad, so I went down to AutoZone today and bought a new battery and put in it, got it started and running, and then I just mowed the lawn today. But yeah, it was time, man. It was so much time for Dad to go.
I get you, man. Like I've seen it before. Like I've had relatives; they were just in a lot of pain, just in like the hospital. Just it was bad, and then it's like a relief. It's weird. It sounds weird to people, but it's a relief when they go, right? Because they're not suffering anymore.
There's a picture in the live stream I just posted. That's me mowing the lawn today. That's proof. I'm not lying to you, fellers.
You're looking kind of skinny, bro.
I'm 66 years old, bro.
No, that was a compliment.
Feel really good.
That was a compliment, man. There's not that many skinny people.
Yeah. I got a little bit of a gut on me, but I'm not real fat. I do need to lose about 20 pounds, but.
That's a nice picture. It's good you stay active in your age.
What's that?
Yeah, cool area.
That's a nice picture. I'm glad you're active at your age.
Yeah. That's Mom and Dad's backyard.
I don't think you'll slow down. That's good. Keep it up.
No, I'm good. I can build a place. I can work. I mean, I've had 5 heart attacks, believe it or not. But I've got 3 stents. They opened me up about 10 years ago. Went in and I had some arteries that had collapsed. So I changed my diet and changed my lifestyle and, a lot of different things. Quit smoking, all kinds of crazy shit. And I haven't had a problem since. So, and I feel really good. I see the cardiologist once a year. I do a stress test. They x-ray my chest to see if there's any more arteries that look collapsed or whatever. And everything's been looking really good ever since I had that problem. So I feel good, to be honest with you.
Were you ever a runner or a military guy or anything like that back in the day?
No, I was just a construction guy. I worked my whole life building homes, and I was a drag racer. I had a speed shop. I built race cars for a few years, and basically just worked construction. I done a lot of concrete work, a lot of framing, and then when I got older, I was a superintendent for the 17th largest construction company in the nation. I built the conference center in Salt Lake for the Mormon Church, the skating rink for the Olympics in 2002 in Salt Lake, the biggest cold storage unit in the western United States for Sam's Club up here in a town called Corinne, not far from here, a little bit north of where I live. So I built these great big skyscrapers and big, huge fucking buildings for the last 15 years of my career, basically.
All right, CIA. We need to know everything.
Yeah, I'm a journeyman in like 7 different trades: electrical, plumbing, framing, concrete, roofing, painting. You name it, I've done it. I could build a house from the footings to the shingles and everything in between, and I mean everything.
And now you're in here spying on the flat earthers.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther, bro. 100%.
No, I'm kidding.
No, I just want to go. That's always been my dream anyway. Is to
you do any sailing?
Buy some property out in the middle of not real far out, but out away from town, and build a small hand built home that I build myself. Customize it, and make it as nice as I can. I'd like to even build my furniture. I'd like everything in my house to be handmade by me if I could ever do that.
That's a goal, man. That's cool.
Wouldn't that be cool? Build your couch and your tables and your everything. You know what I mean? Just build it all. That'd be fun. To me, that would be fun. I could get that would motivate me to get up every day and go out and work and to try and get it done.
I always picture myself as part of a, I don't know, maybe a 300 to 400-year-old ship, like shipbuilder, master shipbuilder crew. Oh man, that'd be badass.
I decided I was going to grow my hair out. My mom thinks it's a bad idea. He said, no. I haven't cut it for about 4 months. You can see it's getting a little bit over my ears there. I used to have really long hair. It was like way down the back of my back, and my hair's really curly.
You can
So I have this
pray
huge, big
and
curly
meditate.
ponytail.
Pray and meditate easier with long hair.
Well, I kind of believe the Samson story too.
Their antenna.
There's something about a man's hair, and it's supposed to give him strength and different things. This actually, there's some real science behind it, believe it or not.
How do I grow my hair back?
Huh? Are you bald?
Not fully, but it's going. I'm early 30s, and it's going. It's it's almost gone.
My hair's really thick on top still. I mean, I got tons of hair. I don't know why, but I do.
Diet, get away from 5G towers, and
take a look at
there you go.
No, I figured it was the environment.
Your zinc is the hair growth is zinc.
I was going to mention
do not.
I was going to mention that earlier about the 5G radiation and see what everybody thought about not just the 5G, but your router radiation and the cell phone radiation, all that fucking shit. I think that shit's killing everybody.
Oh yeah, it's turning people insane too. You can see that people are being zombified. It's weird, like the norm.
That's another reason to get the fuck out of Dodge. Get the fuck out of a big city like that, because the cities are going to be way more heavily bombarded with that kind of background radiation out in the country somewhere.
Yeah, Stormfire. Don't also about your hair. Don't take finasteride without understanding the side effects. Like I've just heard some stuff.
I've only tried a few natural things so far.
Yeah, because that.
Go ahead.
That stuff apparently messes with your equipment downstairs.
Ooh. I've heard that it's the follicle where it comes out of your skin. If it gets clogged somehow, and there's some new. I don't know if it's harmful or not, but if you keep your hair follicles where they first sprout out of your head, if you keep them really cleaned out, somehow keep it scrubbed out, and I think they make a shampoo that's supposed to keep all that stuff, but maybe it's bad for you. I don't know. Maybe it's worse to use that stuff, but they say that if you keep the hair follicles cleaned out really good, then your hair will grow back.
I think there's some truth to it.
There seems to be some supporting evidence for that, quite a bit of it, but how you get it out of your head, that's a different story. I mean, do you have to use dangerous chemicals, or you know what I'm saying? What's the shampoo got in it that's going to, soak into your skin and poison you worse than you're already, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the part I'm not sure about is all.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure people, it is known what to do, but they won't tell us plebes, what,
If your hair is falling out, up your zinc intake.
I think it's pretty good advice.
Okay. I can't think of why I would be missing zinc, but let me research where you would get it from.
What's the one food you get zinc from? I forgot. There's this one common food that has a lot of zinc.
I don't know, man.
Do you guys remember?
I don't know, but I take a zinc vitamin pretty much about every other day. I've done some research, and they say if you take vitamin D, zinc, vitamin C, D3, and E, that it's supposed to be a good immune system booster. So I don't take a multivitamin because I think those things are full of weird chemicals for vitamins instead. So I try to take
the number
just the
one
natural
Lamb.
ones, you know.
Lamb has zinc. I remember now. It's like,
but I think
yeah.
if you do some research, it says that there's certain vitamins that support your immune system. So I started taking that when this coronavirus shit hit and people started getting sick.
Cocoa Puffs.
And I haven't been sick at all. So I haven't even gotten. I think I did get a sore throat and a little bit of a cold about 3 months ago, but it was come and gone in like 3 days. It was no big deal.
Yeah, I got like a random cold like for 1 week, but I just like didn't care and just did stuff as normal. It went away. It was pretty mild.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I've done a lot of research and I've got my own personal opinion about what's going on, but it's just not a place to discuss it.
Seems like the people going.
Rotten, you have an opinion?
I do.
How dare you?
Yeah, dude, that's not okay.
I do have one. I'm very strongly opinionated.
Really?
I thought the ones up above us try to make it so our opinions didn't count or we didn't have them at all.
They do that, I think. You're right. But since when did that ever stop you from having an opinion? I don't think it did. You're like me on that.
They seem to care a lot about our opinions.
I don't care what they think.
That's good, but they care.
I do to a certain degree. I'm not going to go out and preach on the street corners and try and bring attention to myself because I have plans for my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
There's things I still want to do. And I feel really healthy right now, so I want to get on it as soon as possible.
You've been going barefoot, God Rockin'?
No, I haven't done that yet. I do need to start doing a little bit. I have around the house. I've been taking them off since I've been taking my shoes off at home though, and not walking around in the house barefooted. So,
bro,
I do walk outside. I do walk outside for just a moment here and there, and walk out front of my patio and stuff for a few minutes. But no, I haven't walked around town barefooted yet. No. But I think you're right. To be honest with you, I think you're onto something for sure.
If you're looking through lenses to try to see like into stone, or like even if you're looking at the sky or anything, how doing it while you're barefoot as opposed to having shoes or boots on could change the whole way you view something. As far as like the electrical current that's flowing through you, able to flow through you or not flow through you, because you're looking at something that has lighting in it with glass. Like all these things are affected by electromagnetic frequencies, radio waves, electrical currents that are running through your body. Positive.
I think you're onto something for sure. I've told you this before. I think you do. You are right. I know. I think you're probably right for sure.
Just try it. Like,
you should
even if you feel uncomfortable doing it, just step out on that, and you're going to be surprised. You're going to be like, it's not like you even notice anything. It's when you put your stuff back on after not having it on for so long, you see such a change in difference. It's like, whoa. That's when it's noticeable, bro.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to start doing more of that. But I did start since I talked to you about this. The first time we talked about this was about 3 months ago, when I first talked to you, when I seen you on Witset's stream, and you were running around barefoot.
That was
running
around
barefoot. You were eating that orange. You were eating that orange raw, with eating the peeling and everything. And I thought, now this dude run around barefoot. He's eating an orange. I said, he's trying some shit that's probably a little bit out of the norm, but he's making sense. So I started thinking about it way back then, bro. I pay attention. I try to pay attention. I think that's one thing that most people, you need to pay the fuck attention to what's going on around you all the time.
What do you get? What do you eat in the whole orange?
He eats the peeling and all. Bananas too, I think. Ask him.
What does that give you?
Well, I mean, like, it's not going to eat itself, you know what I mean? Sometimes you just got to eat stuff as it is, you know what I mean? Don't try to alter it, just eat it as is.
What if the peelings have like that pesticide on it? You know what I mean?
I mean, it's not like it's going to be any better or any worse with or without it. And sometimes it's a bitter pill to swallow. I wouldn't recommend trying the pomegranate.
You could do some research on what you're talking about, like the peeling, possibly having like the where it's got that real bitter flavor to it a bit or something.
Yeah.
Maybe there is something in there that they tell us is not good for us. I mean, how often do them fuckers tell the truth? That's what I want to know.
I don't think I've never actually heard from anyone either way whether it is or isn't good. Like it's just everybody I've always seen everywhere has always done that.
Right. But so, even if they said it wasn't good for you, would you believe them? At this point, as much as we know now, as much as we know now, all the research we've all done, and we've all gone in different directions and researched this, that, the other. The flat Earth opens the whole fucking world for a new interpretation for you, and it has for me, and I know it has for most of you guys too. So,
totally.
Just think about it.
I don't believe anything they say. The only thing I believe is every single word they say carries a certain definition. So it's like, just like I believe in numbers or something. Like, I don't believe in their numbers, but I believe each one of their numbers is a real thing. It's just what they put together and they say it is. I don't believe anything, nothing. In fact, I think to do the complete opposite and believe the complete opposite, we should probably get a lot closer to the truth than anything close to what they say. The way they formulate their sentence structure, it's faulty. You should reverse it. Not you personally, but or not.
I've just become very, very untrusting of the government, of any large corporations or food growers or let's put it this way, food modifying people, GMOs, all that kind of stuff. I've just become very skeptical of all of that stuff because I don't think
you could go on. You could go on forever with the list of everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Or it's just really simpler to say like I don't trust anybody who isn't a flat earther. If you're not a flat earther, basically I don't trust anybody who believes we still live on a globe. Up to a certain, although a lot of my family is and I trust them, but up to a certain extent, I'm not going to trust them with any type of like medical advice, like health advice, parental advice,
it's all indoctrination.
Yeah, like I trust that they love me and like the things that they say are opinions that are close to their heart. Like I respect and everything, but other than trusting that they love me or that they try to have my best interest in mind, as far as like if I was sick, like they'd bring me chicken soup or something. But other than that, as far as like what they wear, from what they wear on their feet to the conditioning they put on their hair, to the theoretical conditioning they put inside their brain, to what they spend their time with their eyes looking at, the words that come out of their mouth, the reason that they drink their wine or whatever. There's a few things I'd agree on, like their food. They're vegetarians. They always try to be healthy. But as far as like everything else, it's just like, dude, they were like almost in their 60s, my dad and my stepmom, before they're like, well, guess what we're doing this year? We're going to Burning Man. Like, they're acting like Burning Man, some new stuff. I'm like, oh, yeah?
That's cool,
they're
though.
Like, yeah, like,
Burning Man, that'd be fun. That'd be fun, man.
Yeah.
I don't know about breathing all that dust, though.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's just like, they're catching on kind of late, They're like that dude who's like, he turns 40 and he goes to jail or prison for the first time and he's like getting like youngster tattoos and he's just like, talking like one of the guys. He's like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, you're a little too old to be fucking coming in this.
I went to prison for 3 years, dude, and in 1993. Yeah. And
how old were
I
you?
had the opportunity to get tattoos by the best tattoo artists in the prison, and they were good. And I just kept telling them, no, man, I just don't. It's not me, man. It's not me. I don't have a single tattoo, and I'm never going to get one. And
but how old were you when you went?
My own personal preferences. I ain't marking my body up with no shit. No how.
How old were you when you went though, bro?
It was 1993. It was like 35, something like that.
Yeah, so like I'm that old, Like some people, I'm not saying prison or like, I'm just saying like, or like, dudes who are getting like old in their middle of life crisis, they like, some guys still see buy it with a red convertible top Miata. You know what I mean? They're like 80 years old. That car's like, they've had it like a year or two. They only drive it on the weekends. It's got like 30,000 miles on it. And you're like a red Miata. Some guys will get like the Porsche, whatever. She's like, they're trying like really hard. Like you can see, like, if you could put how much they're trying on a scale, they'd get a satisfactory gold star sticker. You know what I mean? When you hear people say like you're doing the most, those people are doing the most that they know in their little heads that they can do to scream like, "Look at me, I'm still cool," and like, I can go fast if I want to. So funny.
I know it is.
Dude, I gave my friend and his like younger sister. She's like 22, and like one of her friends, they were all drunk tonight. I gave them a ride. They're just like in the car, and so I'm like, as we're driving, I put on one of my songs, and then one of the girls like, "Oh, is this like an album?" I was like, "I don't know, I guess." And she's like, "Is he rapping about flat Earth? You're rapping about?" And then she's like, "That's a song." And then like they both got back on their Instagram, like, "Wow." And then before I could even answer them, the words should come out of my mouth. Their thought process was like totally not even had anything to do with the question they just asked because it was rhetorical. So I realized this is just what I'm observing. It's really scary.
That's
it really is. It's really scary. She told me to pick her up on Valerio Street and hung up. Pick me up on Valerio and hung up. Valerio's like 4 miles long. I mean,
that's funny though.
I feel like every time I talk to her, she might gain one brain cell or IQ point, and I lose like 5 or 6 times just associating with her. I really do. I feel like I come away. I come away from the transaction stupider than I was before I got there. You know?
Oh fuck!
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah, it's kind of an experience that you're good to have every once in a while.
Well, I threatened to go to bed earlier. I'm going to go now. It's 2 a.m. here, so I got to go. I got to go help Mom again tomorrow.
Good night, God rockin'.
Funeral stuff and whatnot. So,
all right,
yeah.
bro.
Thanks, you guys. Have a good night.
Good night.
Peace out.
Yeah, peace out to everyone. Thanks.
God bless.
God bless you guys too. Thanks.
So I came to the conclusion that like cholas from the neighborhood who go out with like gang members and stuff like that, they do their makeup all nice. Those are like the number one fans of Flat Earth as far as being true appreciators of like lyric content, delivery, message, motive, thought, intention in the music. These are the ones that like it the most.
And why would that be?
And I was being totally sarcastic. I'd say they're the ones that like it, understand it the least.
Now you gotta tell us your experience turning Flat Earth.
Huh?
How was it for you when you went flat?
Oh, when I became a flat earther? Or actually, when I realized the globe was not real?
Yeah, tell us the story.
Like from the very moment, it's like it was like all these comments I was hearing on the video that I wasn't paying attention to, and it's weird. It's like I look at it as like pre-flat Earth, post-flat Earth. That one comment felt like I look back at it and all I see is like a bolt of lightning going through the middle of the TV and splitting my life right down the middle. Because from that moment on, and before it even really registered what it said in my brain, I knew. And so I didn't really try to disprove it or prove it. I just started looking into it, I'd say by midnight that night, or like even a little before midnight. So found out probably 5 or 6 hours afterward, I had already told at least 15 or 20 people. and I'm already wanting to argue with people about it because I'm like, I think everybody would catch on real quick. I realized real quick they don't. And then I got my ass handed to me and made myself look like an idiot for the longest time trying to argue with people about it until I just stepped back and started paying attention how to do it. But yeah, I've argued with people every day since I've been a flat earther. And it's been since like the end of 2017, like the very end, right as the Thomas Fire was coming to a head. No pun intended. So yeah, I don't know. I like to dive into stuff. If I like it, that's all that's going to consume me. But,
but when did it happen? When did it happen? What were you listening to?
So I was like I said, my chick was like, she told me about it a week or two before. I don't even remember. And it was like, it would be like if somebody came up to you on the street and they're like, the popcorn kiki monkey punky. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, babe, get out of my way. Like, what are you saying? Like some meme or something? Like, I got to go to the bathroom. Like, I got stuff to do. I don't got time for this, kid. You know what I mean? You know, I thought she was just being cute, you know, saying little words and stuff. So I didn't pay attention to it. And then like, she may have mentioned it again, but I was like, Jackie, please, like really, like you're just saying gibberish. I don't, because she was like, she used to say stuff about tarot cards too, and I'd be like, please, I don't want to talk about tarot cards or whatever you call them, or face page or like chap snatch or whatever. I don't got time for these kids stuff. I got adult stuff to do basically. So when that video came on, I actually consciously looked for the remote control, couldn't find it, and I just mounted the TV up towards the ceiling like a couple of days before that. So I couldn't like get up and I couldn't. I'm just like an inch away from reaching the thing. I can't do it. And I actually thought about going. And we just lived in a little studio. There wasn't much I could stand on at the time to do it. And so I just like sat down. I was like, whatever. Like his voice wasn't annoying. Like Eric Dubé's voice. I was like, okay, I don't have to turn this off. If the voice is like really annoying or whatever, it does something inside me. It changes me like intrinsically, and I have to do anything I can to chop. Like I'm very super sensitive to certain sounds and tones and frequencies. Some of them make like the ringing in my head like really loud. Some of them I get super attracted to, and I'll be like almost in a trance by them. It's weird, but his voice was good though. If his voice hadn't sounded the way it sounded, I would have had to tune it out or leave. But the voice automatically like made it so the vibration of the tone he put out correlated with mine, so it was easy to absorb. And once he hit the part about surveyors don't put out no train tracks, don't take the curvature into account, that's when it was like, looking back, it's like lightning bolt right for that point. And then from that point, I'm giving this thing my whole undivided attention. My friend was like smoking weed, trying to make a thing, and I was just like not listening to him. He kept talking like, bro, go outside or whatever. I'm listening to this. And then before it was over, I'm telling him like, dude, you hear what he's saying? And he was just looking at me like, yeah, but I don't know. Like, I'm like, no, nothing, dude. What the hell? Like, how are you not believe? How do you really think we still live on a globe? A half hour after I found out, and I'm telling him how that, and same look as like 90% of the people give me now. It's like, there's just nothing there. And said, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I found one correlation today I found another flat earther is like really into the same colors I am. That could have been a coincidence, but like real earth tone colors, our favorite colors are like navy green, gray color. That's like my favorite color, navy greenish gray, you know, with like hints of like dark earth burning, anything that's like earth tone. And that was his too, but I'm gonna have to put up a survey and see how many people in this Discord are in here. If their favorite colors are an ensemble of earth tone colors, or if they like, you know, like royal blue colors, like are they football, baseball team colors, which are totally non-earth tone colors, or are the majority of the people in here earth tone color people? Or just don't answer that at all. It doesn't matter. I'm just curious. I'm wondering, like, how there's got to be some type of formula or some type of like pattern recognition that you could say this, and this, and this is the probability of this person being a flat earther. It may be something that's completely unpatterned, unhuman, patternized, recognizable. You know, it might be.
Maybe you need to make like a 20 questions and see where we are compatible, because I notice a lot of it is distrust in authority, or at least in government,
Yeah.
or in the system, like I don't know, education, military, government, media. And then I have to admit, I was in conspiracies before, right? So I was in conspiracies before, not that they were crazy, but just some conspiracies. I was into that. Just like not like a hobby, but just like an interest, right? That's another thing. Critical, about healthy skepticism, right? So I noticed for me, I can call people's bullshit like when they start bullshitting. I know the bullshitting just because I know how they look, how they act, how they sound. So I kind of always know when people are lying, and you just take that, to wherever you go. But I didn't see it until I saw Mark Sargent's Flight of the Clues. It just hit me like all of a sudden, like, oh my god, And it took about 2 weeks to try to see if it wasn't that, but I couldn't find anything that told me that it was what they say. So I went back.
So I think that all the while, like what I'm mentioning about trying to find some pattern recognition or something, I'll be that old guy standing outside in the front of the supermarket with like a table set out with all these information and like, hi, would you like to sign for this petition or that petition? Whenever people tell me that stuff, I'm just like, I just look at them for a second and smile at them, and I don't say anything, and I just walk away. Sometimes I'll flat smack them, but usually I just look at them like a kid at a lemonade stand that doesn't have any lemonade, and they still want a quarter, and they still think they have lemonade for sale. I look at them like that, But I think that they've been monitoring it, and not like they're watching you because they're going to bust you or da da da. No, I think they're monitoring it because they know everything that they have everything that we could ever want as far as like any material things or being able to control a human being's emotions. Like they see this girl, if there's no other way they could possibly get her, even kidnapping's out of the question. There's always a plan F for whatever it is, which is like doing some spirit cooking, whatnot, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and you're going to get this. Pretty much, they have this down to a very fine science. Like if they want a person to be a certain way or whatever, they might get a few elements of an animal's entrails or insides or whatnot, like a few organic things, a few living things, a few elements, whatever, depending on how complicated it is. And it's all like mathematics as far as like an element, a color, something organic from an animal, something organic from a person, something organic from the ocean, something organic that grows from the ground up, something organic that would appear to grow from the sky down, like leaves that are dangling straight down, like different things like this. They have, and it's so strange. Like there's things like this with like thousands of different algorithms will equal this result, right? And it's exactly the same as like for us. Like if our goal is to go to the store and get a bag of Cheetos, then you drive your car to the store is one of them, right? The other one would be like putting gas in it. The next one would be like putting some paper in our hands and rubbing it. And the next one would be like exchanging the paper with the cashier, giving that cashier a couple metal discs, right? The cashier gives us our item, and then like an inventory list that is made up of like ink and like jet paper, right? After that, it would be like a couple like, excuse me, like some ladies like taking a long time to walk to the door, multiple things, like a few of this, a few of that, and you have basically a bag of Cheetos coming back to the house. As simple as like pouring milk in a bowl of cereal.
Are you high right now?
Am I high?
Yeah.
No, I'm bi right now. I'm identifying
really
as a bi.
You're going really fast. You're just going really fast, like talking.
Well, hey, bro, if I'm talking too fast, you may be listening too slow.
Maybe I'm just slow, bro. Go ahead, keep on.
Well, if you'd like to talk, I'll stop. Go ahead.
No, you're telling me stuff. It's just like you're going real. I just want to see if you're high. You're not? Okay, cool. Don't mind me asking.
If I was or if I wasn't, I'm just wondering how would that be relevant to the quality of the subject or the point I'm getting across. I'm just curious. If that's all you got out of what I was saying, then obviously I'm not doing.
Talking really fast. Don't get offended. I'm just saying.
I'm not
talking
offended
really
at
fast.
all. Actually, I take it as a compliment when people say I talk very fast. Here, Let me slow it down for you. See what I'm saying? I'm using too many complicated words for you. Yeah, I'm just messing with you. Also, I'm gonna slow it down a couple notches. Hold, let me change the equipment. Beep.
How about animals? You
Animals?
like wildlife? You like animals like bobcats and shit, and tigers and fish.
What do you mean,
Yeah,
like them?
that might be uh, something we have in common. Maybe like if you appreciate nature.
Well, I mean, everything's nature. Like the grass outside is nature. It's just as much nature as like the tree with no buildings around it. As far as like, what do you mean? You mean
Because
nature
some
as far as
people
like
don't
anything that's not
appreciate
man-made? Huh?
nature, and they don't give a shit about animals, and they'll fucking shoot cats, and they'll step on plants and trees. They don't appreciate nature. They don't give a shit.
I don't know anybody who could step on a tree. They'd be a big person to do that. But plants, I don't. I mean, like just somebody like stepping on flowers and through stuff. Like I don't. I don't purposely step on anything like that. I wouldn't go out of my way, like way out of my way, not to step on plants. I mean, plants have been here way before us. They're resilient. As far as like nature, like I don't even think they can burn nature. They have to pour accelerants on nature to actually burn it. And even then, it doesn't even look like a natural fire. That stuff doesn't burn. You see rims melt in the middle of the road, but nature's just fine because nature doesn't really. Nature's pretty natural. You know, it stands up really well against all the elements, like really well. You know, I think we don't give nature enough credit. Like I don't really believe in endangered species and all this stuff like that. It's just there. How could they ever? I've seen like numbers of butterflies. They say fly south every year. It's like counting the grains of sand. I don't think anything man could ever do could ever wipe out any one animal, insect, bird, whatever. I just don't think. I think we're giving ourselves way too much credit to be able to do that, and then like not giving our creator enough credit. Like whoever created all this, how could another thing he created take out one of his creations? I guess it's possible, but at the same time, just don't think.
Okay, I believe nature is powerful to replenish itself, right? But do you think that man is killing nature by like cutting the rainforest and poisoning the oceans, or not really?
Yeah, I don't believe the oceans are poison. If they put toxic stuff in there, it's only poisonous for like as long as it's there. As soon as it's washed away somewhere else, it breaks up and dissolves and splits up, and it gets so small in every way, like every direction, that at like within a certain point, it's a moot point. You know, unless it's still continually spilling, an oil spill, whatever it spills, it's gone like within a day or two. It's a moot point. Some washes to the shore, right? And they always show you all those pictures of just that oil that washed to the shore or whatever, trying to convey, make you feel a certain type of way. But I just don't think that man has enough of anything because everything comes from Earth originally. Everything on Earth comes from Earth. So how can you pollute Earth with the Earth? You know, like I said, everything that they do that's not natural is all some form of witchcraft or a spell, where they combine this, and this, and this, and they get this. You know, a lot of it's mixing things together that shouldn't be mixed. So you get certain types of plastics, nanoparticles, nano things. And so I think the less organic it is, it's still just as organic as everything else. It's just you're mixing certain elements with other elements that you shouldn't be mixing. They're not good. And the more of it you mix, the more susceptible they would be to like unclean spirits or positive electricity, which is the exact opposite of our world. We think positive is good, negative is bad. In the electrical, metaphysical, or world where like a spiritual world, it's all the same thing. You have a battery and a car battery. The red part is positive, but that's the dangerous part. So it's a complete inversion of us. You know, as above, so below; as within, so without. Just a complete inversion. So I don't know. They just mix things a certain way, or like this with this, and you get this. And so they're trying to find the worst mixes possible that they can, make the mix worse and worse and worse. So it picks up dirty and dirty and dirty electricity. But as far as like them polluting or doing anything to the natural part, I just don't think it's possible. I think if they could, they would. they would create way more factories, that could do it. I don't think
have you heard this? It takes 1,000 years for a glass bottle to decompose, recycle by itself. True or false?
Have I heard that statement?
Yeah, but is it true or false?
Oh, I mean, who of us would have been around even half that long to even ever prove that? Even in a year's lifetime, how many glass bottles have we seen, and who takes the time to follow them? I just don't think anybody could ever know that.
Hey, Flattery, good day.
What up, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing very well. Yourself?
Cool. Pretty good, bro. Who is that right there? Let me see.
That's PMAC. PMAC.
Okay, cool. I couldn't see your thing. Cool. How you doing, dog?
Yeah, good man. Good man. We had some fun last night, man. You were funny as fuck, bro. That was good.
Thank you, bro. Yeah.
I enjoyed that. I just actually listened to it back there for a wee second there because somebody was asking me about it, so I was getting timestamps so they could listen. And
oh, that's cool.
Oh, dude, that was funny, man. The shit you came out with, I enjoyed that.
Right, dude. Sometimes I'll just come in and it'll be like, oh man, I scored that. Like, I'll hear him just saying the perfect thing, and I'm just like, oh my gosh. I think the funniest comment, and it'll have been dry for like so long, back and forth with facts and everything. I'm like, dude, I got to throw some Mentos in here, even if people get mad about it, like just to kind of mix up like the whole feeling and emotion of it. But sometimes the Globers, they should make a show called "The Globers Say Damnedest Things." They say, I'm like, oh my god, I've heard this a million times, but it's phrased just a teeny bit differently. They altered it just ever so slightly, or they're just getting their script wrong.
Their script, or they have a hive mind.
Explain words that they shouldn't be, and I'm like, oh, they're just reading it from the script. If they had said it natural, they would have said the word right.
Yeah, some of them can't even read their script. It's pretty sad.
Yeah. It's because it's typed, or like somebody else wrote it out for them. They're not familiar with that person's handwriting or that typing. It's better if they give them a little bit more time and let them write it out themselves and practice it. Sometimes though, when it comes to crunch time, we don't always have the most time. Sometimes it's like by the seat of our pants type. So what I mean, you can just work with what you got because you're gonna get away with it anyway. You know what I mean?
Especially if you're like a shill, you're probably flying by the seat of your pants quite often.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is probably testing. This is probably a common testing run before they let people hit like really cheesy really low small town like newscasts when they're doing one of their FFs.
Right.
They're like, you know what? This guy, we just don't feel like he has I don't think this dude will hold his water like when questioned by certain. Well, let's throw him in there. You know what I mean? This could be a perfect testing ground. Just to see how quickly they respond off the cuff and sound natural or not. And most of the time, like, yeah, this dude needs to be polished big time. He tries to say something and it just sounds completely foreign. It's like jerky, like a lizard or like a bird style, and not like a mammal, where it's like smooth and like fluid.
Where you hear that there was that one guy like a few nights ago. He tried to bring up this like gyroscope instrument like for navigating, and he couldn't even say it. Like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, he was like, and then somebody said like, do you even understand what you're talking about? And he's like, well, no, this is really good. Like, if you know a lot about the globe and you're coming to a Beta Flat Earth for the first time, why would you ever talk about something that's you thought was cool just recently and you don't even know what it does really? You could the bare minimum of it. If you know that much about the you know what I mean? Like I know a lot about mountain bike racing. I'm going to race you, right? But then the day of the mountain bike race, I show up to you with like a road bike with like that's made of all carbon fiber, like those really delicate ones that only should be on the road. And I'm like, so this is a really cool bike, and like that's what you come to. You've been bragging that you can do this, and that's what you bring. So it's like they almost brought that just to be like, oh, I didn't realize it wasn't mountain bike time. Like, yeah, you knew the whole time, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude.
Dude, it's like there's so many, dude. I could rattle off so many different little things they have. I have actually this book. It's an illustrated book, but it's called the art of what's it called? The art of the debate, basically. And it's all animated, but it has everything in there, like red herring, slippery slope. Yeah, like, and it all gives like graphs, like where something will be in the middle, and it'll like different lines to this thing and that. I should post it. Yeah, it's a really cool book. she found it at Barnes and Noble. She's always looking for books like that, but it gives like it's really cool. It's a really interesting book. I'm surprised I've never heard anybody talk about it because it's all the arguments, every single one of their arguments. And what's really crazy is they'll be giving an example to like the author of the book giving examples of like certain parts of their argument. And there's many times when he brings up like as an example, people used to believe the Earth was flat, an archaic belief.
Man.
It's so funny he like where he brings it up at. And so I'm wondering, like, does he know and he's just clowning, or I don't know. It's really hard to put a finger on it. Like, I'd say that I would think in my mind, like, amongst the elites, they have a definitive class of them that all know and they all recognize that they know about it and it's part of their thing. And then there's other ones that are like, you know, probably just like this, how like some people are gold, like this person's qualified for this. Like, this person's already passed all the tests of never going to say anything, so it doesn't matter. You know, we're not going to give him this wisdom yet, but we're not scared of him finding out because we've like tested this fool's metal, and you know they could put him through a lot more tests before, like, you know, they make it feel like it's safe where they're not going to say anything about FE. Because I mean, they probably, you know, they probably seriously, like, you know, disposed of, you know, put people down, whatever they've had to do. I'm sure that's way more common than we even think. I'm even talking to like low-level criminal organizations, like having to at least have done one and being witnessed by the crew, where they like can take a picture of it and they have something on you now. So now at this point, like, you know what I mean? It's probably pretty easy, just with the influence alone and just that clout chasing to get that in so many socioeconomical type of classes of people, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, you better be surprised. Like people that look like lawyers and stuff, all the way to like the street gang member with the tattoos on their face and everything in between. You know, once it gets to that point, you know,
these organizations have everyone like they from all aspects of society. Like they recruit from everyone. But yeah,
and I think that's the prerequisite. That's the prerequisite for, you know, even you probably have to do that even, and then being told, and then just to be considered for not apprenticeship, but just to be considered for acceptance. Like that's your prerequisite, putting that one. So if it starts at a body, I mean, I could only imagine, you know, the degradation and the deplority. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, the depravity. Yeah, that they put themselves through. No, it's horrible. They basically, like, you have to kill your humanity to make it further up. Because, you know,
for sure.
They
Basically,
need to mold you.
They just want you to do the opposite of what you're capable. Like you're put here to create life, you know?
Yes, right.
And then they want you to take it too. Dang, imagine those two different feelings of emotions. You know, the complete opposite of them washing together.
They want to just kill your humanity and make you a sociopath, right? So you won't hesitate to, you know, do the stuff you'll have to do when you're higher up.
I think it's more. I think they have different demographics where they're like color coded maps. It's like where there's this amount of people in this area, they want this specific from them, and this, you know what I mean? It all changes depending on the infrastructure that they're building. You know?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, I bet you in highly rich areas where there's like continual careful infrastructure and people to check it all the time. People who live in that region have a long life expectancy. You know?
Right. But going back to your example, you said like how they use this example, like flat Earth is like, I don't know if it's kind of like a wink. It's like, I feel like, I mean, they always go to that example, but I feel like if they put it there, they're probably just telling other people in their organization, like, yeah, like, you know, I'm this level or something. You know, I think there's something there because it's weird how they all use the same example.
Yeah. I mean, they don't even have to say flat Earth. The ones that they're coming out and saying flat Earth, those are like basically just like I call them like a drag spoon. Yeah, they're like drag spoon. They're like there's a fishing vessel that's picking up thousands of fish, and then just for almost for kind of a decoration, it'll have a couple chains like, you know, that are following the boat, you know, with just a few nets on it, just basically picking up the trash, like, you know, trying to clean up the ocean. And you know what I mean? They catch a few like that. That's like that, you know. It's not like any real damage control. It's just like basically, you know, picking up the stragglers. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. Yeah, the best damage control, which is like the offense, would be like how they got the age to start a kid in school, where they start with the Santa Claus thing first, right? So your first memory of a kid is being told something that's wonderful and like magical, and then between that and the point where you know it's your parents and that wink wink, there's no real definitive like. I'd say that would be the other lightning that separated my life from the time like I realized there's nothing wrong about knowing about Santa Claus or whatever till the time when I realized that it's not true, therefore it's a lie, and that these are the same people in the same system who told me from the gate that it's bad to lie and you got to tell the truth. But the first thing you ever taught me before I even knew right from wrong was a lie.
Yeah.
You see the irony here?
Yeah.
Do you see the Hegelian dialectic?
There you go. There you go.
They grab your hand, punch you with your own hand, and say, "Stop hitting yourself."
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. So the first thing we're ever seeing before we know even words usually is something about Santa Claus presents. They entice us with like material things.
Yeah. I still remember distinctly, like I remember the conversation where I brought up basically flat with my dad when I was a kid. I was just like, I think we were looking over the water. I was like, it's like flat. And then he said, no, like the horizon's the curve. And then he said, oh, and the globe is spinning. And I remember this. It's weird, like that. I remember this so clearly. And then he said,
"Factory setting, Doug."
Yeah, but it's just like this.
We're right back to their factory settings.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like this formative experience for me. And then he said that.
Oh, you remember though definitively, yeah, like saying that to him, huh?
Yeah,
yeah.
And then he said we're going like thousands of miles per hour. We're rotating.
Yeah,
like that. How is that possible? He said, oh, because it's always been that way. We just don't feel it. So
I know it's like it's the factory settings depending on what part of the world you're from. They say like the way they pronounce things or say it would vary a little.
Yeah, but it's weird because my dad's like a smart guy, and it's just like, yeah, he says the exact same stuff. Like everyone says the same.
Crazy. It's crazy because you could put your dad in like 100 or even 1,000 other situations.
Oh, did you break up? I think you broke up.
Hello?
There you go.
Okay.
You find your POT.
Yeah. I think, well, there's another guy who asked me if I was, he said, "Excuse me, sir. I appear to be listening too slow. Therefore, I assume you are talking too fast." But
I think
I forgot my POT.
You start going so fast, your phone's going to pick it up.
Yeah, I know.
No, dude, you just have a higher verbal IQ, so it's just like when you talk, like some people are used to like hearing things that quickly. It's probably why.
Yeah, that's it.
They were
talking POT.
They started using the C word. We used the F word a few times, but you were like, "Oh my God, you shall not swear upon the server." And I was asking him like, "Who made you the Discord police?" And you were like, "Yes, you shall not speak with the king and the fortification." And then
fornicating under the consent of the king.
Oh man, it's comedy gold.
That's what it really stands for. That's what it legit stands for.
Yeah, that's where it came from. Yeah, the F word. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
because basically it was like this. It was like this. If you get married, you have to pay a tax or one fell swoop tax to the king, right? So if you're not married, what you're married, obviously sex comes along with it. That's the reward, right? So if you're not married, but you're enjoying the sex and you have potential for doing what you're actually put down here for, which is creating, you're going to have to either A, let the king shag her first, or B, pay a set fee even for that one single time and the same set fee for every single time. It's less than the total marriage fee, but overall it's more expensive. So you have that option, or you have the first option, which I highly recommend, letting the king have his way with her. If that's what you want to FUCK with a girl, you let the king have his way with her first, or you pay the single one-time tax you would keep paying if you wanted to FUCK her every day. Or you get married and pay the tax, which would be equal to a few years tax. Basically, it'd be brought like that. So he's just like, dude, I don't have the money to have sex with you, babe. And she'd be like, well, then we're never going to get married. And you guys both are like, it's like a Mentos, like you both look at the kingdom and your eyes sparkle and you're like, Mentos. And she'd be like, I'll be back tomorrow. And it's like the fresh maker.
I think that went over their heads last night. They hadn't a clue what the fuck you were talking about. And like we've all seen Braveheart, and that was a thing in the old days where the Lord of the Land could actually sleep with whoever got married.
Yeah,
he had
flocking here.
Yeah, he had the right to sleep with your wife on the wedding night before you did. You know,
Yeah, he's on the wedding night. Yeah,
and
that's classic. Yeah.
What do you call them? Dark Souls and Fistex They probably didn't have a clue. And then you know, I was taking the piss out of their Australian accent, and then he says, and while you're doing it, you should be doing it upside down. It would make it sound more fucking Australian. Oh, dude. You should be on stage sometimes, eh?
Man, sometimes I feel like I have stage 1 cancer.
We threw them out of left field. We were just playing with them for a while, and I went down to Livestream too. Oh my god! And Aaron and Danger came down and helped me out, and then Witchcraft showed up. Witchcraft just fucking the troll. He calmed them down, but just his voice, he just sorted them clean out, and it was But I shouldn't have done that. Because I lost my cool a little bit a few times down in Livestream too, but it wasn't broadcast, so I knew I could. But I might have called them a few bad words and things like that there, but lesson learned, I'll not do that again, you know.
Bro, if people don't mess up on the live stream and be like, damn, I really looked like an asshole right there. I didn't represent Flat Earth well. Like, if people didn't do that, it's just like, we want that, because that's like, why would you want to ever stop anything that comes out of you naturally? Like, so if your intentions are good, right? And you say something that other people don't think was like right, or like, you didn't, you're not representing this because you said this ice wall word. Like, I don't know what exactly. I'm not saying any one word in particular, like, but they just jump down the people's throats or something like, like, we're not talking about this. Somebody will be like, in the Bible, as soon as you start to say in the Bible, and you can't even say the word says, and somebody's like, yeah, excuse me, we have other places you can go and talk about that. You're like, all right, yeah. Like, you're like, okay, well, damn. All right. And then you just feel like you're ostracized, you did something wrong, but like, dude, embrace that like feeling you feel right there, that like that corrected feeling. Because it's different. Like, you're going and talking to people listening to you, to somebody just cutting you right off and telling you, like, you want to talk about that, go to another room. It can kind of deflate your bubble a little bit sometimes, right? But if you really like love this sour taste of stuff, then like you'll crave that, because if you get it, it's going to be that much harder for them to make you feel that way next time. So imagine if that happened to you for like 7 days out of the week, right? Once I got I wouldn't say that, I got harshly reprimanded and multiple time corrected in like a 16 or 20 hour period between like Helio and like all kinds of like main ones. They're like, we're getting complaints all night that you just keep playing Flatter-day Saints. And I was just like, oh, like I had put my playlist on, and so I was like, dude, I just can't like play my own stuff over and over again, because the only person who would want to listen to that anyways is me when I'm on the POT. So yeah, I won't try to do shit like that anymore. Sometimes I won't even play my stuff. I'll play other things, whatever. I don't know, but yeah, I felt real small. But then I started thinking about it. I'm like, you know what? I don't even really know these people face to face, but I care that much about what they say, because they're all like, you can tell if somebody's a real one in here or if somebody's not. And then the ones that aren't don't stay. And the ones that are, like, dude, they have so many different like vast opinions, some about the Bible, some against, like some about horticulture, some not. Some people take their shoes off, some don't. Like, some people still watch Star Trek and they think it's cool, some don't. Some people are vegans and some love steak. Like, and like some of them they're flat out offended by them. They're like, oh my God, yeah, like, I can't believe this person says the Bible word or says Satan or says this. Like, but that's actually really, you want all these different things to don't mesh well together, because like all the components in between, like, I don't know, it just makes it everything perfect. Like, if every single person was a chief, we wouldn't have any Indians here. But there's everything in between, like chiefs and Indians, Not that one less or more. You know what I mean?
I suspend my disbelief. I know Helio does too. I still enjoy films like Dune and all these other space things because of the fantasy factor of it. Imagination.
Yeah.
But you can always
for sure.
intention intent is a powerful energy, and you can tell when somebody has the right or the wrong intentions. And when they say something to Klaus, they call Klaus a cunt. Says, "They just shut up, you cunt," or something like that. And I said, "That's not nice." And that was the moment I realized that these two guys were just here to make trouble.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think you knew their intentions at that moment, and then I think we took the piss out of them in a good way. We did all right.
Yeah, if somebody insists on an accent, I'll send an axe at them.
Yeah, and he was telling me to shut up, and I can't stop talking. So I says, "Right, go ahead and talk." But what he didn't realize is that every time he opened his mouth, I was pushing the button and just saying, "Yeah, hi, what, huh?" Just to interrupt him.
That's it. That's one of the most famous Glober tricks actually does. That's funny that you're using their equipment against them now. It's so classic. Dude, I saw somebody posted a meme the other day, and the meme showed a stick, like a walking stick, that's not perfectly level. It's like warped to some places, but for the most part, like it's straight. You could stir stuff with it, right? And it said, ancient way of measuring the curvature of the Earth, and then the modern day one was a laser, and it's like modern day one of measuring the curvature of the Earth. You know, it was so funny. Like, how are you going to measure curvature with something that's curved in war?
There's nothing better than taking the weapons that they use and turning them against them, like, and they don't even realize that you're doing it.
Yeah. They call what they call like weapons of mass destruction. We'd call like weapons of corruption. You know what I mean?
If you took a flight today, took some time to celebrate.
Sing it, Freddy.
Fly today.
Oh shit! I just realized you guys are in a rare situation right now. Keep going, bro.
We do like a little tune here now and then.
Flight Day should do a cover of Holiday.
I just realized I have my backpack with all my notebooks in it right here. This is rare that I have all of them right here. It's so crazy. Imagine like 7 or 8 full notebooks that are covered, and some of them are each page front and back is covered. Because when I'm not on something like this, I'll be sitting there writing like maniacally. All you hear is a pencil going.
That's a lot of notes, bro.
Yeah, I can't. Like I write everywhere I go. Anywhere I go, I grab anything I can. Sometimes even if I have to wrap like a paper soda cup, like rip it or something, to write on it, or a paper bag. Sometimes I'll just rip open my cigarette thing because I need to scroll something and I don't have anything to write on. But like I have whatever is in my mind that comes out, that I like scroll down those words. You know, sometimes I'll stop those commercials where like for a new pill and they're like may cause bleeding and I'll stop and I'll write every symptom down. And I'll like, wow, that could rhyme with so many different things. It's really cool. Like anaphylactic, I love that word.
Anaphylactic. Yeah, I wish I had done that throughout my life because I'd probably have like half a page by now.
Oh, really? Yeah.
But half a page of things I thought of, original thoughts.
No, most of these, almost 90% of them is all rhymes, like raps and rhymes. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I did a little
like here's an example like this. He goes like, I just had a static piezoelectric reaction from a bag of hot Cheetos and demon salad. That habit, Mrs. Babbitt, as a matter of fact, is I scream and I shout it. These flat-a-day raps are like a genie got out of the bottle and was like yesterday before tomorrow.
That's good. Like last night, one of the trolls, he says, I just took a shit in your mom. That's what he said. He actually said that. And I just says, yeah, he says, No. That was his troll. I just shut up. I just took a shit in your mom, and I went, "Hey, bro, I just took a shit in your head. How do you like that?"
Damn.
You know,
But I mean, to come on Discord and just say that, like, that's all you have, you know?
they're not original. I don't think they have an original thought in their head. Like they're just reading the script.
Watch shit went out. It goes, if it wasn't for NASA, then we'd never have access. And if it wasn't for the fake pictures of space and Peggy Whitson, an actress, yo. If it wasn't for sleep, I wouldn't have mattress. And if it wasn't for fire, I wouldn't have matches. And if it wasn't for me getting pissed, I wouldn't have tantrums. And if it wasn't for EMF, people wouldn't have cancer. And if it wasn't for pictures, we wouldn't have cameras. And if it wasn't for rent, then I wouldn't be cashless. And if it wasn't for defense, then there wouldn't be taxes. And if it wasn't for Black lives, then nothing would matter. If it wasn't for hip hop, then there wouldn't be rappers. And if it wasn't for speeding tickets, no need for entrapment. If it wasn't no Holocaust, there wouldn't be encampments. And if it wasn't for drugs, then there wouldn't be habits. And if it wasn't for maps, then we wouldn't have Atlas. And if it wasn't for the Falcons, we wouldn't have Atlantis. And if it wasn't for wrapping paper, there'd be no package. And if it wasn't for smiles, there'd be no laughing. And if it wasn't for hands, there would be no clapping. And if it wasn't for lips, there'd be no chapping. And no reason, no need for chapstick. And if it wasn't for it, there'd be no passion. So I'm passionate about the things I'd be rapping. And if it wasn't for fingers, there'd be no snapping. And if it wasn't for cocaine, there'd be no cracking. And if it wasn't for your ass, there'd be no crapping. And if it wasn't for Top Gun, there'd be no Maverick.
Dude, that is good, bro. That
was insane, bro.
That is
That's
good.
amazing.
That is fucking good rhymes, bro.
Thank you.
No, honestly, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass, but I had goosebumps there when you were talking about if it wasn't for rent, I wouldn't be cashless and all that. That's fucking dead on, bro.
That's good shit, man.
Right. Thank you. Yep. I got notebooks and notebooks with like just stuff like that. It's crazy, dude. My room has probably like 3 whole bottom drawers full of notebooks. I started I think last year I started realizing like exactly the type of notebooks I need, which are it has to be graph paper. I can't really write very well, like the kind of things I need to write on lined paper. So like the graph paper helps me because I'm looking at things multi-directional. I'm looking at it as it going from left to right and then from top to bottom too when I write. So it spreads out like a spreadsheet kind of. But so it has to be graph paper because when I execute them, I always use black or dark blue ink for the letters, and then between each line I put like a red line or like an orange line. So it's definitely not part of the words, but they break apart each sentence, you know? So this paper is about, compared with like the regular size of paper, this graph paper, it's, the paper is longer. So I think it's, let me see how much longer it is. This paper is, I'd say, like 2 to 2.5 inches longer than regular paper in both directions. Like long ways, like where you rip the paper out of the thing, and then the other way from like where the rip is to where the edge it is, like 2.5 inches on each way. And that's the kind of, and then what I do, how I write it is I'll flip the notebook where the binding would be like parallel as far as like my eyes or like the binding would be parallel with the horizon if I was holding the book up to write with. And so I write the long way across graph paper, and I was having to do that on line paper, and it just I don't know, it rubbed me the wrong way, like having all these lines going up. Everything has to be symmetrical for me to understand it and do it. So like I finally found these books at what's it called, like Staples or something. And the more expensive ones have better binding, and they're just like more. But you can get one for like $2.99 with the graph paper. Like they're just bigger. So I have to do that because that's how I know exactly I'll have enough, like just the right amount of time in a line. Is if I go past that mark, then I have to scrap it. It's way better to go way before the end of the line because then you can slow down your words and mangle the words and like change the accent on the words or the tone, and then it changes the whole line. So a lot of times it's good to have even less because you can do a lot more with less than with more. With more, you have to like speed the words up, and you're not giving the words basically their respect, or like basically we're mistreating the words. We're not giving the words their full potential because every word has so much potential the way you say it and enunciate. What point you enunciate. So if we're cramming all these letters and words in one line, we're actually taking away from them instead of like bringing them out. So I think the best is just making it between half, and then from that halfway more. So like 3/4, and then you could give. That's when your words will blossom at like 3/4.
You have an artistic nature. You definitely do.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'm not going to ask you what you do for a living. That's a little bit too personal. But yeah, you're very, very artistic.
I do what everybody else does. I breathe air and I drink water, and sometimes I eat. You know what I mean? That's what I do for a living. Yeah, that's what I do for a living. We all do that for a living, though. You know what I mean?
Nice when we can afford to eat today with the prices and that there, and sometimes we fill up our gas tank. Sometimes too, if we're lucky.
Yeah. No. I mean, like sometimes I don't eat, like just because like I'll be writing or like doing something or going taking pictures or something. I just won't remember to eat. I won't feel hungry. I used to a long time ago. I used to get what I called hunger headaches, and it was because I was really hungry. But like a cup of like Starbucks or something with heavy cream and a cigarette would like get rid of that headache temporarily in between when I had to go eat. But now I don't need any of that, and I just don't get headaches. Period. Ever since I've been going barefoot, so I don't really when I get hungry. My hunger only comes when I'm not busy. Like when I'm stationary for a minute, I'll be realized like, dang, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in a long time. You know, sometimes I don't even remember the last time I ate. But I'm drinking water constantly, and my intake of air though is like top notch. Like the way I breathe, you know what I mean?
I think I had a slice of bread about three days ago.
Right.
With an
Dude,
egg
I'm
on.
starting to be like that with showering. Sometimes, like, I'll go a week without showering and not even remember. I was like, when's the last time I showered? Or like, or even change my clothes. Like sometimes I'll wear the same clothes just day after day, and then
my body odor is so fucking. It smells so good. I don't need to shower.
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't think about those types of things at all. Like things like that sometimes don't cross my mind. You know, I'm just doing whatever I'm doing. And
you're too busy writing this shit down, man.
Yeah, I get like lost in stuff where I'll spend like way too much time on something that other people are like, dude, why are you even doing that? Like I would never even do that, and you're just spending hours every day doing that. Or you know, I'm trying to get like translations in other languages for certain words in the Bible or for certain like things that have to do with like the zodiac calendar to try to correlate them. So I go off on tangents and stuff, but my walls in my room kind of look like in that movie where the guy has all these papers pinned everywhere with like all types of different drawings, shapes, and numbers and letters everywhere.
Right. I'm not quite sure which one that was. I remember Mel Gibson did one
I
called.
don't know if it was Memento or the other one.
Remember Mel Gibson did that one, Conspiracy Theorist or something?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh.
he had a bunch of stuff painted with wall, huh?
It was all over,
yeah. Yeah, he just tried to make people who like find clues and stuff look bad, and really they do put clues in a lot of stuff, dude. There's pattern recognition, and I'm finding pattern recognition in so many different things, and alphanumerical recognition. My friend was telling me since he's been trading in Bitcoin, he read it once somewhere and he looked it up, and from what he could tell was true. He said it's the same as the lunar cycle, the cyclical cycle. For every 28 days, you'll see the 28 days change, and it almost matches up perfectly with the moon phases, the Bitcoin. I was like, whoa, that's a trip. I didn't look it up, but it's something I'm going to look into. I'm just not into Bitcoin mining or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Shit don't interest me at all, you know? It's like a conceptual thing there's no real passion or spirit behind it.
Well, it's like Disciple Dave, remember we were talking last night about it, and when I was listening back, I realized what a good point he made is that they've made this Bitcoin and all this other cryptocurrency, and now they're trying to make a Fed coin. And so what he said is they'll do the switcheroo. They're currently making laws about getting their claws into it, and those sort of they'll make it illegal or ban it or whatever, and then the only thing
the world is
you can buy is the Fed coin or whatever it is. Or
Yeah, right.
yeah, it's a good point.
Like basically, once we go to cryptocurrency, dog, it's not going to matter the name or the organization that allegedly quote unquote owns it. Like once we go to that, dude, our freedoms are gone, bro. Like, and freedoms that we don't even realize we have, we take for granted. Like stuff like you don't realize it until it's gone, and then you're like, damn, like getting rid of gas powered cars would cripple people so badly, more than people could even understand. Like making everybody dependent on an internet type of powered by a battery, but then it gets a problem. Like my friend is a millionaire and he has a 2021 Bentley SUV, and when there's a problem with it, something will light up, and then he downloads something else from the new app or whatever, and then it corrects the problem. And like, dude, what? Do you understand how insane that is, dude?
Yeah, it's all online now. Everything's online. People have got their heads buried in phones.
That means that they created the problem. Then, if they can fix it remotely, then they created it, dude.
If the internet went down tomorrow over the entire world, people would be walking around like zombies. They would not know what to do with themselves. They would not have a clue. They would be lost. They'd lose their shit. There'd be people jumping off bridges and all kinds of crap. It's just
seriously.
Yeah, it's become that real, that reality.
Dude, that would be even cooler than when the quarantine first hit, and I was the only person out on the streets for weeks in a row. Nobody was out. There was like more seashells than I've ever seen my whole life on the beach because nobody was out, and everything, like, I felt wonderful. It was like the happiest time of my life during the quarantine. It really was, dude. I loved it.
Yo, Flatter Days.
Yo.
So
you haven't uploaded a song in about 2 weeks, man. Fuck is this?
Oh, you have a channel, Saturday?
I think he cut out again.
It's Latter-day Saints on YouTube.
The best channel on YouTube, actually.
Thank you, bro. I don't think Flat Nasty would agree with you.
Well, me and Flat Nasty could debate about that all day, but you're the best. Come on. Right? You're the best Flat Earth rapper. Come on.
Yeah. Thanks, bro. Hey, that's all I like strive to be. Like, seriously, is like I want to be the best Flat Earth rapper.
Those rhymes you dropped there half hour ago, they were outstanding.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Like really, when I first became a flat earther, and I'd hear like D or ODD and all this stuff, and then I know most of his songs by heart. But there were some of them like I would turn, just like with any mainstream rapper. There's always ones that you're just like, eh. But then like after listening to all his songs and he wasn't making new ones and stuff, I was just like, all right, I'm like over it. Like I can't listen to it anymore. Like I've listened to it in my
shit, bro, you have 1,000. How many subscribers? 1.0.
Like 1,000 something.
Oh, you just got another one.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah, it took me like over a year to get up to 1,000. It was like 12 and a half months. But like Witsit helped me out a lot. He gave me shouts out a lot. And that's why I like threw his name in a song here or there. And then like, basically like it all, like I didn't know anybody who was a flat earther. And I was a flat earther for a while, and I was just watching all these different YouTube channels. And I sometimes I'd hit on one that was like live, and I try to communicate with them by like writing in all caps and like, trying to get their attention if I thought they were coming in my demographics, but like nobody responded. And then one day Nathan Thompson responded. He's like, he was saying in his live stream, "Hey, I'm taking a plane to LA tomorrow. It's for that chicken suit thing. I'm taking a plane to LA tomorrow." And I was like, "Dude, you're going to be in LA." I kept writing in the live stream in all capital letters, "You're going to be there. Like, meet up with me." And then he responded to me. He's like, "Well, yeah, email me at da-da-da." And I did. And then he called me. I would be there tomorrow. So I went down there, and just like I was looking at that because I was actually in that video. I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen it, but like these guys, they did a prank on him where they pretended to be Harvard students and shit, and they said that they had they were doing like the longest underground like electromagnetic pulse experiment, and they wanted him to come because it proved that it was a globe. And then the experiment, according to him and how it went down, was their experiment went wrong, and their experiment proved the Earth was flat, right? And then they got a Guinness Book of World Record for the longest electromagnetic pulse sent that day. He was like, all these things that were just like too weird and strange, right? And I told him too, I was like, that's strange. Like that this whole time they've been studying this, they didn't know that the Earth was a globe until you happened to be there, and then they found out it was flat. You know, to pump you, like it just didn't seem right for me, but I just didn't really question too much, just because like I was in awe just being around him, and then like I met other flat earthers that went there to meet him, and it was just like that was my first experience with it. And then I was supposed to, they were all of a sudden, like a couple months later, Nathan Thompson came up with a clown world tour, and he was talking about bringing Witsit. And so I called Nathan. I was like, hey, I was like, bro, not even for me, but for my lady, like she loves listening to Witsit. Do you think somehow you could ask for him if like you give him my number? And he just like responded back right away. He's like, here's the number if you want to call him, whatever.
He's a smart dude.
Huh?
He is one.
Oh yeah, no, dude. Yeah. So like I hit him up, and like he never responded back, because I was gonna give them both like badass full suspension mountain bikes and let them go to my friend's pad up on the mountain and stay there if they wanted to do whatever to stop here. And then I ended up getting a probation violation. I did like 45 days, and I called my chick like right before I got out, and I'm like, they probably already came through, huh? So she messaged him, and Nathan responded to her, and he was like, we haven't came through yet. We'll probably be through with that area in the next month or two. And then I didn't hear nothing from both of them for a while. And then one day I randomly called Wits's number, and he answered. And it was like when that shit happened, like where they, the cops were messing with him or whatever. They had just got out, like just like an hour, and they had just retrieved their phone. And I happened to call him right then. So I talked to Witsit for like an hour. And then like from that point on, he was like putting me on a couple live streams and stuff. And like right away I started getting subscribers and everything for my channel. But yeah, if it wasn't for like him and like a couple other people, like Travis from The Plain Truth did like some like try to help me and everything. All these people,
yeah,
like, it really makes a big difference.
Yeah, we're here to help each other out. That's about it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Our intentions.
And a lot of people told me, dude, if you didn't have Flat Earth on your content so much, like you'd have way more subscribers. If you just did like witty stuff, to people, or like certain types of conspiracies or whatever. But like the Flat Earth thing really like kind of just people that they're just not in that. And I realized that, and it's like, well then, like that's to like a lot of subscribers, if that's what it takes, like that's not what what would make me happy or anything. That wouldn't motivate me at all, Like the only thing that motivates me is like to like bringing truth to people if I can, served in whatever dish I could put it in, And then like also shaming NASA too, like that's high up there on my list,
That's not hard. That's not hard to do, is it?
Oh God, no! But there's so many different ways you can do it and be clever about it, Yeah, it's just like the more clever I can get about it, I think the better, But at the same time, keeping it like very vulgar too, like because they do some really nasty stuff, but I can't prove that. So, but I mean, I'm willing to take that chance in front of my creator when I die. If he's like, why'd you smut NASA up so bad? I'm willing to take the chance that I'm gonna, if nothing, I won't get rewarded, but I won't get any punishment for that. I'm willing to take that chance with my soul with NASA. So that's all.
There was about how many? I can't remember how many exactly. There was like 10 or 20. There was a whole bunch of NASA employees there just. What was it, like a year and a half ago, were caught with kiddie porn on their works computer?
Oh, I'm sure that was just a red herring. Like as far as like, dude, it's probably like way worse than we could even fathom, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
It's probably like the movie Hostel.
Oh man, no, I wouldn't even watch that again, man. I watched a bit of that, and that's just.
But hey, something about that rang real true. Like, dude, I bet you that's pretty damn accurate right there, bro.
Yeah.
Some of the names and faces have been changed. But You know what I mean?
Yeah, there are people like that, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. Probably people like that that own companies that, you know, of the places where we live and stuff, you know.
Well, you know, I don't, not to take this into a dark path, but even when Hugh Hefner passed away there, now suddenly everything comes out. Just like when Jimmy Savile passed away, everything came out. There's models talking about how he, because they get so bored with life or whatever the fuck it is, they have that much money or whatever it is, he started getting into snuff porn and all that kind of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not even snuff porn. Like, porn goes without saying. Like, some of those snuff films go for like 5 figures, 6 figures, dude. You know?
That wouldn't surprise me. Well, you know, whatever happens in this world, I'm basically not surprised anymore. Like I would say to my works buddy there the other night, I said, yeah, how unsurprising how you wake up every day and there's just something that you just cannot understand why the world is even thinking this way or going that way.
Yeah.
And I say like, fucking, if I woke up tomorrow morning and the news all over the news was aliens landed on the White House lawn, I say, yeah, let me just get my coffee first. I just have a coffee. All right. What you tell me now, bro? What's happened now? It would not surprise me.
Right. Hey, check this out. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this week. Tell me if you guys think this sounds like a good idea. So when you go to hospitals now or jails, which I've done both of them in the past 6 months, they ask you now, and this has never happened in my life. They ask you along with what's your name, age, you know, birthday. What gender do you identify as? And I've always been like, what? You know what I mean? That'd be asking me like what my favorite donut is. Like, how is that irrelevant to this, right? So all these medical places now have to absolutely honor this, right? So I'm going to use my medical number and call in to make an appointment to a gynecologist, right? And when I go in there, I'm going to talk to the woman with a blank face as if I was a woman, and I've always known I was a woman. And for anybody to think any otherwise, it's just like, what? Like, what are you talking about? You know? So I'm going to go in there as a woman, and I'm willing to, like, I'm playing like a metaphorical, but, you know, literal chicken, like, you know, where two people are lined up on different sides and they both go as fast as they can. Who swerves first? That's where I'm taking this, with letting her do whatever she has to do to me, a woman, to make sure I don't have cervical cancer. Just check me up around there. You know what I mean? Whatever you guys do, I'm going to act like I'm going to do a little research so I have some like buzzwords I can put out there so she doesn't think I'm a rookie.
Dude,
so
you're
I'm
going to
go in there.
You're going to get fisted, man. She's going to
Bro, put it this way. I'm not going to swerve, bro. In this game of chicken, I'm not swerving because I want to see how far they take it. Because if you can do this, then you can identify as a bumblebee and you get 15 years in prison. You're only doing like 3 days because the lifespan expectancy. So a dog would be 7 years to a human year. So if you wanted to shorten your life for whatever reason, you'd become a dog, you know? I mean, if I don't want to have to go to like this thing or this thing that I'm summoned to in court, I could identify as like a virus, right? I need to say, like there's no limit to it. So I'm gonna start out slow and just see if I can get my feet in the water with this and see if this person, if it's a guy or a girl gynecologist, actually touches me down there and plays along the part, like, you know, acting like she's checking me, you know, whatever. I'm just want to see how far they can go, and so they're gonna swerve before me, but I'm gonna see what their excuse is in swerving.
Go for it,
you know.
man. Go for it.
I've never heard of anybody who's done anything like this. This is strictly for educational and entertainment purposes only. But man, I think this is going to be something that people need to hear about. You know, just as far as like how far you could push them, how far you could take two people who are talking about something that they both know is not real, and how far they'll pretend it is. You know, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that sounds good. That's some good material right there. Go ahead, do it.
Yeah.
It's like the guy out of the journalism show. I can't remember his name now, but he's gone viral.
99. Alex Stein, 99.
Alex Stein, that's the boy. That's the very boy.
Okay.
Ah, fuck me, man.
He has this one thing he always does. What does he go like? Rawr! Or he says to like this one thing all the time. I can't remember that.
Prime time, Alex Stein. Prime time.
And he's standing in a swimsuit,
in front of some kind of town council. Why can't I just compete with women? I feel like a woman now. I know, and he's got the swimsuit on and the cap, to protect the hair, and oh my god, absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I saw that I was really surprised, and because I'm still subscribed to his channel, so his stuff pops up, but I don't really watch it. Like after the last couple of months, like all the crazy stuff he said about flat earthers, but this thing popped up on Jake the Asshole's channel, and it was Alex Stein hosting the what's that dude's name? Infowars. What's the dude's name who runs that shit?
Jones.
Yeah. Yeah, he was in the studio and he was covering, because I guess in the past of the late hasn't done his show every day, or they have somebody who's running the show.
Yeah, the younger
different
guy.
people during the week. Yeah.
What do you call him? He's actually very, very good. He almost convinced me to go back to fucking Infowars. He's that good. What is his name?
Yeah, Alex Stein, or somebody else on there.
No, yeah, it's a younger guy. He did a lot of out in the public. He's pretty good. After Alex was caught watching the trans porn on his phone or something, and whatever.
Is it Jason Bermez? Or was it a different guy?
No, different guy.
Yeah, okay, because he does a show on there.
Right.
No, Alex Stein was on there though.
Oh, he was. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he was hosting, and I was like, what? And then when I saw that, bro, I was just like, yeah, that's fuck. There's no way that he couldn't be that if he's on that show. I was just like, I don't know. Anytime I saw that, it didn't make me feel bad or anything. Like the little kid who was like, "Say it ain't so, Joe," during the Black Sox scandal early in the 1900s. But I saw that, I was just like, I don't know. Damn. I don't know. I don't think the same about a person if I would see him and they're associated with people that I feel with all my heart are part of the agenda. Then I don't know. It is what it is. That's just my opinion.
Owen I can't even say that. Owen Schroyer.
Yeah.
He's good at what he does.
Schroyer, is it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Schroyer.
It's it's dying. And he had to pay out this big payoff because of what was it? That school shooting. He lost.
Well, okay, so it's like this. You can just do deductive reasoning simply by, if you've ever seen this person and this person on the same screen during whatever situation is, where Ted Cruz was walking into some city hall and Alex Stein goes up on him and they just let this guy get this close to this dude, and they're both talking as if it's real, and they're both saying why'd you do this? And the other guy's like, da 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 da. I'm like, yeah, right. By proxy, it doesn't matter if you're arguing with them or what the situation is. You're in the same frame at the same event with somebody who's like Ted Cruz, dude. Then there's no way this could be organic. There's no way you could be about any type of movement. You're absolutely getting paid by him or in some type of association with him. If you're able to be seen on they let you on the news like that with him, right? So by his association, I'm going to say anybody who's associated with them in the same picture frame at the same time for whatever they're saying, it's tainted to me. It's been corrupted. So whatever the message they give of whatever truth conspiracy they bring to light, there's definitely, it's not pure motive behind it whatsoever. That's the way I feel. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I do. Same.
Yeah. Anyone who's kind of conspiracy minded but gets huge YouTube or TV presence is got to be suspect. Like Russell Brand.
Yeah. Even that can't be said definitively. But anytime you've seen somebody had a picture taken or been with this celebrity, I'm not talking about at a restaurant. I'm talking about they're both there for that news event or whatever they're being featured on together. That's definitely planned, dog.
I'll put it this way. As more and more people wake up, and they realize that they're waking up, like you said there, Flatty, Russell Brand, and he's like, "Hello, you 5.5 million wonder." He's got 5. he started off with like 1 and 2 and 3.
Yeah, every week it's going up hundreds of thousands.
It's going up, but he's talking about Pfizer and he's talking about this, he's talking about that. He's
Yeah.
talking truth.
Yeah, he's real woke. I mean,
but you kind of realize, well, I don't know, bro. Maybe he's gatekeeping it or whatever he's doing, but he's getting a shit ton of followers.
Yeah, how is this one guy allowed to go against the narrative?
Yeah,
it's weird, isn't it?
Yes. So obviously, so you start thinking gatekeeping, something, give you so much truth and then steer you in another direction. Oh, cryptocurrency is shit, and it's fucking, and now they're starting to try and get their claws into it, and it's been decentralized, and the government this and the government that. And then the next thing is probably like, well, maybe it's not a bad thing, and maybe we can, just leading people on. I don't know. It's very, very intelligent.
Yeah. Well, hey, the whole thing is the government's been 100% that I think, and then like making it seem like they're not part of that, and they're mad because it's coming out. Like, how, you know what I mean? It's like your kid trying to get any vegetables, you have to reach in the spoon's an airplane. It's not really an airplane, But like, yeah, they have to act like they're mad about like, oh, we can't get our, it's decentralized. Like, how is the government going to try to get into it? Like, well, it'll be a while before they can get into it. It's like, dude, it's theirs to begin with. Like, it is as they do as they please. And what they please is to make you think that they can't get into it. That's what I think. Like, they got that on lock, dude.
Yeah,
it's just theatrics at this point.
Yeah, they know the future. They've got the future down pat. They've got the future down pat, bro. They can see what's coming down the pipeline, and they just put things in place in order to steer people in a certain direction.
Yeah, pretty much, dude.
It's all fucking mind control, bro.
There's always a few scragglers like us, like, I mean, overall, they're steering the mass majority in the direction they want to go, and it's just a consequence of a few collateral damage, but it's not anything. It's not going to stop their main thing, which is guiding the majority of the sheep this way and that way.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
But
like, what's his name? He started doing that whole 9/11 is an inside job. Chanting that. It was almost like a Black Lives Matter, like a maniacal chant, just like over and over, or saying like, they really cast the spells when they're doing the USA. Like, who's the guy who starts that? They're all paid actors who chant that, but it's just like once you start hearing people screaming USA, oh man. I don't know. That's the point where I realized like I've got enough content on this video already. I'm cutting it off now. On to the next thing. I can't take much more USA. Yeah.
But you have original ideas, so stick with that. That one you were talking about and all that there about going into the gynecologist and thinking about transitioning and.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, go with that, bro. That's original.
Yeah. And because I really believe like that, even on their things that you fill out in the doctor's office, there's somewhere on there that says, "What do you identify as?" And pretty soon, as the time goes by, that question is going to move further and further up the list, where it'll be the first question before your name. What do you identify as? What's your name?
A rock, a complicated rock.
Right? Like, so you don't want to identify as your the image of your creator, which is like one of the most powerful things that's down here. We're going to dumb you down and have you basically identify something that's less powerful and less pure. And we're definitely going to respect that, and we'll say that's what you are. I mean, and so they having people act like they're mad that they didn't call them, like they didn't dumb them down from their original our original natural components that how we're made that no one person decided. We're going to take that and change that and alter that. And we'll respect your decision.
Yeah. We said that last night. You identify as a bumblebee, and I said something like I identify as a lily of the field. It's just
dude, for real.
Right. A lily of the field. That's what I did.
So you could probably get other people to identify as that, and then set up something like where you're slicing their skin off every month or something, and you're just doing a medical procedure for them because that's what they identify as. They're shedding it's called a shedding of the skin. Or you could hook their teeth up that are sharpened to like cups with rubber bands and saran wrap over it and try to like extract their venom. You know what I mean? Dude, this is like an endless field of like,
Identify as a poisonous snake.
It's colored by numbers for adults, dude. You know what I mean?
You don't look nothing like a snake. I don't care. I identify as one. It's a fact.
Right? Yeah. Hey, I posted a video a couple months ago. It's called GIAD or something, gender identification disorder, and what it is when as a kid growing up, like you sooner or later you realize like you were meant to be blind or crippled, right, or missing a limb, and you feel that your life's incomplete because you can see, like you feel like you were meant to be blind, so they start realizing like I wasn't meant to see, I was meant to be blind, so you have to go to like a market of like these like B-rate, I'll call it just B-class doctors that do things like blinding and stuff like that, those type of operations on people. She finally found she said the first person burned her for $7,000 and she was so upset because he promised to take her eyes out. So the next person had her lay on a couch and he poured Drano into her eyes. And the thing is, she had to sit there for 20 minutes and endure the pain. And after 20 minutes, he took it out and then rushed her to the hospital where they attempted to save her vision. And she woke up the next morning and saw the TV and she was crushed. You know what I mean? Just downcast, like her dreams got shattered. This wrecked this woman's life that she could see. But she said God answered her prayers, and within 6 months, her vision slowly went from intermittent to like nothing, and then now she's completely blind, and this is how she's been meant to be. I'm just like, dude, oh my God, like what kind of reverse weird world do we live in, dude?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? That's some weird shit, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my best friend is a Glober, and we've spoken about it and everything. I know he's my absolute best mate. I would do anything for him. And he comes out with things too that are really, and he is the funniest man alive. He is the funniest guy I ever met in my life. But he, just the other night, he said, Paul, what the fuck is going on with the world, bro? It's like, did something change in 2012 or have we all are we all actually dead and we're all fucking, just a mind melding, strange, people that you consider inverted commas normal are starting to realize that there's something going on in this world that is just fucking screwy and they can't put their finger on it.
Yeah. It's the new normal, bro.
It's like, did we just move into a fucking parallel universe or what the fuck is going on? Men or women, men can get pregnant, this can do this can do that. And it's just even inverted commas again, normal people are starting to go, what the hell am I in? What am I living in? Is this reality?
Yeah.
They're starting to question it.
They are, dude. I almost feel like it's too late. If somebody's barely starting to question it now, it may be too late. It might not be, but
no, it's never too late.
No, it's not. Definitely not. It's just like I think it's going to come to a point where it may be. I don't think we're at that point yet, but I think everybody. The sooner you realize it, the greater advantage you have just on prolonging your life, actually, by actual measurable time. It could very well be. This isn't medical advice.
I wouldn't take medical advice from you. No chance, bro.
Yeah, for real. Like nowadays, I feel like you need to say medical advice if somebody sneezes, and the other person goes "Gesundheit," and the other person will be like "Bless you," and they'll be like, "Well, this isn't religion advice either."
Saturday posted a video the other day. He went into the doctor, told the doctor I have a vagina. The doctor handled his meat and two veg as if it was a vagina.
I'm not going to say I have a vagina. It's just going to be assumed. Like I'm a woman going into a gynecologist because I feel maybe I may have a surgical. I'm going to be like the last gynecologist I went to from where I moved from Colorado or whatever. Said that they think it's surgical or cervical cancer. In my mind, all I'm going to be thinking is, you better hope I don't rip open the fallopian tubes. Oh man, yeah. Because if I was a gynecologist, that's what would be going through my head all the time. Girl, you better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tubes. So, but no, I'm hoping that I'm really, truly, I'm hoping it's a girl who does it, just for all intensive purposes. I'd much rather have that be my first experience with that. But if it is a guy, I'm still not going to back down. You know, I'm going to stand my ground and I'll hold my resolve. You know, I think I may swerve from the road though if I'm playing chicken with a guy. I will probably be the one first, or even my intentions are not to. Like my natural instincts will take over. I'm like, okay, this has gone too far. I'm a guy, dude. Like, I'm out of here. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell?
This is all a joke. I'm only joking. Cheers, but good night.
Yeah, no. Honestly, dude, I'm afraid like if it could go from like, you could be petting a cat and all of a sudden this cat will just like bite the shit out of you and claw you. It could go from like him petting a cat to me like just breaking his jaw, dude. You know what I mean? Or breaking his nose. Like seriously, like I'm like, oh shit, why did I do that? That's my natural human instinct when you do certain things to me or touch certain things. So I'm really hoping it's a woman because I think it can go a lot further. And I mean, who knows? If it's a woman, I may even.
Further do you want it to go?
Bro, I may even enjoy it. I may enjoy it, find enjoyment out of it. Not like inappropriate enjoyment, but just like enjoyment that I'm having like actual human contact. Down there with a woman.
I gotta tell you something. I got internal polyps one day, so my anus, there was blood coming out of my anus and all out there, and I went to the doctor, and I was thinking, I just says, listen, I need an appointment with a doctor, any doctor, I don't care. Because if you ask for a specific doctor, it could be like 2, 3, 4 weeks before you see him. Just any doctor, right? And I walked in, and thank God it was a woman, because I knew that there was going to be an anus probe. She's going to put them gloves on and go, oh, Jesus, no. I said to her, can you not just give me horse tablets or something to sort the shit out? She started laughing, right? And then she put the gloves on, put the finger up, and you could, oh man, it wasn't pleasant. But because it was a female doctor, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. If it was a guy, but they're so professional and all that. There, it's very clinical, very surgical, and all that sex was like just, it doesn't matter. It's just examining you. One doctor did, but the second time it was a female doctor, and it was a little bit easier for some reason.
Yeah, hey, if on the real talk, I would never let any human being for any reason ever stick anything up inside me like that.
Well,
and,
if there's blood coming out of your anus, it's a little bit of a scary factor, bro.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
And I noticed that the first doctor, the male doctor, he was like, "Did you think you had cancer?" And I was watching him. He was kind of watching my reaction to see how well people would take the news, if you know what I mean. He says, if it turned out to be cancer, what would you have thought? And he was saying how I would react to that, how I would take it. Would I panic? Would I be, I could see him studying my reaction.
Yeah. And what's funny is because of the situation that you were just in with him too, you have multiple factors of like, what kind of reaction is he studying? This dude's a sycophant masochist who he probably loves like the whole fact of like demoralizing you and telling you you're gonna die.
Or he enjoys studying the human reaction to fucking serious news. Like, you've got it. You've got about 4 months to live.
Yeah.
He wanted to know, was I thinking that? Was I in that moment? And yes, I was. And what did you think about it? And he says, boy, you got more red blood cells than I ever seen any person. And by the way,
how can they do that by just doing by doing that, what you just described? How could anybody determine that? That's, you know what
I mean? They can feel the internal polyps or something like that there, and then they do the blood tests and all that shit there. Yeah, they would feel a really big lump if it was prostate cancer or something, and somewhere in there or something like that there. I don't know. I mean, they've done it a million times,
Yeah. Yeah, you're a brave person, bro. Honestly, bro, even when I was little, I was always afraid of the hospital. Now, the only time I'm going to the hospital is if, like, I went the last 2 months, like a couple times, and that's just so they get records that my back is hurting because some guy hit me at a stop sign. So I'm trying to develop a medical cause for a civil suit. But besides that, I'm so deathly afraid of going. I always felt like even if I got shot or anything, I will not go to the hospital, especially for something that's not a direct cause of like something striking my body and like causing blood to come out or broken bones.
Yeah.
Definitely won't go.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I'm the kind of person that unless my arm was falling off, I wouldn't go near a hospital.
Yeah.
Unless I'm seriously fucking injured.
Yeah. Like your body parts are falling out and like you have to keep putting them back in. Then it would be probably a good idea. That is medical advice, actually. I'm offering. If your guts are falling out, if you've just been intrailed, go to a hospispital. Medical advice.
Try and get somebody to put them back in there.
Right. I hope we don't get banned for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've just never been the kind of person to. I don't like being helped. Well, I suppose that's a wrong way to put it. It's a hard way to describe it. I don't want somebody looking after me unless it's absolutely necessary. Something like that.
Yeah, I'd rather have somebody look before me than after me. You know what I mean? If they're looking after me, they're staring at my backyard, and I ain't trying to have them do that.
I had a lump on my tongue too, the cancer thing, and they cut into the tongue as well. And apparently that wasn't cancer. I had 2 scares in 1 year.
Dude, you know what I think cancers are, and they've just warped over the years, is I really believe this is they're nanofibers that have built up in us that are programmed to go to a certain part of our body. And the programming is so easy. Like these things are they make these things and they're able to they basically like once one connects to another, they create like some type of web or like grid structure in us that's able to basically like take over this part, and it creates something that, because our body wants to reject it, so it looks like some type of what they call cancer. I mean, maybe that's all it is nanoparticles all coming together and forming things in us, as opposed to like all these other things they say it is. Or actually, they don't definitively ever say cancer is one thing definitively, so therefore it can never be pinpointed down. It can be caused by so many different things,
Yeah. Yeah, it's just funny that we're talking about that now because the guy I work with too, he's all into his cryptocurrency and Alex Jones and things like that. But we were talking about it the other night, and he just happens to mention it. And it's strange because you sort of realize that this guy is like a kindred spirit. He thinks the same. He loves cats. He loves his movies. He loves conspiracy theories. And then he's like, "What's this thing about the cancer thing?" And I'm like hundreds of millions of dollars in the last 40 years, and they haven't. Like, yeah, sure, they've figured out some treatments that would give you 2, 3, 4 months more than what you would have got in 1980 or 1990. But they still can't cure it, and they're still pouring hundreds of millions of dollars every year into cancer, and we can't figure this shit out.
I think this shit is so well figured out that, like, first of all, how do we even, when they say stuff like that, and like it hasn't really affected our body, or like our body's being affected, but it's like, so they give you something that's like some type of radiation or something, and that's the standard to go to. Like if this is this, then you this like. Basically, they just after they've given you the news, they're going to refer you to some of their specialists or at a different place where they specialize in like radiation technology.
You got
as
to
far
have
as, like,
money.
giving-
You've got to have a
Huh?
lot of money for that. You've got to have money. You got to be able to pay
Well,
for that. There has to be some kind of
no,
insurance. But
I know people who haven't had that much money and they still get it. Like a lot of places have like charities or something that'll do it. Like basically they want to get you on that, right? That's like the common method, and it's like it's like almost like when you say, no, I don't need you to represent me, I'm going a pro se, I represent myself. All the lawyers are like, oh, it's a bad idea to represent yourself. You know, many lawyers I've said, yeah, I might represent myself in trial, and they're like, oh, yeah, let me just tell you, like, they're more animated and like more passionate about proving me that I'm wrong about that than about anything they said about innocence or their fight. You know what I mean? They're like, they're so adamant about how bad it is.
that's where their money comes from.
Oh yeah, it's worse. Yeah,
showing up in court, $150 just for showing up, and then $100 an hour just for being there.
Yeah, being there and signing something or telling you to sign something, and like, it's funny because the only time in court they ever ask you, you did this willfully, and nobody coerced you, and nobody blackmailed you, and you weren't, you know, the only time they ask you all those things is at the end. And like, so you willfully give up your constitutional right to that's when you enter a plea. But most people, all they're thinking in their mind is like, well, of course I'm going to enter a not guilty plea. I'm not guilty. Why would I enter guilty? Like, it's like a crazy lady comes up to you on the street. You've never seen her in your life. And she's like, why'd you have sex with my sister? You were cheating with my sister, you asshole. Are you gonna try to reason with her? Are you gonna reason with her and be like, no, I swear I was never with your sister. Like, believe me, like I have witnesses that say, like, you're trying to like corroborate dates with her. No, you're gonna look at her and you're gonna keep walking. You're not gonna even acknowledge her. All you're gonna be thinking is, better not touch me, you know?
Somebody else took my cock and said your sister. It wasn't my cock.
Yeah, like you're not going to try to logically talk to them. You're going to be like, get the fuck away from me. Like, I don't know you. Get away from me, Satan. Like, you're not going to get into any semantics about anything she's saying, because just by trying to deny it, you're therefore making it real and doing so, you know? Does that make sense?
Share something with you guys. You guys mind if I interrupt?
Oh, we got a Globey in here?
Yeah, Hank's a Globey.
What up, Hank? What up, Larry Dot?
Oh, yeah.
Larry Dot.
Right. Larry, period.
Right.
So
yeah,
I
he went through menopause. Now he's Larry Dot.
I went to court with my wife the other day. You know, just the city court, right? And she got a ticket for going the wrong way during school hours. So as a delivery driver, sometimes you lose track of time, and you don't realize like what time it is, and then you go down a road and it's like, oh shit, like school's in session. So she got a ticket for that. And it was like, they wanted $240, and I was like, don't plea. And she was like, what do you mean, don't plea? I said, just maintain your innocence. And then they were like, you want to come back on Thursday when the judge is here? And we were like, yeah. So we came back on Thursday when the judge was there, and he was like, look, I can't make any kind of deal with you until you plea. Because, you know, when they called her name, you know, she stood up and said, I'm here on special appearance, right, to resolve the matter. Well, he couldn't resolve the matter until we entered a plea, so he gave us two options. He said, you can either go take this up with the DA, right, and challenge jurisdiction there with the DA. He's like, but I can't do anything until you plea. So it literally is like I've been learning.
Yep.
It's literally how it is. They're trying to contract with you.
You have to admit it or not admit your guilt.
Yeah, and by doing that, you're playing into their, like a crazy lady. Like if you try to plead your innocence with her, you're fucking bringing what she's saying to light. You know, like you're acknowledging that it's true. These tickets and stuff are just policies, bro. That's all. They're suggestions. Like, don't go in a store without a mask. Thank you, I appreciate it. I decline. Like, that's how you can treat these things. You really can.
$240 for going in the wrong zone at the wrong time. $240. That's
yeah, bro. That's like a week's wage for someone who's making minimum wage.
That's my wage for a week, man.
Yeah, if you're making minimum wage, that's your whole week worth of earnings right there.
For being in the wrong zone at the wrong time.
Hey, your wife doesn't ever have to pay a penny, bro. You know that, right? Neither of you guys will have to pay anything. You can fully, just for educational purposes, I would say try to take this to jury trial. Since it's an infraction, they can't go to jury trial. Infractions are the easiest things to get thrown out.
Well, I decided to negotiate with the judge, and we entered a plea of no contest, and I paid $160 just to get it over with, because my wife has really severe PTSD, and she always says like a whole bunch of stupid shit at court.
That's good though, Larry. That's 160 from 240 to 160. That's a result.
No, 140. I paid 140 just to get it over with.
Yeah, no, you pay 140, but they were charging 260.
Let's see. I think they wanted 240, and I ended up paying 140. I was like, let's just get it over with, get out of here. I was like, look, how about I give you 140? And everybody else in there was like taking like community service, and they weren't trying to negotiate at all. And one guy was like, just send me to jail, bro. Just give me jail time. And I'm like, what's the matter with these people? Why don't they negotiate?
It's a roof over your head and 3 square meals a day, bro. I'd take it.
The thing is, all that stuff's policy. You guys should have stood your ground just to see where this went, because you know that it's going to go in your favor. It's just sometimes you have to keep going back, and they'll call you up, and then they'll act in the middle of talking to you. They'll call somebody else's case and leave you standing up there stupid. Like you gotta. You know what I mean? What do I do? And then you're asking somebody like, where am I supposed to stand now? They do that to make you feel uncomfortable. So you have to ask then they can continue guiding you again. Right.
That sounds a bit like Catholic mass on a Sunday. Do I stand up or sit down, kneel? What I do now?
Of course you're doing that. You know what I mean?
Just watch other people. Oh, they're kneeling now, right? I kneel. Right. Now you stand
exactly. Up. You're just following the leader. You're doing the wave at a baseball game. You know?
Well, like I said, my wife, she has severe PTSD,
but
and she gets crazy at the courts, and it wouldn't take much for her to get fucking triggered.
Sometimes that's not a bad thing. You can wear out the judges by stuff like that, bro.
Can I ask a personal question?
Sure.
Hank, how did she get the PTSD?
She has had PTSD ever since she got like hit in a car accident, and she's like real nervous of like cops, because of stuff that she sees on TV and the internet. And she has a real problem with perceived authority figures, like people who think that they have authority, just like me, right? But I don't have the PTSD because women have like a higher, it's basically, what's the word for it?
Emotional anxiety. Emotional anxiety.
Yeah, women have higher anxiety, than men. So she's not good in court. Like she's the top to say, "Suck my dick," that sort of thing.
No way. Really?
I'm not joking.
You just waiting for her to say that. Like, she's going.
So I went up to the judge and I was like, "Hey, this is my wife, 20 years. I'm going to speak for her." And he was like, "Okay." And then she didn't say a word, and I negotiated $100 off, and then I was like, "That's fine by me."
I suppose it helps too. Yeah, I suppose it helps.
I was just trying to get her out of there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when you explain to listen, PSD wife, blah blah blah, and the judge hears that, and he's like, "Well, okay, I have to be careful here." As the person with a condition, you can't be a ball bag. You have to
accommodate.
Yes.
Hank, doesn't something about the whole interaction scream at you, subject to change depending on, how could something that's a set price, like a fine for something, well, how could, honestly, we'd go there, like, how could, people would be like, how could this be this? And they're like, well, of course, how could you could have gas in a vacuum? So, basically, how could something, how could you be fined for something, but on the fact of that is, how can they just go down in the price of it, right? The law, as far as I understand, is it is set in stone. Like, now to go down, it would have to be like the fines between 240 and 160, depending on if you say the right thing to the judge, because none of it's depending on like papers you present them, like you've done this class or that class. You know what I mean? I've been in a lot of institutions where they, like, before you get a job in the kitchen, you have to fill out this little thing, and one of the questions is, do you have HIV or Hep C? If the person puts yes, they can't work in the kitchen. If they put no, they can. They're basing this testing if the person can work there solely on what the inmate's response is. I mean, but they don't do that when we get arrested. We don't have the choice of like yes or no. Yeah. So it's like it just shows that it's make pretend it doesn't matter whether you think you have this made up thing or not. Like they're digging on your honor. Is this the honor system? No way. This thing's so false. Like it's so false that there's no way they'd ever just accept your answer. That shows this shit's not real. When something is just a yes or no and they take you at flat value, then that they're not even trying to pretend that it's real. You know.
The law doesn't bend. It doesn't bend for nobody. And most people are just coming in and paying the $240, paying the $240. Yep. Get the fuck out of court. But Larry,
you do. I was saying like, hey, I can fight this if I want to. We can go to court. Like that's no big deal. And then I said, or I could just pay like I think I said $100. And he was like 140, and I was like, deal.
Haggling with the judge.
Yeah. That's exactly what I did. Yeah. Because, see, I've seen it before. Well, the first time I seen it, I didn't know what was going on, right? I was just pissed off that my brother-in-law was getting child support after we were, like, actively involved in the little kid's life. The child's life, we were there every other month getting custody, right? And then she went to the court and said that, like, he was a deadbeat dad and needed child support. And we were like, what? How did it go from you get him for a month, we get him for a month, to he hasn't been doing shit, so she was lying. But basically what he said was, look, if you're making me pay $300 a month, I'm going to be living under a bridge. And they were like, okay, how about $150? And he accepted it. And I remember that to this day. And I was like, that was just like the guitar price negotiation where Chad said, hey, come back here, bro. You're not gonna pay $300 for this guitar. And I was like, what do you want, $350? And he was like, no, bro, you're gonna offer me like $150. And I was like, okay, I'll give you $150. He was like, sold. I was like, oh, that's what's going on. I had no idea, but yeah,
I'll be living under bridges like the half of the town homeless. In my city.
He's saying he'd be homeless. Yeah, he's saying he'd be homeless. So he's saying, if you do this to me, you're going to be causing me harm. And they were like, whoa, we don't want to cause you harm. You could sue us over that. Like, how about 150? So,
150.
It's like we're at an auction. Like we're just agreeing on a price.
Sold. And he hits the gavel.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's like an auction.
And I've kind of always said that I wouldn't really believe it until I see it, but I've been seeing it. It really is commercial, and all the judge is trying to do is settle the account. So it's like you got a hot check. It's like you got a hot check, right? You can either ignore that bitch until you get arrested at work, or you can, go in the bank and try to settle the account, right?
Fair play to you, man. That's good. You're probably the only person that ever did that in your town. Everybody.
I doubt that. I'm sure.
Everybody else.
People have figured it out.
I paid $240. Just get the fuck out of there. Well, I bargained them down to $140. So fuck you.
I'd do them down a little bit. But yeah, it's one of them things that I didn't think was going to work. But here's the deal: if we actually did go to court, she's a delivery driver like me, right? So she literally signed a contract, and she could be held, to pay the $240 plus court costs if the jury found her guilty of going the wrong way. And because there's children involved, I thought that there was a good chance that the jury would be like, you're going wrong way, because people hate it when people do it, right? And then some people do it on purpose, and you wouldn't be able to tell that she didn't do it on purpose. Like, there would be no way for you to tell
I think the judge knew that if it went to court, the jury of your peers, they'd all go, not guilty, Your Honor. $0.
I don't know. When it's me, I'll try it that way. But her loudmouth will get contempt of court, and she'll spend like 30 days in the slammer just for not shutting the fuck up when she was told to. But it's a woman's prerogative. I mean, hey, if she wants to spend time in jail, she can. But she allowed me to talk, and I said, look, if the judge doesn't want me to talk for you, and I say that you're my property, just go along with it. She's like, okay, I'm your property. So she went along with it. And it's not like I own her. Like, that's not what I mean by property. I mean that she's proper to me and I'm proper to her. I can speak for her in a courtroom, and she can just hand over, what's it called? When you sign the piece of paper and the other person makes, decisions for you when you're in the hospital.
Power of attorney?
Affidavit.
Power of attorney.
Affidavit?
Yeah. Yeah, power of attorney. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
So basically, she allowed me to be her power of attorney. But anyway, yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting. I was listening to you guys talking, and a lot of people.
No,
a lot of people don't know if the shit works or not.
Yeah, I've been following your kind of journey with this court kind of thing. This I don't know if you call it sovereign kind of thing. It's awesome, man. It's inspiring.
It's interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I don't consider myself a sovereign. I just see myself as, under the Most High God, and He's the sovereign, and we're all equal under Him.
Yeah.
And it's kind of.
I just didn't know
like,
that.
Yeah, it's kind of like the sovereign thing has like a negative tint to it, because some people do suicide by cops and they're like, oh, look at them sovereign citizens, suicide by cop. And it's like, that's not me. Like, I'm not the type to fight on the street. Like, I'd much rather fight in the court. But yeah, that's the way I figured it. I know a lot of people call it the sovereign movement, but it just has such a stigmatism. I can't accept that word. I'm just trying shit. Trying to do what I legally can, and to be honest with you, at first I tried to accept it for value and return it for value. And I asked him if it was illegal for her to sign the back of that, and he said no. And he wouldn't accept it. So I guess I did something wrong. So I couldn't endorse it. Or she endorsed it, but he didn't take he didn't accept it. So that did not work. And I'm assuming it's because I did something wrong.
But there's a chance, though, that judge could have been slightly dishonest and just kind of hoped that no one picked up on it, just to kind of sway how it was going, because it's their courtroom. That can kind of sometimes happen, I reckon.
Right. There was people behind us. And I was already telling them to watch what I do, listen to what I'm doing. So they probably wanted to get me the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
And that one guy was like, just put me in jail, man. Well, why can't I just do the jail time? I was like, you're not negotiating right, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah, give me the worst option. I guess that was a better option than paying money to him, though.
Yeah, he didn't want to pay.
Yeah.
He did not want to pay. Yeah, man, I think our people perish for lack of knowledge, and it's just like the quote that I saw up in the live stream a few moments ago when I was scrolling up and saving memes and taking down PDF notes and stuff. You'll know our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is false, you know? And it's like, that's what they want. That's why they did government schooling. They want us to be like as ignorant as possible. And that's how they get $1 trillion a day off of these privately owned courts. Because it's literally like a McDonald's chain. It's like, you can look up, like, people own the city of blah, 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 right? Because the city of blah, blah, blah is a corporation. Now, blah, 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 the city is a place on the map. But there's like a plastic overlay, and by plastic I mean artificial overlay. And this artificial overlay is the city of, right? The municipalities, the principalities. And our people are just so ignorant that they don't know.
That octopus thing you put in there, Larry, reminds me. There's a book called "The Octopus of Global Control," which if I'm thinking right, covers like what you're saying. I might be getting mixed up with another one, but I haven't read it. But apparently, it's good.
Well, it was the what's that guy's name? Rockefeller. Let me find the picture. Hold on just a second. Excuse me. Yeah, the Aldrich plan. He was like a rich oil guy, I think. And he was like, hey, we could, produce this form of slavery where it's not ever going to catch on in 100 years, what we're doing to them. And I've been talking about this octopus for a long time, but I didn't know what it was called. So I called it oligopoly. And an oligarchy is when the corporations have control of the government. And now what I understand, like, Texas, the state, is part of the Union of the United States. But the state of Texas is an artificial plastic wrapping over the top that is a corporation. And this corporation is like, part of the oligopoly.
If any, sorry, Harry, listen to me. If any state's going to succeed, it's going to succeed from the Federation or the United. It's going to be Texas. That's going to be the first one.
It'd be Texas, but they want to go to war with us. They wouldn't let us just mosey on out. They lose too much.
So I'll be back in a second. I have to go and look after my dad. He's medicines and stuff. I have to go sort that out. Back in a second, or a couple of months.
So I'm not necessarily for the secession of Texas because it would ultimately cause war between us and the other states. And I bet there'd be plenty of blue people who would love to come down here and, enforce their idea of abortion on us, because they are really pissed off right now all across the nation. They really want to kill babies.
That's great. Aye. And they're doing it up until like the baby is like 6 months in the womb. Remember they asked that one doctor at what point, and they're like, "My body, my choice." And the one thing is for sure. What about the human being growing inside your body? What choice do they have? I didn't quite understand the thing until I heard that concept. And I thought, actually, that's correct. There's a little human being growing inside your body. It's 3 months old, and you want to abort it. It obviously must be feeling something. It's and now they're trying to push it. Just push it, but it's just fucking murder, isn't it? And it's so they do it so well that people think it's just natural. It's just normal. Yeah, sure. Like if I have a baby growing in my womb and it's 2 months old, 3 months old, I should be able to abort it because it's my body, my choice. But that baby in your belly, you're not giving it. That's a human being. That's a life source. That's crazy, man.
How normal it is, especially in the UK as well. How normal it is. It's just when kids in their 20s, it's just happening hundreds, thousands of times a day.
Yeah, they just they normalize it. That's what they do. Yeah, they normalize it as if it's just normal. But people, and then
here's the thing, boys.
They don't realize that it's actual murder.
Here's the thing, boys. It's like two people sinned, right? They didn't use contraception. They didn't use birth control. All these things that are free from the government, available. So they want to use murder as birth control, right? So the two people that sinned, right? The innocent has to die for their sins, right? But here's the point. It's eugenics. It's the same thing that the Nazis were doing because all these people screaming Black Lives Matter, right? They don't mind if you abort 10 black babies. That doesn't matter. Does it? Does it matter if a white girl aborts 10 black babies?
Yeah.
There
was a young man from the Isle of Morn who wished he was never born, and he probably wouldn't have been if his daddy had seen that the top of the condom was torn.
Hey, we got a guy. I don't know if he's in our thing, but he's been asking. I don't know if he's trying to come in here. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. I don't know. No. His name's Vel Aurier. I might be wrong. You see this guy, Hank?
My velour.
Oh, Hank's gone, huh?
He's Larry now.
What's his name?
He does that to Hank.
Oh, you're there? Okay.
What's his name?
So let's see. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing though. He's in cognitive dissonance. His name's Vel Aurier, Velorier.
I don't see anybody in Cogdis.
He's in a Cogdis text. If he's in there, he's in there for
okay. Okay. Never mind. Then. Okay, never mind.
You're saying the Earth is a square.
God, people in Cogdis text seem to go that way a lot. The shapes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Inside an egg, I saw yesterday.
What I want to know what your guys' definition of what does that mean? Like Cogdis, what does that mean to you guys? Like Cogdis VIP. What's your definition of that?
So the tag that kind of golds have or whatever, the Cogdis VIP, I just think is
somebody recently put that on my thing.
I think if you interact with the people in Cogdis and try and kind of get them to stop being a troll, you can get the Cogdis VIP role. That's
okay, so
that's always thought of
that's it. Like what you think of it. Okay. I'm just wondering. Yeah. That's what I was thinking too, but it could be open to interpretation.
I thought it meant you've been in Cogdis 100 times and you're a VIP, but then I realized.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
No, it's people like.
I think it was because I brought Mentos to the table. I think that's what got me the Cogdis VIP.
All right, like T-Wad and Roger in there a lot, kind of talking to them and trying to rehabilitate them from their trolling of life. Yeah.
Yeah, I love rehabilitating people. I'm all about that. You know, seriously, especially if they weren't meant to be born blind, or they have all their legs and they're like, no, I'm quadriplegic or whatever. I should have been born missing this limb. I feel like sometimes I could talk them off the ledge. You know. Or at least expose them. I can expose them. Nothing gets to you, staying freshman and cool, with Mentos fresh and full of life. I don't think people go to those clinics, for that subject you were talking about, Hank. I don't think any of those people will be able to see the Mentos commercial when they meet their maker,
I've heard you talk about the Mentos thing, but I don't quite understand what you're talking.
Oh, so when I say Mentos, have you ever seen the Mentos commercial?
I think about the Foo Fighter video, but yeah.
Well, watch a Mentos commercial on YouTube, and it's like there's all these different scenarios and situations where, like, perfect example, like a bunch of friends are all crossing the street at a crosswalk, and the light starts to go red. Or no, a car pulls right up and cuts the group of kids off bumper to bumper. So the one kid, the Scraggler's left, like, he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know how to cross the street now, and his friends are like, "Come on!" And he turns his hat backwards, pops some Mentos in his mouth, and gets in the dude's back seat on one door, and then crawls out the other door. And the guy looks at him, and he gets back with his friends, and as they're walking, he turns around and looks at the guy who's like, "What the hell?" And he shows him the Mentos candy, and the guy kind of smiles with a knowing look, like, Mentos, So when I throw a globe or a Mentos, it means, like, they're just telling us about Benny Time Space Warp, and we're all like, "What?" And they turn around and show us a Mentos thing, and we're like, okay. It's like giving them something, Does that make sense? Did I cut out? Or should I cut out? Hold on.
No, I heard you.
Okay. What do you think about the Mentos thing, Hank?
It makes sense. It's like you're giving them a pass. Giving them a way out.
Yeah. I mean, I've been saying it lately, like, if I could go back to when I thought the Earth was a globe, there wasn't so many things to think about, Dude, I'm going to take a picture of my California ID, the picture on it, just, Hank, so you can get an idea of what we're working with here. I look like the guy from Shameless, like the dad.
Don't dox yourself, bro. Blur out the pertinent
Oh,
information.
I know. Oh, yeah, for sure. I'll just show you the picture, dog. I always feel like if anybody got my information, it would do the opposite of what they're trying to do, like trying to gain financially. You get my information, try to fake my shit. One day, like, the FBI is at your house arresting you. Where's your Mentos at now? Like, nobody in the right mind would ever want to be me or try to fake being me. The consequences are too great. I can barely handle this. Let me see it.
It was like a video game or a movie or something. But they were talking about how they sold their social security number and their driver's license to somebody so that they could get a job. Like, you sold your straw man? I just remember thinking that was hilarious because I never thought about doing that. That people sell their straw man.
All right, I just posted it. That's my picture on my driver's license.
Oh, wow, for real?
Yeah.
Awesome. I didn't know you were older than me. Are you about 45?
43.
Okay.
43. I don't always look this way, but when I do, it's for my DMV picture.
Right, for real. Yeah, you got just a little bit more gray than I do.
Yeah.
So I figured you're about 5 years older.
I notice when I go out in the sun for like days at a time, though, it starts to go away, and all my hair turns like more of a golden color, but the gray goes away. And then the longer I go without getting sunshine, the grayer it gets. But I don't usually even have a beard. I usually shave with like the clippers, so there's just stubble. I don't use razors anymore. I can't stand the way it feels on my face. I'll just take the hair clippers though. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do the clipper thing.
Yeah, the razor. I stopped doing the razors like early 30s. You know. Plus, that shit takes way too long. I'm spending way too much time in the bathroom having to get all the stubble off my face with a razor. It takes like 20 minutes in the shower. I don't need a mirror to do it. I'll get out and do my sideburns, but it's just like a long process of like, they're just going to grow back like in a day and a half, 2 days.
Grew off a beard until I was in my 30s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, everything grew in all white, trashy like Joe Dirt.
Yeah.
Joe Dirt.
Hey, your wife's kind of like how she's in the background talking reminds me of Jackie. Like Jackie will be saying, Jackie's not always in a good mood, but sometimes when I'm on 24/7 Discord, she'll chime in the back, and that's like the most active. Like that's the most active she gets involved in my life. Like seriously, and it feels good.
Yeah, my children are playing video games.
That's cool.
They're
Hey, your
playing like
girlfriend sounds like she sounds like she treats you a lot better, or your wife sounds like she treats you a lot better than my girl treats me, bro. That's cool.
Yeah, my wife's pretty cool.
Yeah.
She can be very giving sometimes.
That's cool.
Unless she doesn't like you. If she don't like you, it's 100% fuck you. But if she likes you, it's like 100% what can I do for you?
That's
so
cool.
There's no in between with her. No in between.
Has your wife ever listened to my music?
Maybe stuff that I'll be playing and she walked in on. But I usually wear headphones.
That's right. She's a flat earther though, right?
A little more agnostic than flat earther. I'll put it this way: she's not an anti-flat earther. She don't argue with me.
Yeah.
She just knows that everything about NASA is all bullshit, and the government's all bullshit, and the corruption's all bullshit, and she's very Native American in the sense that who has authority over me other than me?
Yeah. Yeah.
She got the same. Like we're basically operating off the same firmware. Right?
Yeah.
We got different hardware, but it's the same firmware.
So she's down to that 1491, huh?
1490. Yeah. She's still. She in the past, she was like, I don't want to live in a tiny house, and I really like having the big house in town, and now she's like, she wants a tiny house and she wants to live off the land. So it's like, damn, I wish she would have told me that.
That's what 1491 is, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And Hank, did I tell you about what I'm going to do? Like going to the gynecologist?
What? You sure it's live stream worthy?
You didn't hear that part, huh? So I've been to jail and I've been to a hospital both in the last 60 days, right? Anytime before that, I'd never been asked this question, but now they put this question somewhere near the middle of the list of questions of like, what's your name, your age, your birthday, yada, yada, yada. And then they say, what gender do you identify as? Or what gender are you? And, I didn't have time to think about it, so it caught me by surprise, so I didn't have anything witty to do about it, but I'm going to use my Medi-Cal card to make an appointment over the phone or online at a gynecologist. So now I'm playing a character where I'm just straight deadpan face, right? Like I can go in and talk to somebody as if I lived my whole life as a woman, and go along with it. To me, I'm going to be playing like a mental and a physical chicken with each person in there. Like when you play chicken, you drive as fast as you can in one direction, the other. Whoever swerves first loses.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I'm playing. All I'm going to do is I'm going to hope or see if I can. I'm going to see if Jackie can actually. She's better at making appointments than me. See if Jackie can schedule me to make sure that I'm seeing a female doctor instead of a man. If it is a man, I'll probably lose at the game. But if it's a female, I'll be able to follow through that. Where I want to see how far I can go. And I'm gonna learn a little bit about the things to do and explain to her, like my last gynecologist from the city I moved from was thinking it could be cervical cancer. So just throw a couple buzzwords out there and see how far this person will go and let me go, because I identify as a woman, to giving me a gynecologist, what do they call, OBGYN, perhaps, I don't, whatever it's called. That I'm gonna have to learn all these things first, like the process of like a normal woman going and putting her legs up in the stirrup, and I'm gonna see how far I could go. Like, will she examine me and act like she's examining a female's body parts? And we'll just be throwing buzzwords around like ovary tubes and, clitoris and like just, the normal buzzwords that if you're a female, you'd be using with your gynecologist, You know what I mean? So I'm going to be that chick. I'm going to be that chick who, just a normal, everyday heterosexual woman going to see your gynecologist. Anyway, you get the point. It's for educational entertainment purposes only. But yeah, I'm going to be doing things like that, testing the waters, because it really, like, where does this ever end? You know what I mean? Sound like a good idea?
I gotta say, it's extremely brilliant, but at the same time hazardous, because I've heard about these duckbill things, and if you don't swerve.
Oh, really? Oh my God.
I went in there with my wife, and let me just say that I didn't know that she could do that. That's all I'm saying. I didn't know my wife could do that.
Wow.
She took it like
I get you on that.
She took it like a man.
Damn. Yeah.
She took it like a man. I was like, whoa.
If this shit, so if the gynecologist was actually going to take this to that far, like essentially the exact opposite of doing it to a woman would be her doing it to the smallest part of me that she could open, right? I'm guessing would be like where I go to the bathroom through. Number one, where I go number one through.
I guess she would treat you like you're. I don't know, bro. I can't say. I just think.
Yeah, that's why this is something that I can't say for sure either, and it really intrigues me.
I gotta say, I think it's brave, because you're talking about playing chicken. So that means that they might get the apparatus and, actually give you an examination.
Or get it out to try to, pull my bluff. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
And if they try to pull your bluff, then that's like discrimination or something, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know what. I think everybody's just pretty much in the dark on this, and everybody's just hoping that nobody takes it there. They're all keeping their fingers crossed every day. But if you're going to put something out there like that, I mean, eventually I'm going to take it, or see how far I can take it. That's just in my nature.
I gotta say, I'm glad that there's people like you to buck the system. I just wish that you would record the whole thing somehow.
I know. I'm gonna. Fuck, I don't know how I would. Unless I'd have to have like because she'd know if I was recording it on my phone. Now I could record it verbally, like you'd hear everything, but I'm sure there'd be scenes in that where that just wouldn't be suffice. You know what I mean? Especially to the people with morbid curiosity. It would have to do the trick, but they'd be like, damn, it could have been so much better. You know what I mean?
Maybe if you, I don't know, had like a little hole cut in your clothing that was like a two-way mirror.
Yeah. Oh, how about this? Ask your wife, or you in there with your wife. This is what I need to know. When you go to a regular hospital, you get checked up, like they do a checkup and then they leave and they like pull a curtain and you have like 5 minutes to like rifle through all the drawers in the hospital room and see if there's anything good in there. Not that I would do that, but you have 5 minutes to do that. Or you have 5 minutes to set up a camera somewhere in there. Because in the hospital, they check you out and then they leave you in there like, whenever you're ready to come out, you can come out. That was when I was in there I said my back was hurting, right? So I don't know if it's the same general rules apply for chicks at a gynecologist or not. Where like they have you in a waiting room, you could set up the thing, and then they check you, and then you could even. Actually, it doesn't matter if they see me taking it when I leave. Like as long as I can hide it when I get there. That's what I'm saying. Is there like well, you went in there with your wife, so tell me, was there a time where she could have hidden this apparatus?
I don't remember. It was like when we first got married, she was having problems. And then we went in there, and I paid like $350. And then that doctor did something to my wife that I'll never forget. And then she didn't even take the birth control. She didn't take the birth control that the doctor prescribed to her because of the side effects. So I was kind of like, why did we just pay that woman $350 to put a glove on, and then give you some friendly advice, and then you not take it? And she was like, okay, we won't do that again. And I was like, okay, but that doctor is just like straight up like, whoosh, put on the glove and.
Yeah, I have to ask you this. I'm gonna hate myself if I don't ask you this. I don't mean to be inappropriate at all, but I can't imagine. In my mind, I can't picture or imagine the taste or the way that it would feel to even see a woman do that to my girlfriend. Not that it would like cause any anger or like I'd be like turned on by it. It would just be like I'd be so intrigued by the look on her face more than even seeing it happen to see how she deals with that. Like how natural. I don't know. Like, to me, I think that would really tell me a lot about the person that I'm with that I don't know. You know, things like that. They're worth their weight in gold. You know.
It looked like it hurt.
It didn't look like she didn't miss a beat. She didn't miss a beat.
It looked like it hurt.
Oh, it looked like it hurt. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it was a long sleeve glove. I'll just put it to you like
that. Yeah. Okay. Damn, dude. And I assume that's like how normal women go and get their procedure. And it could be a woman who's 5 foot tall or 6 foot tall, 100, 200, 300 pounds, and I'm pretty sure it pretty much goes along the same lines. You know what I mean?
I've heard stories. No, I've heard stories that gets worse than that. Biopsies.
So, but pretty much these lines that we're talking about, they're all perpendicular, right?
These lines get crossed. Yeah, it gets worse than that. I've heard some stories.
It's all perpendicular, no pun intended.
Right. Yeah, but we should probably change the subject a little.
Yeah. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. My bad, bro. No disrespect.
Well, I mean, it's part of life. Like, you go to the doctor, whether you're male or female, and it's academic. You know, people go to the doctor. And the doctors, they do weird stuff, man.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm encouraging it or discouraging it. I'm just saying that, you know, sometimes the doctors, they just do weird shit.
See, what I'm doing is I'm getting something that's an exact science. Like, let's say to them, this medicine's an exact science. Like, this and this equals, like, this prescription, right? I'm pulling away all logic, all fabric of logic from this equation or from this painting, right? And I want to see how they react accordingly to the Emperor's new clothes when presented with the Emperor's new clothes. How long will they go along with this for?
Yeah, I got you. I definitely say that it's a social experiment that I want to know the results of. I wish that you could do it like 100 times in your state, just to see like what percentages.
Yep. Dude, if I had the time and the resources for that, or if anybody's listening, they want to finance that, I'm literally like, this would be just the tip of the iceberg. I'm literally willing to play chicken with almost anything or everything, Dude, let me be your experiment. I'd love somebody to pay money and they set it all up, and all I do is go in there pan face, and I'm playing whatever role. Dude, that would be like a live stream.
Yeah, but what are you trying to say?
Oh man. Hey, who let the dogs loose? Whoop.
Hey, is this guy back again? Woof woof. First thing.
Oh, no,
you want a Mentos?
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you want
a Mentos?
I identify as Bumblebee. Do you want to go into fucking room number 2 again? Fuck you, bro.
Yeah, let's go into room number 2.
Nah, fuck you, bro.
I don't want to give us a chance. How sad.
Pathetic.
Jackie just said, where do you get those guys from?
Back in black.
Where do you get those guys from?
Oh, he actually went down to room number 2 and let him sit there and stew for a little while. There's no way in hell.
God.
There's no way in hell I'm going down to room number 2 with that motherfucker.
Why
He's
so angry?
Do you hear the anger in my voice? Do you hear how angry I sound? Like I'm laughing.
Sound very angry.
Oh my god, Jesus!
You don't need to be so rude.
Give it up. You need to go to troll school. You're useless.
Oh, for what?
Troll school.
No, you and your friend Danger.
Danger. Watch yourself. Show me what you're working with.
That's what he said to me all night. He says, "P-Mac, you're in danger." I was like, "What danger?" Yeah, you're just in danger all over. I was shaking in my boots.
Everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere, like just everywhere. Danger.
No, look.
And it just so happened that Danger is an actual person on here.
Hey, Fix, you got any family members that are OBGYN gynecologist certified? I'm ready for that type of debate right now.
What made you come back, Fist? Did you not get enough fucking ass whipping last night? Do you need more? You like your ass getting whipped?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking.
It's funny that he came in right after Larry's story too.
That's just like it's almost. Did somebody say his name 3 times and he fucking showed up?
Larry did when he was talking about the gloves in the story. And he brought this. He manifested this dude. I'm serious, bro. He said his name 3 times.
Do you know, it's funny, when I just came back from my dad's, looking after my dad's medicine, I thought, I'm going to say something 3 times here now. Don't take offense. Lucifer, Lucifer, Lucifer. And the devil will show up.
Oh, don't do that, bro. Don't say that. It's not even funny to joke like that.
Okay, I take that back.
Yeah.
It's not funny. All right.
I'm gonna download that last part of the live Discord and then like play it back reverse or something. See, I'm gonna reverse that thing he said. Reverse.
Reverse. Say it backwards.
Right? There's so much power in the tongue. It's crazy. There's so much, bro.
Yeah, you're right.
You and your friend.
My friend. Angel. What's my friend's name? Angel, that's correct. Yeah, Angel and Danger.
You guys are the trolls here.
No, it was Aaron, you motherfucker. Silly bastard. Aaron, no, fuck.
My friends are so depressed. Hey, Fixed. I've been called by a lot of people in my life a broken person. So if you can try to fix me, I'd appreciate it.
Are any mods in this voice chat? I need to talk to one.
Why? Did we say something that offended you?
No, but I have a screenshot of Danger saying some things.
Take it to the complaints department, dude.
How do I do that?
Go home and get your shine box.
Asking a genuine question, all right.
No, it's cool. Like, you came in here, you said one sentence, then you want to make a complaint. That's cool. You know what I mean?
Take your drama and put it on a fucking soapbox, bro. Put it on a nice little
Hey, take that ticket you want to write for us and shove it. You know what I mean? Come on,
and
bro.
shove it right up your ass.
Hey, you know what we call a complaint over in Europe? We call it a bull in the head because of the metric system.
Wow, you got the whole squad laughing.
You are a wonder of nature, Fist. Because the doctors have tried to find a funny bone in your body and they couldn't find one, sir. Not one.
Oh my God,
I have a complaint.
He just tickled mine. Yeah.
That's funny.
Right,
the Glober that comes in here just to make complaints on people. That's so funny. It's hilarious, dude.
You think I'm joking?
I love it.
Yeah, I told you this last night. If you're gonna troll, at least
we joined to try talk. Okay, we tried to come join, listen to people, and now you're doing this. We would have stayed muted, but okay, good job, man.
All right, PMAC, I'll
Literally,
DM it to you. Have a
We
screenshot.
got away with it, two of us. It wasn't for the meddling kids and the dog. Scooby Doo.
Fist, can I ask you something?
I have a screenshot to send you.
Listen. Never mention my name again, because I do not want to engage with you in my life. If I never see you again, it will be too fucking.
You said this yesterday.
Yeah.
You said this all yesterday, my friend.
And you too, Monster. You can fuck off as well.
And you guys wrote it down too. And you recorded what he said too.
What? Can I ask a question? Why did you two feel the need to make a new Discord accounts to come in here?
We've already gone through this.
Well, I wasn't here.
Would it be cool if we kept this off live stream then and just talked on live stream too? Because I don't think this would be good for the live stream.
Oh my God!
I mean, if you want to keep it on here, sure.
No, we don't.
I'm trying to
we
be.
don't.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go to live stream.
Well, here's a
Mac, you have a problem with us? Let's just discuss it then. If you're not going to let us be
No, I'm
normal
not
people.
going to ever do that again in my life. Listen,
So you're not going to let people be normal people. Okay.
No, you can be whatever you want.
All
bro.
right.
Monster and
Okay,
Fist,
then
you go
please
down
stop
to
complaining.
What do you identify as, bro? What do you identify as?
Male.
So you two guys go down to live stream
Monster
too.
Swerve. I need to know your gender. Are you identify as male?
You go down
I'm
to
a
live stream
bumblebee.
too. Live stream too.
I just want to know who I'm talking to. You know what I mean?
And we'll see who joins you.
All right. Okay. That's okay.
Go down.
And,
live stream too. Please get off the main Discord, right?
Yeah, you too, please.
This is recorded. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand that.
Right,
I'd like
so
to take this
down to
matter
live
elsewhere.
stream. Go down there, and we'll see who joins you.
I hope you do too.
Not a fuck, bro. Never again. You just.
Hey, T-Mac, will you go join him if he gives you a Mentos? If he's like, come on, I'll share my last Mentos with you. You're like, how can I resist?
I'd do it for $5, bro.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Or like those little chocolate chip cookies, like you can't resist, like the cookie truck.
Do you remember what he said last night too, Flatterday? He says, "Oh, you sound."
I didn't hear him, bro.
He said, "Like, yeah, well, you said something." He went, "You sound like you're homeless. You're living." And he went, "Yeah, I'm homeless, man. Do you want to build me a house or something?"
Oh man, I'm not homeless. I'm just a homeboy.
Surprised I'm back.
Yo, so it's crazy. Those guys are trying to spread bad rumors about me. I don't know.
No.
Danger, watch yourself. Tell me what you're working with. Shake that globe. Shake that water.
That was so strange too. And thank you for last night for thank you, Danger, for last night, because you were you had my back. But it was funny. They were saying, "PMAC, you're
Danger. You messaged me. Why would you delete it? Why would you delete your messages?
What do you mean? I never deleted any of my messages.
Don't try to play it off. I have a screenshot.
I'm not trying to play anything off.
All right.
Yeah, all right.
I have a screenshot.
All right, if you have a
I don't know
screenshot,
what you
send
want.
it to me, and you have refused every single time to send it. If you actually have it,
Danger.
if I were you and I
sent it
actually
to
had
the.
the proof, then I
I
would
have
send
it.
it.
Danger. Listen, I've got it. He sent it to me.
All right,
Uh
is he your
oh,
buddy?
you're in trouble. You just broke a code. You just broke an ordinance, bro. You're in trouble. 60 lashings.
No, I've got to go to the filing cabinet. I got to get the right form.
Yeah, right.
All right,
Oh
so
my God,
then send it to PMAC. Send it to
these
PMAC if you
these
actually
documents sound earth shattering, bro. Like these are the
because how
Watergate files. I mean,
because how do I know whatever that guy's name is? How do I know he isn't your buddy? Right, so like I've got no reason to lie, bro.
They're definitely butt buddies.
Yeah. So and you're trying to
Wait.
spread rumors that I'm sending messages to you, deleting them, and saying that I'm telling you that
No,
I'm a troll.
I got a screenshot. Why are you
Hero.
lying?
Hero.
Yes,
Yes. You're hero, aren't you, Danger?
not hero.
hey, you guys know a kingdom divided against itself can't stand. So you guys better learn how to stand better. Unless this is your whole thing to make us think that you guys should be opposed to each other. You know, either way, it's like it's comical and laughable.
So Danger has used 2 accounts in this server on the same day.
Prove it.
Watch yourself,
Hero.
Danger. Watch yourself.
Because I can hear your fucking voice, man.
Not the same.
You sound like that weird kid from Grown Ups 2.
Danger's
So
fucking.
Oh my god.
Check the rules, man,
Hey,
about multiple accounts.
this is how Boy Meets World met your mother.
Danger is the troll here.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Hero.
Well,
Yeah, Danger and Hero are the same person. He's this whiny fucking idiot that was in here last night.
okay. Jesus Christ, man. I didn't know that. Sorry for blaspheming. So he's playing the villain and the hero at the same time. Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good job.
What a fine thespianship. What a
Got me-
fine thespian you are.
Got me fooled.
He's a good little thespian.
What's up then, Hero, big boy? Little boy? What have you got for us today?
Oh my god.
Little man? Big man? What are you calling
Yeah,
us?
can you stop blowing into your mic, bro? Sounds like you're deep throating it. Oh my god.
Is that your actual voice?
Who, me?
Hmm.
Who's actual voice?
That's your actual voice?
Yeah.
That's weird, bro.
Why?
Because you sound like a 4-year-old. Like your balls haven't dropped yet or something.
He's closer to a 4-year-old than he is to our age, I think, Fima.
Oh, man. I'm actually glad they're back. That's entertainment, isn't it?
Danger.
Aaron
Don't overtalk me. He's this privileged wanker.
Thank you.
Thinks he control us with his bullshit, man.
I would use the word twat, but I suppose that's the same thing. Always about this time, 11:20, yeah, about 11:30 in the morning. Mustn't have any school or job to go to, just reading from a script, being trolls.
He's sitting in nursery. He's in daycare with access to a PC somehow.
Ah, come on, bro. Yeah, now that I think about it, I was in Danger all night last night, and then Danger came in and said they had my back. Just role playing these guys just role playing, right? I have no idea. Notice they didn't stay on Livestream too very long.
Yo, Flatter Days.
AP Mac, have a look in Livestream voice text. I put a picture of Danger in there. Or Hero, whatever it wants to go by.
I can't see it. Computers, man.
I'm just letting you know, Flatter Days.
Alright, dude, if you actually have proof, send it to me, bro. Like, you don't. So.
Well, we don't need to prove it to you, do we? He's proved it to us.
He hasn't, though. You don't have proof. That's what I'm saying.
We don't need to.
Doesn't matter what you think, dude. You're just a troll child coming here for. Think you got one up on us.
We're just laughing our bags off at you.
Probably live stream it to TikTok or some shit.
Big sigh there. Was that a sigh of defeat?
Hero, bring your globe proof then. What have you got today?
He just looked up a YouTube video about questions that nobody can answer, and he's asking us them. He's retarded.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to debate or whatever.
Because you'll say a word that he's learned in one of these videos, and then when someone repeats it back to him, he'll say, "I don't understand those words." It's exactly what he did yesterday.
Oh.
Don't overtalk me, bro. Don't overtalk me, big man. Okay, big man.
I don't like how people always assume I'm a troll.
First.
Oh, you also sound a troll, man. What's up with that?
What?
It's just your wording. It's just your lack of.
Well, how can I make my wording sound better?
Well, you can stop calling people names and talking nonsense.
I didn't do that.
Maybe say something thought-provoking that would give us food for thought. Maybe make us pause a while and think about, what that guy just said might be true. But you guys don't do that. You just come in here and call people names and talk shit.
No, we didn't do that.
Yes, you did. It's on live stream. Remember when you said this is recorded? And I was just like, you to shut up now.
Find it.
Yeah, I found it.
You find it?
Yeah, you guys sound really pathetic, bro. I hate to break the news to you, but newsflash, you useless trolls, bro. You need to go to troll school. You're not even funny. Yeah, big sigh again.
I just joined this server. I made a new Discord account. My friend got me onto this Discord, got me onto this server. And now you guys are just, you're saying I'm a troll.
You're definitely
trying to understand your point of view.
Well, listen, one of you had a question last night, and I must have asked you for about an hour, what is the question? And you didn't even ask a question. You just insulted people for like about an hour. Every time I try to speak down in voice chat too, every time I try to speak.
They're trying to insult me, him, like, dude.
You just push the button. Shut up, PMAC. Shut up, PMAC. You're fucking useless, PMAC. You probably dropped out of high school.
We
You're probably
didn't say that.
You
We never called you useless. We never called you anything. Let's
Yeah, sure.
Honestly,
Yeah,
you did
sure you
call me.
did. Yeah, yeah, sure.
Let's talk about this civilly, PMAC. Let's calm down.
Dude,
Let's
why are you
just-
trying to play the victim all the time? Like, we all know
Look,
that you did.
Danger, I have a screenshot of what you said. Like, why are you still trying?
Send it to me, dude, if you actually have it.
Don't
have it.
Don't send it. He's just gonna use it, bro.
How am I gonna use
I
it?
might not send it.
How would I use it? I'm
Right.
curious.
Right.
How would I
What's the
use
benefit in sending it to you, Danger?
But how would I use it?
Where's
No,
Dark
but what's the benefit in sending it to you?
Where's Dark Souls?
Like, you already know what you sent. Why do you need me to send it to you?
Instead of sitting here talking shit, why don't you say something meaningful? Anything, bro. Just anything. Just say something. Anything that's thought provoking. Anything intelligent.
Yeah,
Nah.
exactly, Danger.
No. Yeah, okay. All right.
Danger, yeah.
Yeah. It's just trolls, bro. You think we haven't seen this before?
Well, people joining the server, probably, yes.
Being assholes and being trolls, and they were actually funny. We actually laughed at them. They were good crack. They were a
You
laugh.
said we weren't funny. So
you guys
round
are
of applause.
useless, man. That's what I'm saying. You need to go back to troll school. 101. You're absolutely useless, sir.
So what are you saying now, Fist? Are you saying that you're not going to troll PMAC? You actually want to come here to learn? Or
Yes.
To discuss? Yeah.
We've said this already. We want to actually listen. We've asked to listen. PMAC doesn't want to give us a chance.
So
some nice
when you say
people
we-
joined yesterday.
When you
Me
say
and
we,
Fisted and I.
Oh yeah, monsters. Before, okay.
We
So
had
Danger
a
is
guy. One
definitely-
sec. Let's see. Clay under Seal came and told us a lot about the server. And told us a lot about like how he joined the server and everything. He told us he
Okay.
was also like began to join this, like wanted to debunk everything, but then he like learned more, and then he started like understanding how things actually like worked and everything.
Like,
all right, cool. Let's do
That's
fresh
what I'm
start then.
hoping.
Now let's ask some
Yes,
questions.
exactly. I've been begging for this. Thank you.
Okay, let's go. Do it.
Hello, I am new to the server.
The fuck?
Welcome.
Could I? Thank you. What can I learn on this server?
We're not here to teach you, bro.
Okay.
Well, we're not here to convince you of anything. There's a lot of information on
Yes,
the server.
I understand.
Have you been directed to the voice?
Yeah, I was shown the text channels. I was going to read them, but yeah, yesterday there was a little bit of an incident, to say the least. So I won't mention that anymore. I think
Do you have
it'll
a
be better.
fucking question? Or
what's your thoughts?
Generally, no. I came to join to listen. Honestly, at the
Well,
moment,
been
I
talking
didn't
10
want to
minutes
talk.
straight about bullshit, bro. Talk about.
Sorry, you got cut off. Leonardo?
Yo, talk about something.
Talk about something.
Politics.
What do you understand about our kind of
about so? Sorry.
What don't you understand about kind of where we come from?
What don't I understand? I mean, at the moment, it's pretty much made sense. Clay under Seal gave me again. I'll mention him again. He was quite nice, quite helpful. He told me about how he joined the server, how he started learning more and more, and then people started talking to him, and then he started asking questions. He started learning. So we were told about the water, like surface tension, and
Water
how
always finds its level.
Sorry.
Water always finds its level. Water at rest.
Yeah, and then there's the bubble, like how when you when you build a flat surface, you always use a little bubble.
Other level.
Yeah.
Spirit level.
Always make a level, and it doesn't. I don't know. And like water always like fills its container.
So how do you think? So there's a term called sea level, okay?
Right.
And level means flat.
They want us, and as
So the Earth is made up of 70% seawater or water. So how do you think that 70% of the Earth, being a flat, level thing, can make up a globe?
Yeah. I don't know. It's confusing.
Doesn't make sense. Exactly.
Yeah, it's quite strange.
Yeah. And have you been? You're from Australia, I'm guessing. Is that right?
Yeah.
So do you live near the sea? There's a chance that you live near the ocean. Yes, you've been to the ocean in your life at some point. So when you looked out, you see the horizon. Does the horizon ever look curved to you, from what you can remember?
Not particularly. Yeah, it's quite.
No.
I don't. How
do you know
do you see the curve?
What the term horizon means? Horizon means horizontal.
Flat horizontal line.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It never curves. So what globers who come in here say they see boats disappearing over the horizon. Okay. So we've got a way of explaining that. It's called perspective. But also, if you think about it, when you're looking at a horizon, you can sometimes see miles and miles from left to right in front of you. Do you ever see? You never see that curving. So if it's a ball, if it's a sphere or a globe, it should be curving from left to right, front to back, side to side, diagonal. It should curve in all directions, but it never does.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's always flat when you look at it.
Yeah. So this is something that you can do, and you have done.
I've pretty much seen it flat.
Yeah. So you've observed that. So you've kind of so the globe model is kind of something you've been taught in school through media. It's almost in every film, logos on
everything, everywhere.
Everywhere. Yeah. So it's kind of, we'd call it brainwashing. I call it brainwashing. You've been brainwashed into thinking a certain.
Yeah, I think I've heard that term used. Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't know the reason why people come up with it. Why do they lie? We don't know. You don't know why people lie. Why does anyone lie? But what we do know is they have been lying, because we can disprove their claims with observations and measurements that anyone can do.
Right. Could you give me an example?
Yeah. Well, the observation is going to the beach and looking at the horizon.
Yeah.
No.
Any other tests or anything I could try out, or like see for myself?
1 second. Let me post something in the live stream. Voice text.
All right. Cool.
Sorry, my computer's been a bit slow. Has anyone got the black swan?
Yo, Flatter Days.
Oh, sorry. What did you say, Leonardo?
No, go ahead.
I didn't.
All right. Yo, Flatter Days.
Latter days.
Hey, Quet,
You were just here.
Quet. Is Quet's a call, yeah? Or rookie? Is P Mac, you don't have interest in speaking to these guys, do you?
No.
Fair enough. I've got to go and do something. Lumpy, are you there?
Good luck.
I don't want to leave you hanging like this while you're in the middle of questions. That's all.
Yeah, thank you.
1 second.
I have identified them as a drain on my resources. And I shall
Hey, Mac, can you check your DMs?
Yeah, Cold Danger. Yeah, I'll speak to you now, bro.
Okay, man. Can you see that image I just posted in the live stream voice text?
Let me open it. Yep.
So you see those 2 oil rigs in the ocean?
Yeah.
Ignore the writing for now.
Mm-hmm.
So, can you see the horizon in that photo?
It's a bit.
And where would you say it's not super clear, but where would you say that was? Yeah, go
like
on.
in the middle, sort of, I guess.
Yeah, so if you look in the middle and then you follow that line left,
Yeah.
it goes behind that left oil rig, would you say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there's a problem there. Because if the globe is a sphere, if the Earth is a sphere, rather,
it would be below it.
The horizon should even be in front of the one on the right.
Ah. Right.
So this is the problem. We see too far.
Yeah, 9.4. Yeah, I see. Understand. Yeah, I get that. That makes sense.
Okay. So I'm gonna have to go, but if
Yeah.
someone else, Quats or someone could speak to you, or if you want to come back later, we could pick it up then. But stick around, don't go anywhere. But
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Thanks for chatting. I'll speak to you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
See you later, P-Mac.
You wait, Flatty?
Yeah, see you later, dude.
All right, man. Good to see you.
Bye, Flatty.
Stand-up guy. Yeah, so Danger, I just want to say that Danger, I don't think he's a troll. I don't. Somebody would think he did, maybe mistaken identity or something, I don't know. But yeah, no. Danger, to me, is not a troll. Fist X Monster and Dark Souls 2001, definitely trolls.
Right. Your proof being? Excuse me, P-Mac.
Well, do you need the screenshot, P-Mac?
You appreciate that, maybe? For once.
Sorry, I no longer talk to trolls. Thank you. Good night.
Are you gonna leave?
Quetzalcoatl. What a name, bro.
Alright, well, P-Mac, if you want to check the screenshot, it's there. It's up to you, though.
What do you have a screenshot of?
You can see it. I'm pretty sure I've
just sent it to you.
Where?
DM.
Where you were sending, what was the message he sent to you? Sorry.
Oh yeah, he called me a twat.
Right, yeah, well you can find that probably.
Yeah.
Who? Did
Yeah, we'll
call
find... Sorry?
Who called you a twat?
Yeah, my friend.
Who's your friend? Can I say
no,
a name?
No, PMAC.
Called you a twat.
Yes.
And?
Not me.
So you can find it there.
No, I'm saying that he has a DM quite clearly, and then Fisted sent him a screenshot that PMAC's now asking about.
Okay, I mean, what do you want?
Not sure.
What do you want to get out of this? I don't understand.
I don't know.
What are you
PMAC
looking for?
keeps. I'm trying to. I don't know.
Yo,
I want
PMAC, if
PMAC to
he
stop.
sent you anything, send me like what he sent you so I can see.
Okay, Danger, I'll check your PMs.
Yeah.
Leave this stuff for now, guys. They've got an issue with PMAC, Quats, that's all. And
yeah, I seem to be out of loop for this one.
Yeah, they did start Fisted.
Yeah, I'd like to drop that.
We started talking about flat Earth stuff, but I have to go.
Yeah.
I don't know if Quetz can help you out though if he's got time.
All right, thank you. If he doesn't mind.
Well, you can ask a question, then we'll see where we go. Take it from there or not. Depends on the question. So
what kind of tests can I do to see how flat or like bumpy? I guess it wouldn't be quite flat, but how bumpy the Earth is, I guess.
The surface of water bumpy? Is that what you said?
Well, no. I mean, like, what kind of tests can I do at home to prove this for myself?
At home? You need to be outside to test this.
Well, outside, yeah.
If you want to find the curve.
Yeah.
If you're trying to test the curve. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at home, you can do whatever you want at home. It's not going to prove anything. When it comes to the curve, anyway. But
I got some question.
Hey, Miggy.
What's going on, man? Hey, who are we speaking to? Monster Spore?
Hi.
Yeah.
How's it going, Monster? I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna put an image up so you can see there's something you can actually do. Give me a moment. I'll put it in live stream voice text for you.
Right. Yeah, I'm in that one.
You see the graphic I just put up?
Yes.
All right. So water finds its level, right? And
right.
you see the like funnel and the cylinder and how it's all connected to like this tube.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how they put what container they're put in, especially like the ones that are being shown here. But water will always seek its level. So you can do this at home. You can get a pipe. You can get glass. You know, you can see that water is always level. It's always horizontal to the ground. So it's always going to be that way. It's always going to find its level. And you can test this out in many different ways to check to see if that is not the case. Because you can see that the third depiction, number 3, where it shows water being level.
Scale.
Yeah, and it's a pipe that's like on the surface where it's kind of like rigid. So if you could see that the pipe also measures level from one side to the other. So can you see the logic behind this?
Yeah, I understand. Like, it's proving that like gravity is more like flat than like rounding the water out.
Okay, well,
yes,
we'll get to that in a second, but for this much, you can see that there's something that you can do to ascertain if the Earth is curving. Because see, the thing is, there's a whole idea behind this idea with gravity that the gravity's pulling everything into itself. So on every point of the Earth, it doesn't matter what point you're on, gravity's pulling everything into itself. So to the center. If that were true, you couldn't find level. Because it would be curving with the Earth.
Yeah.
So you could draw a horizontal line straight across the 2 points of that pipe, the diagram that I just showed you. and so on from the diagram number 1. You can see the different containers. If the Earth was curving, it would be conforming into a curved shape. So it would not be conformed to like a straight across horizontal.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense? So if gravity was supposedly doing what it's supposed to be doing,
there
we
wouldn't
wouldn't
be a
have
straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
it would be like a curve.
And you can do this anywhere. You can test this anywhere on Earth. It's always going to remain the same. So let's take, for example, water scaling up. Scale up to whatever size you'd like. A swimming pool, a lake.
Yeah.
The mechanics of water remain the same. So that's not going to change because you scale up. So if that's the case, and 70% of the Earth is covered in water, that's level to the horizontal. Can you see the situation we have here?
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that.
Okay, that implications would mean that the Earth is not curving. Simple, right? But we can take it a step further if you like.
Yeah.
All right, so if I was to ask you a question of how you can demonstrate that the curvature of the Earth has been shown to you in a method that you can actually pit the claim of the Earth against, like let's say the metrics. The radius is 3,969. So then if you're going to go and take those metrics and then apply them to the Earth to see if they can measure up to the claim of that the shape of the Earth is what the radius claim is, do you think you'd be able to measure curvature? That's just my question to you right now.
Probably not, no.
Well, it's interesting because we've been taught this information. So according to what the mainstream rhetoric
Yeah,
is,
it was Fletchy said it was brainwashing. Yeah.
well, think about it like this: you've been taught how to think about something in a particular way. So if I told you that you live on a curved Earth and you've never measured the curve, and then I told you you can go and try to see if you can measure the curve and see if you can find it. I'm giving you the tools of how you can actually verify or falsify that the Earth has that particular curved surface. Now, would you be inclined to go and do that? Or would you be like, nah, I don't have to do that? You know what I mean? Like, people become, when they hear this truth, they become either apathetic or indifferent. They don't really care, or they can't be bothered with, because it doesn't matter to them. So it needs to be something that you investigate, you look into, you research, you go and do the test
myself. Yeah.
But more than that, there's tools, right? You can go online and find an Earth curve calculator. It's simple algebra. You don't need to be somebody who knows a lot of math. It's something very simple. The formula for figuring it out is something like 8 inches per mile squared over the distance of a surface of the Earth, point A to point B. So you can go and do this test anywhere. Take a friend, go to the maybe a lake shore or something, and have your friend stand like a few miles away from you and do a line of sight test. If you can do something like get a light or get a laser and shine it across the surface of the Earth over water. Yeah, I'm giving you some tools that you can actually do this.
Yeah.
Take the Earth curve calculator with you, maybe on your smartphone.
Yeah.
Type in the distance that you are, then the elevation from which you're looking at.
Right?
Well, I mean, you can use whatever that correlates to your that correlates to whatever height you're going to put it on. You can do different, mix and match. You can use different elevation heights. And then once you run that line of sight test, then check to see if your friend can actually see, or whatever instrument you're using to verify to see if they can't see the laser or the light that you're shining. And if it's possible that over the distance you can figure out the Earth curve, if there's supposed to be Earth curve blocking or obstructing the line of sight, then that means that the Earth curve calculator is, approximately about what the Earth curve should be. Now, if it's not there, if the Earth doesn't conform to exactly what the metrics say, then the Earth is not curving. Yeah, then the Earth is not curving, because if it's curving, it would definitely be defined as in per what the metrics are saying. So it's not your claim. It's not my claim. It's what they claim the Earth is to be. Now, there's something to be said about after you figure that out, somebody might say, well, the Earth could be bigger, or maybe they got the numbers wrong. But this is not up for debate. It's not up for you to say, well, it's probably a bigger ball. You can't say that. I can't say that. The metrics are what they are, and it's settled.
That's already theory.
This is the claim. In other words, this is the claim. It's not if things are done within the claim to actually work the math out for certain formulas, like in refraction. They use it for how they figure rockets go to the moon, because they have to take, of course, the way the rhetoric is that rockets take a parabolic curve around the Earth, and supposedly they circle the radius until they reach escape velocity. So they absolutely need to know what the radius of the Earth is. So it's essential, right? So it is something that's settled. It's nothing that you can be saying I agree to disagree, or it's a bigger ball, or anything. You can't go there with that. It is what it is. You either stand by the claim or you dismiss it, because it can't be verified. So this is where we're at, right? So the tools are now in your hands to go and research and go and detect to see if you can test it out for yourself. Because we always say in this server, don't take our word for it. Go and do the test yourself.
Yeah, get proof for yourself.
So number one, water is always level. That stands to be as self-evident to you, me, and everyone else. Water always finds its level. So that's ultimately right there. That's what the evidence of the Earth being not a globe, right? That's number one. But then somebody might say, well, I need to go and measure to see if the Earth is actually, conforming to a globe spherical shape. So then you go and do that line of sight test. After you figure that you can't find any curve, then you can make the conclusion that you've already tested to see if the Earth has any curvature. You've measured it with the Earth curve calculator. There is no curvature. This is the results, because we all come to this conclusion. Now, if you come to the conclusion of something different, I'd be interested to know. But as far as we know, the conclusion's always that you don't find any curvature. Then you prove it to yourself, because you actually are doing something to acquire the knowledge if it's curved or not. And it stands to, if you're a logical human being that has reason, you'd be able to
myself.
Yeah, but I'm saying you'd be able to reason with yourself and not have anybody else kind of strong arm you into believing something that you
not
would
just take someone's word for something and just
correct. We're talking about empirical evidence here, which is ultimately important for your understanding. So that's the thing that we propose to anybody coming in here. If you're going to do this, make sure that you are thorough. You take all the data that you make a thorough test.
Double check everything. Make sure it's all good.
Yeah, ultimately, all of us here know the end result, because this has been done a multitude of times over and over again to different people who have the same question. So we know the end result, but you have to actually do the test to make sure that you confirm everything that we're saying, because we can't just speak truth. You have to also apply it to practical use cases. So, and that would follow that everything that we do on this earth would then stand to be understood as the way we were saying, that everything is, you live on a flat plane. So the plane of existence in which you live it does not conform to a spherical curved surface. Now it's different when you're on land, which has topography, which of course does have hills and valleys. So it's a bit different doing a test on land because of that reason. The results,
bumps and hills and
the results won't end up being like as conclusive as it is as if it were over water. So over water, you could probably have a better.
Water keeps filling its container, and
right
actually stays like flat on the surface.
Right.
Mind
you, there are weather conditions that might cause interference.
Little waves and stuff. Yeah.
Well, what I mean to say is, like, sometimes it's like, depending on what time of day you go and do this test, you have to account for fog. You have to account for like heat. There's different variables. Those variables can throw what you see in the distance off a little bit. So keep that in mind. Make sure that it's when you check the weather that the guy says on the weatherman or whatever says it's going to be a clear day. Visibility will be a good that day, and then that day would be an optimal day to see a line of sight test, because ultimately you want the best results, right? So you want to have a day that line of sight is possible at the best possible weather conditions. Because if the Earth is curving, it doesn't matter what the weather is, right? That's what we would agree on. It doesn't matter if the weather's good or bad. It's going to be a curved surface. So you're going to go when the weather is good, visibility is clear, and you're going to do your line of sight test to make sure that there isn't too much in the way of variables that are going to interfere with your test.
Yeah, double check everything, all the weather,
Yep. Make sure that you're above the surface of the Earth at a particular height. Test different heights out. Use the Earth curve calculator online. Make sure that you take that with you. Get maybe a notepad, jot some information down, and do that. Record it even. I mean, everybody's got now a recording device with your phone, so maybe record your results. Do a log. Whatever you want to do, but ultimately, these are the keys to be able to move forward to unlock the mysteries that people might have for the Earth being what it is.
Yeah, and different questions and everything.
Yeah, but there's a lot that follows this, right? So, if the Earth is not a curved surface, right? If it doesn't curve like they say that it does with the globe, and it's not a globe, right? It would stand to reason that it's not a globe. And if it's not a globe, then you can't have gravity pulling everything into itself because it's not a globe. A globe would be doing what they say they do with their magic gravity and everything else that follows that. So it's not a globe. It doesn't have the gravity that they're Einsteinian or Newtonian. It doesn't really matter which one you want to assert. You can't then therefore say that this is the magical force that we happen to abide by. So it's like, well, if not gravity, then what else? Then you start looking into why things fall. And so this is a whole other topic, but
is
just
there
sticking
a text channel for that?
I'm sorry?
Is there like a text channel for that I can read about it?
Yeah, there's some information down below in the text channels. Just
cool.
Peruse some of them. There's a lot of material. We've been doing this for many years. Monster. So it's nothing is a new topic or something we haven't discussed. We're very thorough in the fact that we want you to understand completely that this is to be something that you do. It's a journey for yourself and for your mind. And so, if you really want to research this, you can do it. But ultimately, none of us here are going to convince you to believe in it.
Force me.
So,
And
no, it's not possible.
It's all up to my curiosity and what I decide to do.
Yeah, the thing is, you will be.
That.
Yeah, you'll be challenged though, like to confront some of the things you previously believed to be true. Because most of the things, if you were to actually get to the root of them, you're going to find out that they're just beliefs, nothing more. Because the pillars that the globe Earth actually stands on is that the Earth has a curved surface, and that the Earth is spinning an axial rotation, but you don't feel it, and that the vacuum of space is it's next to or adjacent to the pressure air that you and I breathe. So do you understand? Like these are the tenets of the globe. And now, if you were to say that this is the the thing you believe in, and you've never tested your beliefs out to either verify or falsify, then how are you to
It's
understand
not valid.
that
There's
is?
no point. Yeah.
Then how are you to understand that that's reality? If you don't even know, if you're just believing, I mean, that's one thing, because you can go on to today, tomorrow, and continue to believe that the Earth is a globe. But the question will still remain. You've never verified or tested your belief to be true. And if it was true, then it's not a belief anymore. It becomes into known fact. But even though people assert that this is the case, there has been no verification method to then solidify that answer.
Right, of course. And
so three things to remember. They say that the Earth has curved surface. The Earth is spinning axial rotation.
Right.
And that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that you and I breathe.
what does the third one mean?
The third one is examining the claim as if the vacuum of space is an actual medium that you can go into. Like rockets go there, satellites.
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
I understand. My bad, I got confused.
But here's the thing. People might say things to you like, well, we have a gradient in our air pressure system where it gets thinner as you get higher in elevation, which is the case. But the problem is you still have pressure in the first place. So you can't have pressure in the first place.
Right.
If you, yes. Well, let me
Sorry,
give you an example.
this.
Let me give you an example. How do you attain pressure in any system? How is it possible to achieve? If I was to have, we're going to use air because air is the best example because that's the thing in question here. So the air you and I breathe. If I want to have air pressure, how would I achieve air pressure? What would I need for me to have air pressure?
Like a balloon, maybe.
Okay, let's use a balloon for example.
Yeah.
Now the pressure inside the balloon is higher than the one outside. Would this be correct or incorrect?
Yeah, that'd be right.
All right, so if you were pinching the nozzle with your fingers closed, and then you suddenly release the nozzle with your fingers, what would happen to the air inside of the balloon?
Yep, launched out.
In what direction?
Everywhere, like just out
Everywhere.
the nozzle. Yeah.
There's no it wouldn't have a direction. It just goes into any and all directions. Correct. So why does this happen? Like if you were to put air back into the balloon, would it continue to do the same thing every time you blow air into it? Would air rush out into in all available areas?
I mean, yeah, it'll be random.
Right. So does this happen always, or does this only happen sometimes, or does this happen never?
Always.
Always. So this is a fundamental law of nature, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So we understand one true fact. If we're to attain air pressure, what do we need?
We need. Sorry, I'm a bit confused.
Okay, what is the balloon? It's a container, right?
Like a vessel, yeah, a container.
Okay.
So any container, yeah. Anything
So,
that
right.
can surround air or and cap like. How do I say like?
Go ahead.
1 sec. I'm thinking of the right word. Like contain the air and like. Now I'm just saying contain. It's the same word.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
I'll take that. Okay, so you have a container, right?
Yeah, any type of container, yeah, would work, I guess.
Right. So.
Yeah.
Right. So it doesn't matter what type, so long as you have a container that can hold the air pressure. And every time you have air pressure inside of the container, it's going to be higher than the air pressure on the outside. So you'd have a high and a low pressure. High pressure inside the container and a low pressure outside of the container.
Mm.
And if you release the air that's inside outside, it rushes out to any and all directions. It doesn't have a direction. It goes everywhere. Okay. Now, let's take that same example, apply it to the earth. If we know the fundamental laws of nature by way of demonstration, because we've just done that, we've just demonstrated what would happen in the scenario with high and low pressure. So they claim that the pressure air that you and I breathe is adjacent to essentially a vacuum. What would happen when you have high pressure
The air would
next
go
to low?
everywhere.
Thank you.
Yeah. What about what do they call it? The what's the ozone layer? What's that all about?
Right. So the claim is that you need to have what to contain air pressure?
Like a container, yeah.
A container. And the claim is that the pressure air that is here on Earth is next to the vacuum of space, but according to them, it's an open system. The system is open. Matter and energy can both leave and come to and fro from the Earth. How do we know this? According to their rhetoric and their indoctrination, they tell us that rockets can go to the moon, rovers can go to Mars, satellites can go to low Earth orbit, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So matter and energy can be transferred in between this system and the next. So we have an open system by all intents and purposes. Would you agree with their rhetoric?
Well, I don't know. I don't think so. It's all just what they're saying.
It's okay, so you agree with me that it's their rhetoric. It's not something that maybe you
Yeah.
agree with, but this is what they're claiming.
Yeah.
Or by way
I
of
want proof, I
showing
guess.
by way of showing you with videos that NASA's got some flying tin can going around the Earth at 17,500 miles per hour, or them showing you that astronauts could go to the moon in 69, but they can't do that now. There's different things, right? So what we're looking at here is that they have these ridiculous, outlandish claims, and they have the mass population believing them hook, line, and sinker. No questions asked. And so why is that the case, we might ask? Well, from a very young age, people are born into this prison system in which they can't think for themselves. Thoughts are being given to them to think about. And you move along this life just saying, okay, I believe that this is the case because I was taught at grade school what my earth is and what's outside of the earth and so on. So when you come to the age of critical thinking, right, when it's time for you to actually start to realize, I don't know, let me examine what I believe. Is this true or not? Like, even if curiosity is a thing that you have, you immediately get put back into place by peer pressure and saying, come on, man, don't be dumb. We learned this in first grade. So you revert back to succumbing to that peer pressure and saying, yeah, I must not know what I'm talking about. I just thought maybe, this was kind of curious that how can we have space of, you know what I mean? Like when your critical thinking starts to become mature, it gets taken away from you by your understanding that you think somebody has a better understanding of the world in which you're perceiving to be true. So you give your mind over to that idea, and then you become succumb to that information, and you don't even check to see if it's real or not. Nobody's
Yeah,
giving
so
you
much
the
being
tools.
brainwashed.
Right. So nobody's giving you the tools on how to discern what your reality is or not. So you just go along this life thinking that they're correct. Somebody must know. There's certain quotes that people use in here when they're backed into a corner and they can't provide evidence for the curvature of the earth. They'll say, well, the scientist knows. I'm not a scientist, they'll say.
Well, what do you think reality is?
That's not up for debate at the moment. Right now, me and the gentleman are talking about how we've been hoodwinked and how and why people don't even realize that they can investigate this for themselves. See, what we try to do here is create people who can actually critically think about their known reality in a way that can give them an objective standard of truth. But you can't have that if everything's relative, right? Well, what do you think reality is? Well, it's not up for debate if I can go out and empirically provide evidence that something is or is not what they're telling us. Does that make sense? If I throw everything into question, then all bets are off. If I say, well, it's all relative, what do you experience? Well, then I don't experience what you experience. Well, then herein lies the problem. If everything is relative, then you might as well not have a belief in whatever you think you have a belief in, because I could tell you that the earth is a, purple duck, and you'll be like, well, that's your belief. Well, it's not. I just made something up, and you're agreeing with me that that's just what I'm saying that it is. So
Yeah,
it's
for no
okay to
reason.
think that. But that's the problem. It's not okay to think that.
No, I just wanted to know what your personal belief is.
It's my personal belief is that I stand by objective truth when it's presented. Whatever the case is, if it's objective truth, then I have to stand by it. I can't agree to disagree. I can't say that the person or the information is incorrect because I feel a certain way. I either have to take it or leave it, accept it or reject it. There's no in between. There's no gray area. It's very black and white.
Black and white, yeah.
So
Yes and no.
yes and no. I mean, these are definitive things, right? Like, there's this whole movement of relativism where everything can be whatever I make it, and this is just baloney. For somebody to insert this and then say, "Well, what do you think reality is?" or it's all relative. No, it's not. I can provide evidence, and besides, if that was the case, then there would be no reason to actually put any thought into anything, because my world is what I make of it. At which point I can say what the earth is whatever I claim it to be. And you have to give me my belief, and you know what I mean? Like, but it'd be different if you
Yeah.
can say we all stand by this information because we can agree that this can measure to be something, right? And we all can all agree upon that.
Yeah,
So
we all know this is a fact, and
it becomes a fact because it's been peer reviewed. People can actually go and test it for themselves to find that this is the case. So objective reality becomes something that we can stand by. So relativism goes out the window when we can actually measure something. If your foot is 11 inches, when you come to Germany or you come to Mexico or whatever, your foot isn't going to be 12. It isn't going to shrink down to 3. It's going to remain 11 everywhere you go. That's objective.
all right.
So it's not going to change. And everybody, you can tell them, just measure my foot. That you'll find out how big it is or whatever.
Yeah.
So
Exactly, yeah.
so it's not relative, and it becomes objective. So we can have a standard, right? Now we have standards. If there wasn't any standards and everything was just like, well, what do you think it is to you? That's a ridiculous claim. I can't tell you, well, my foot is 11 inches, but what do you think the size of my foot is? Where you're going to be like, well, let me measure it. I'll tell you. It's that simple.
Yeah.
So it's that simple with the earth. If they're claiming that the earth has this measured curvature and they haven't given you a measurement, just measure it.
Yeah.
It's that easy, right? Like it's not. And here's the thing, though. Monster, people will then start to go into the realm of like, well, I need complicated maths, and it would take some kind of weird contraption for me to actually ascertain this knowledge. And you're like, no, it's not simple, man. Take you and your friend, go out to do a line of sight test and see if you can see a light or a laser or
Yeah, what you were saying. Just stand over a lake and shine it
on a clear day, right? Like, and then you can both agree, because both of you are going to be doing this test, so you can both agree that the line of sight does work, because you can see your friend at a particular distance where the earth curvature says he shouldn't be there, because there should be a hump of earth in between you and him. And this
What is the calculation to find what they say is the Earth's curvature? If we were to do a beach test.
Actually, yeah, we could probably meet up.
Are you guys friends or what?
Yeah, we used to. I mean, he moved now, but
oh
we used to live similar area.
Excellent. I think this can be an exciting proposal then, because it seems like you guys know each other in real life. And is there a body of water that you guys can get to? I don't know if that's maybe.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's a beach around 10 minutes away.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to probably get to the other side of the beach, so I have to get a plane.
what's the distance between like the area in which you can stand on like a shore and he can stand on the shore and you can do like a line of sight test without any like topography that would get in the way?
Let's see.
Is there any part of that body of water that you could do that?
Let me get a map up.
What I would say, I would suggest that you both get onto like near the shore, so that you kind of are at the same level, and then both of you kind of communicate as to like what elevation you're gonna do, like the line of sight
Yeah,
test
like
on.
on a phone call and like tell each other what we're doing, and see
I
if
would,
it. Yeah.
but you're gonna have to. I would time it to where it's like a clear day, because
Yeah,
like I
perfect
meant
weather,
before,
perfect
you'd want the
everything.
best results out of this test.
Yeah. No other variables to change your results.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, as least amount as you can get them. Of course, there'll still be variables, but I mean, it wouldn't be as much if you go on a clear day. But,
Yeah.
you guys have to work that out. But
how far?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah. How far would we need to stand apart?
I think it's dealer's choice, but like you'd have to go with like anywhere outside of like 5 miles. To be fair, because I mean, if we're gonna do this to be fair, we got to be a little bit liberal with it. Kind of go like in the range of, I say 5 miles, but you can go anywhere between 5 to 10. I mean,
how many kilometers is that?
There's conversions, you can actually work it out. But there's also that's not even the only conversion you're gonna need, man. You're gonna also have to figure out the Earth curve calculator is gonna be something you bring along with you. So on your smartphone, go to a Earth curve calculator online, and it's gonna tell you how much Earth curve there should be between you and your friend. And yeah, there's certain variables that you're gonna have to punch in there, like the elevation, height, and so on. It'll spit out the amount of Earth curvature after when you put all the variables in there. There's a few online. I don't know which ones. Mick West has made. He's got I think 1 or 2 of them, but it's out there. The information's there, and then you're gonna go with the metrics of the Earth, and you just type that into Google. It's gonna spit out the information. You'll have the metrics of the radius, diameter, circumference. So all the tools necessary to get the knowledge of whether it is going to be curving from the location of which you guys are at. That way you can apply that to that location. I would kind of plan this out before you actually go and do it, just so you can have all the tools necessary.
And be fully ready, yeah.
I don't know if you're interested in, like, I don't know if you guys have lasers, or if you, because the type of laser that we need.
Flashlight.
Yeah, it's something where if he's able to see the light flashing from, because think about it, there would be Earth curve in between you and him. If the case is that the Earth is curving, that's what's obstructing the view between you and your friend. It doesn't matter what you have; he wouldn't be able to see it because the Earth curve would be in the way. You understand? So if he does see the light that you're shining, then obviously there isn't any Earth curve obstructing you and your friend. It's a line of sight test. So
right. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's fairly simple, but you can get creative with it, I would say. And probably mix and match. Do different elevation heights and write all your findings down, making sure that you're documenting everything, and then pour over that information afterwards. Maybe you guys discuss as to like how maybe you didn't do something right, or you can get better on something, whatever. I mean, then that would be up to you to kind of get creative with it. But this has been done many times by people in the server. So,
do you got any frozen lakes in Australia during this time of the year? Look.
Well, probably yeah. I guess yeah, I could find some. But we'll have a look later, probably.
That would be probably a lot easier as well to do. Experiment cross over the lake.
That's a great idea.
If one guy is at the end of the lake and you're on the other side of the lake, you put some kind of object on the ground, maybe, I don't know, 1 feet above.
Yeah, like a shoe or something. That could work easy.
Yeah, but something to make sure when you look over across with binoculars or I don't know, camera or whatever you're going to zoom in with to see the object. So you see if it's been obstructed by the curve or not, basically, based on the map.
Could get like
put it into the Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, we could get like meter cubes.
Yeah, that's a great idea. You guys are
something that stands up to
on your way, man. Like this, that's
yeah. No,
yeah, that's just an example. I mean, I don't know. Depends where you are in your location. What means you got to do there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because usually, there have been plenty of laser tests been done by known groups, by people in the past couple of years or so over frozen lakes, basically, because there will be no humidity, no air turbulence, basically, to obstruct the vision, basically, when you look across the lake from, basically above the surface of the water, well, in case frozen water. So it made it a lot easier for them to shoot lasers across the lake that way and prove their point. There was no curve to be found according to the distance and the Earth curve calculator when the numbers were, punched in.
Yeah.
I think I have a pen that has like a laser on the back. I'm not sure.
Match, dude. Do different things. See what works.
Yeah, test out some things to see what works. Yeah, basically.
The thing about like the laser pen is that sometimes the strength of the laser is only going to be, and this is something that you got to also factor into. It's just because it's a laser pen doesn't mean it's going to have a reach to extend to where your target is. So that because it's the way it attenuates to the air, it's going to probably have a lot of diffraction, so it's not gonna be able to go through the air like the way you think it will, as if it were more high intense. So the intensity of the beam was a lot stronger. It would probably have a bigger reach.
Yeah,
but needless to say, it's still try. I would still take it and try it out. Like I just do,
Yeah, see for the heck of it.
Should I do the experiment at night or?
Well,
because then I'd feel
it could
easier.
work better, yeah, because there would be the sunlight that could.
Yeah, one of the things that I was saying is that like, you could mix and match different. Try it. I would say if you're gonna
try it night, evening, yeah.
Yeah, try it like in the evening time. Then wait till it gets darker, and then just
Yeah, and I think there'd be less people as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, break
less boats as well.
If you got more, you can make it just like a day where you guys are all gonna just check this thing out and record it, and whatever, make a video out of it.
Yeah, that could work.
But this, like I'm telling you guys, this has been done by many people already, and we know the results that's gonna come out to be. But like you guys have to do it because everybody.
We need our proof.
I would say everybody would have to do it because it's like if you don't, it's almost like you're taking someone's word for it, and
that's same as like what's.
Yep,
as you were
that's
saying,
that's how you got in the jam in the first place, So
right. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for helping. I'm gonna go soon, but thank you for helping us. Yeah.
Anytime, man.
I appreciate that. I might just listen for a bit.
Sure.
So how far away? You said 10 miles.
I said 5 to 10 because I don't know what the length of distance that you guys are going to be working with. But either way, you can work out to.
Do you have the ability to go? Oh, good morning. Sorry. Do you have the ability to go to opposite ends of the lake from each other?
No, is that At the beach.
Oh, at the
What
beach.
about so there? Well, he said he would look into the frozen lake thing. So if that's the case, then perhaps you guys can pick 2 points on opposite ends. Hopefully you can get around 10 miles and then try to get as close to the edge of the wall, the ice as possible. So you're at the level, and then try to shine light sources at each other to see if you can see them. Like that might be a little cheaper than having a laser. You know, get like a really good high-powered um, flashlight and flash it towards your buddy and see if he sees it. If he sees it, then clearly there's a line of sight between you and him. And what you're testing for is the limitations of this line of sight. Because if the Earth is a sphere, then there's a limit. So you want to go beyond that limit and then test if that limitation is there. That's all.
Have any of you like done the laser test before?
The laser test? The equipment for that, it'd be, like I said before, because you were going to take a laser pen, and I was saying that it probably wouldn't be sufficient for what you're going to do.
Just asking what laser did you use?
You could use a light, like your friend. You could use maybe a strong flashlight or something. If he could see, like here's what we're saying though. If they're able to see any light from where you're at whatever distance you are, then that means there's a line of sight to your friend. So it's from the point of origin to the target, there's no obstruction. So that's what you're looking for, just like Elijah was saying. So long as you can see that light, or if there's no obstruction, you can see your friend, then you have a line of sight. Then that means the Earth is not obstructing your view from your friend. So it doesn't really matter as much as like the intensity of the beam of the laser. You just need to have that line of sight. That needs to be something that you have, that you're not obstructed from seeing your friend.
Yeah. Make sure it's 1 foot and leveled as well if you're going to use a light source. So it's not,
so we have to
angled in a different way, angled towards the ground or. Yeah, it has to be perfectly level as, across the lake, whatever. If it's going to be the frozen lake in this situation and whatnot. So make sure the light source or whatever you're going to use is leveled accordingly to the surface of the water. But yeah. I mean, do some small tests and see what you kind of results you come to, basically. And yeah, that's how you learn. And the miles, you can just convert it. If you just Google the converter, like from miles to kilometers. In your case, for the metrics, shouldn't be that hard. And the Earth curve calculator. I do that right now. Yeah. And then I posted a link to the Earth curve calculator, and you can choose the units from metric and imperial. If you got that one,
around 15 kilometers. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll see if we can do that. Weather's pretty bad at the moment, so might not be able to do it for the next week. But
yeah. Take your time. Whenever you can. So no rush.
And when
24/7.
I was just saying, when you do, make sure you come back here, man. Talk to us about it. Let us know what you found. Tell us your findings.
Yeah, I may go out this week and damn, I don't have the. So I'm not going to be able to. Well, I'll try to figure it out. So I may go to the beach or, yeah, I'm going to go to the beach and pull out my vessel finder app, and my aim is going to be to track a ship that is beyond the geometric horizon in the calculator. And to see the horizon actually behind that boat. So I'll have a known distance using the vessel finder, and I'll be looking at a ship and say the ship is the 5 miles out. If I'm looking at the horizon, it's behind the ship, and I'm 1 foot off the ground with my binoculars, and I'm looking at the horizon beyond the ship at 5 miles, for example, then that right there disproves that it's a globe with the metrics that they claim to. So you could also try that method.
Yeah. I
Because
friended
there's
you guys.
in the calculator. Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Which famous lake do you have in Australia that's close to you? That you can.
Oh,
Or
it's
like,
not. It's not the lake. It's the beach. Yeah.
yeah, but you got lakes as well in Australia. Are you able to visit any of the lakes, or the known lakes?
I haven't been
Big
to any
ones?
lakes before.
You
Yeah.
can.
I could find one maybe. But a lake's better to do it on.
I mean, a lake would be a lot easier. Like I said, you need to be on both opposite sides and test it out, like we explained here. But the laser or whatever light source you're going to be using. On the beach, where the guy is going to be? Opposite end in the water?
Yeah, probably just at the shore.
Okay, from the shore to the other side of the. How big is the beach? It's really big, tall.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Okay. Could probably
long,
work. Yeah, cross from the other end to the other end. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, as I said, maybe could you accept friend requests? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I mean, you can just talk to me here. It doesn't matter. Send me DMs, whatever you need to ask.
Oh yeah.
Should be fine.
There's coming up here Lake Glenbourne or something. Might be able to go to that one. Like a 30-minute drive.
What's it called? Glenbourne?
Glenbourne, yeah.
Okay. Glenbourne.
Yeah, Glenbourne.
Oh, Glenbourne. Sorry, yeah, the G.
Yeah.
Glenbourne.
So GLENBAWN.
Yeah, got it.
So would that like be suitable?
Yeah, probably. It looks big enough.
All right.
Do you have a pair of binoculars as well, or some kind of high-powered zoom camera disposal?
I'm gonna have to like search around in the garage, but yeah.
Yeah, would be great if you could have either of those as well.
Yeah, no, it sounds interesting. I might go next week. Next weekend.
Sounds good. You can also use the Google Earth map. If you search for that lake, then you can use a ruler on that Google Earth map to see the distance across the lake.
Oh yeah, I could send you the lake. I have it here on Google Maps if you'd like to see it.
So you have the known distances from one point to another, and then from that distance, and then based on the elevation height, punch those numbers in the earthquake calculator, and then you see the results. But should be obstructed by the so-called curve.
Yeah, basically. I sent it to you.
Yeah.
So, which side should I stand on? Should I stand on the left or?
I don't know. You need a sufficient distance first. So if you use the ruler on the Google Earth website, just see which one. Like between 5 or 10 miles. 10 would be great if you could. That will make the argument a lot stronger as well.
Yeah, the one I sent you was on Google Maps, but I'm gonna have to load up Google Earth to get the ruler.
Google, you have a ruler on the left side. If it's from the website itself, you can measure distance.
Yeah, the picture I sent you is on Google Maps. So I'll have to open in Google Earth.
Give me a sec. I'll give you the link.
Just give me a second.
Post the link to you.
Oh yeah, I see it.
This might be a bit tricky. Let me see.
I found the ruler. I'm measuring now. So
yeah, so you just click on one point where the water starts, and then
yeah, so it's around 9,900 meters.
Yeah, seems to be. I mean, it's a small lake, but could be plausible though.
I think I'm doing it wrong. How zoomed in do I have to be?
Between 5 to 10 miles. So that's 5 miles is like 8 kilometers.
So 1 centimeter on the screen would be a kilometer.
No, it calculates the distance for you. Just use the ruler, click it once.
Yeah, I have the ruler in my hand.
Point on the map to another point of the map across the lake, and then it'll calculate the distance for you.
Yeah, it's measuring 9.9 centimeters. Oh wait, there's a ruler on on the website.
Yeah. On the left side, left side hand panel, you see the icon, the bottom one. It looks like a ruler.
Yeah, I can see that.
Then click on one point.
I was using a ruler.
Oh, you was that's okay, man. It happens. Yeah, no, it has its own ruler, the Google Earth, so you can use that one. It'll calculate the distance, everything automatically for you, from one point to another on the map.
Yeah, so
I think it's gonna be across
I
the
think it'll be
lands.
suitable.
Maybe, yeah. It's barely though. It's less than 5 miles. I see one here. Let me see the other point side. It has to be cross water, not because it's one point is crossing over the land as well from the water, and the land, like water, land, water again. That's going to be tricky.
It's going to be a tricky one, yeah.
Yeah, because it's going to be, it's topography. It's not going to be leveled. I think the best one I got from this lake is barely like 7 kilometers, right under it.
So do you think I should still go to this lake, or do you think I should go to a different one?
.3 kilometers. Yeah, that's barely 5 miles. Yeah, I mean, you can find a little bit bigger than this one. It'd be great.
Oh yeah,
I think.
Yeah, I'll try to find.
I mean, it's no rush. Like anytime during the year, like whenever you can. So when you have time. Then...
If you're on the Google Maps, if you scroll out and move a little bit down and to the right, you can see St. Clair Lake.
Which one?
Lake St. Clair.
Lake St. Clair.
Yeah, I'll send it to you now.
Campground. Is it New South Wales? Yeah.
Oh, you see, yeah.
This one is a lot smaller, I think. Looks like.
Oh, is it smaller?
Yeah. It looks small. I mean, if you compare the size of it from the previous one.
Looks pretty big to me.
Yeah, if you use a ruler, though, you'll see the distance. Go from one point across bodies of water with no land in between, and you'll see it's not going to be that sufficient enough for measuring the so-called curve.
5 kilometers.
Yeah, you need 8 minimum to be
8.
So it's going to be noticeable. Like, yeah. I think the best one I got. No, it's too small.
Right, I'll find
Yeah. No, this one's way too small. Any other lakes around? What's the name of the beach you were talking about before? Where's that located?
I'm not sure the name, but it's
That one
just
should be a
on
lot bigger than the lake, or the lakes, so to say.
Yeah, I think I found one though, a bigger lake. Hang on, let me look it up.
Are you on the south side of the Australia, or which side?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Which part of the Australia are you live? Like, are you on the southern side, or?
Like more to the east, yeah.
East south?
Southeast? East south, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Is Victoria too far?
No, I was going on holiday to Victoria, actually.
The Lake Eldon?
Eldon?
Eldon.
Yeah, we're going to Victoria in the summer. So we might, could visit that place.
Let's see.
Isn't Lake Victoria in Africa?
What?
Lake Victoria. Or do you have one in Australia?
The lake. What do you mean? No, there's one in Australia as well.
Oh, there is? Okay.
Yeah.
Quetzalcoatl.
Yes, sir.
Fisted, you still here?
Yeah. Oh, this is nice. Wait. The Goldbomb River? Goldbomb River? I think you can get something of that. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. The Goldbomb River. Oh, Goldburn, sorry. Jesus Christ, I'm reading it wrong.
Goldbomb.
Yeah.
Where's your man? Where's your man?
The R and the N was meshed together. It looked like an M to me.
The Golden Bomb.
The Goldbomb River. Yeah, the Goldburn River. Yeah. I see a good line of sight for one end to another across that river for 8 kilometers, maybe more, depending on how far you want to go.
The Gold Bum River. Fisted, you're making up, bro. Fisted.
Sorry, what? I didn't catch that.
You were making up there. You're still doing it?
I went.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what?
Did you learn anything tonight? Or would you like to come back tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm just looking at lakes.
Which ones?
Oh, the lovely lakes.
I was looking at Lake Eldon.
Sorry, what?
Oh, this.
Lake Eldon.
Which slice are you looking at?
Which lakes? Yeah, Lake Eldon. Victoria.
Oh, okay.
Just trying to find a suitable lake for him to do the distance measurement observation.
Yeah, I'm going to Victoria next year, so might as well visit that lake.
Big flat one?
Well, yeah, I think it's very wide. I think it'll perform better than doing on a smaller lake, you know.
Yeah, you need to get out more, definitely, yeah. I think it'd be good for you. Out in the open air, breathe some fresh air, go see a lake. Do you good, bro. You've been stuck in your mom's basement too long. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and probably like fish at the lake as well while we're at it.
Shut up. Catch some carp?
Like redfin, I don't know.
Tasty.
Or if there is any.
Well, if you don't catch any, you're a shit fisherman.
Yep. Always good to come home with at least a fish.
At least one.
Yeah.
So you
always good to have something to eat.
Yeah, always, yeah. Yep, fill that belly.
Hungry fisherman is a bad fisherman.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were saying?
I was just asking, there's a lot of people out here, we have a lot of rivers here in Ireland, and they go out and they fish all solo, just stand in the middle of the river with the waders on, just fly fishing or line fishing, it doesn't matter, right? So do you like fishing? Is that is that something you get into?
A little bit. I think it's a good idea to go fishing every once in a while. Yeah, get fresh air, a break from all devices and stuff. Get the family involved, stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, you can do it solo too. Most of the people I know here do fisher shit. Do it on their own, man. Just fuck off with the car, park it near a river, get in, stand in the middle of the river, the big waders on, just fucking fly fish. They love it, man. They can stand there for hours. Don't catch anything, but it's therapeutic. You know, being out in nature. But you do need to catch something.
Well, if I leave my sister out, she's a mad fisherman. You know, she'll come get me if I don't get her involved. You know?
Your sister's a mad fisherman?
Yeah.
Is she?
She's the best. Every time we go, we always catch something.
I was going to say something really bad there, but I'll refrain.
I got it, P-Mac. I was picking up what you were putting down. I was catching what you were spreading.
Begins with S. Ends with D.
So what are we doing? We're looking for a possible place in Australia nearby to do some observations and some measurements. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, we were.
You got Bendy Rivers there in Australia?
Bendy Rivers?
Oh, river.
Well, I might travel to a river, lake, beach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the beach. Do you have the name of the beach?
No, I don't have the name. I can't remember it. It's like
Is it
famous one?
really long.
Have you even left the house in like fucking 5 years? I'm just kidding, bro.
Let's do some Google search.
Rivers in Australia.
I gotta go for dinner now.
Yeah.
It was nice talking. Yeah, thanks for your help and all that.
No worries, dude.
Come back whenever you have any more questions.
Yeah, come back. Make sure you come back, man.
Yeah, I'll come back. All right, bye.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Did he calm down a little bit?
What?
Yeah, I didn't get I wasn't there yesterday to see what happened. So your thing. So I don't know
what about yesterday.
Well, something happened yesterday between Fist XD and Dark Souls and one.
Some other random dude.
Yeah, Dark Souls 2001. Yeah, no, it was crazy. I didn't know I engaged. I ended up in Livestream too, calling them all back and all kinds of fucking names. But yeah, just knew that. Witchcraft came in. Witchcraft, I don't even know if he is a mod, but he was, he kind of. Anyway. It was entertaining. But I'm never going to do that again. That's why I didn't speak to him. First there now for like about an hour. I was listening to Isa. I was listening to Isa music, enjoying myself, having a good time. But he seemed he seems to be coming around a little bit. This guy, I wouldn't put money on it.
He spent long enough, though, kind of listening and asking questions. It's weird now. They come into troll, and then something must kind of.
I mean,
must get through to them. Yeah.
Whatever the case, we provide the information and the means they can, perform for themselves if they wish to. So.
Yeah, they might not like the sound of your voice. They might not like what you're saying. They might think, but when they speak to you for 5 minutes in normality, they realize you're a fucking normal person that has a brain. I suppose a lot of these people have an idea that the flat earther is not a retard, but when they speak to you for 5 minutes about things, it's very easy to. Well, it's not easy. It's not even an effort. Like,
yeah,
this guy's kind of okay, right? Like, I just called him all the names of the day. I told him for hours. We had a big fallout in voice stream too. And maybe tomorrow night, I'll try again tomorrow night. Okay, he's not actually that bad. I thought he was an asshole. He's still an asshole, but he's half an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
They just automatically have a very low opinion of us. They think we're morons.
Oh, this is a nice looking beach. How did it go with the guy from yesterday? What's it called? The chicken guy. Anyone was up late night?
So I heard a bit of him earlier on in the evening, and I fell asleep. And then, as usual, I got woken up early hours of the one with QE screaming at him, calling him an idiot.
Oh, QE managed to get in and
yeah, I might go back. I might go back and have a listen to that.
Yeah, I missed that. Holy shit! The amount of hours talking about one thing, and still didn't prove anything.
Yeah,
where he lives, the shape of the fucking earth, man. Jesus. Yeah. Unbelievable stories coming out from that mouth.
Well, I initially checked him in, and he is a super decent guy, respectful, polite.
Who?
Which one?
The chicken.
He's polite.
He was in VC check-in. He was really like. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
Miggy thinks he's a
Aren't they
teacher.
all in VC chicken
Yeah.
before? Come in here and start.
So Miggy was convinced he's some kind of teacher or an educator of some kind, and that kind of
he
makes
came
sense.
off that way due to his knowledge of the topic, the way he was presenting it, and then the details he was going into it. I don't know, maybe not, but who knows.
Yeah.
The one thing annoyed me with this voice changer bass of some sort he was using.
Oh, he was fully Barry White, wasn't he?
Because when he was laughing, you could hear the
modulation and the
you could hear some kind of voice changer. It's not his mic. That's not the case. It's some kind of voice changer he's using to disguise his natural voice, so no one would recognize. He's probably famous somewhere. Probably has a YouTube channel of some sort. Otherwise, I don't see the point of him doing that voice changer. Or maybe he's known here in Discord. I don't know. Who knows? It's either of those 2 points, I would say.
That was kind of the birth of the internet. As soon as somebody uses a voice changer.
Yeah, because it was laughing so much, man. I mean, the type of the slimy behavior and I don't know. It didn't feel genuine, like, at all. Just dismissing and laughing and just, away everything that was presented to him.
What's happened last night? I have to check that out.
Yeah, you have to check out the clip. Yeah. Not one shred of evidence from hours of talks about his spectroscopy, whatever it's called. Fuck, I can't pronounce that name.
Spectroscopy. Blah.
Yeah. Spectroscopy.
Blah.
Spectrometron 5000 Mark 7.
I mean, he seemed very passionate about it. That tool, the way the lights behave in the whatever space or sky, whatever he was alluding to that in his argument.
For some reason, people seem to think that light is infinite. Like it traveled 3 billion years to get to your eyeball. Sure, bro.
Mm.
I mean, that one thing alone should make you, it's one of them things that make you go, huh? 3 billion years? 3 billion years for that light from that sun to travel through the infinite vacuum of space and through all them fucking asteroid clouds and galaxies and planets, and it reached my eyeball. Wow, that's amazing, man. It's just that fucking nonsense. I think basically, not that I would try to convert anybody, but there's a few things, and light would probably be one of them. Water would be the other. Just think about it, bro. Just think about it.
Yeah.
And apparently there are now, 2 days ago, they've got a picture of a black hole. They've actually found a picture of a black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Because they make sure to post it everywhere. They put it on the mainstream news. They put it on newspapers. Hey, we found the first picture of a black hole.
Oh, that must be like the worst picture I've ever seen in my life.
So What you're saying to me is this massive, gigantic, ginormous, like event horizon end of story thing in the middle of the galaxy, and it only can reach out so far. Well, that thing would swallow everything, and we wouldn't even be here if it existed. Light can't escape from it. Gravity has no fucking meaning in it, but it's here in the center of a galaxy. The galaxy's that big, bro. Like what? Well, if there was an actual thing called black hole that swallowed everything, and it was just that fucking massive event horizon, we wouldn't even be here. There's just no way. It would swallow everything up. Just suck everything in. It's like, end of story, bro. So the belief that you have that there are black holes actually negates the understanding that you are actually here. Yeah, it can't exist. Apparently, it has a reach. Only goes so far, but it's a black hole, right? And nothing, no light, no nothing, no gravity, no fucking escapes from it, right? And it's sucking everything up, and it does this with a circumference that you can measure. Well, that's just stupid.
They're just stories in the end. There's no way to confirm and validate that information for anyone.
I cannot confirm nor deny the existence of black holes. It would just keep sucking everything in. It would just do it. Just everything. No, but it's at the center of the universe, and it has now you're putting limits on a black hole. You what now? And that's the thing. Like it's as big as the solar system, probably even bigger at the center of it. Therefore, it exists because we said so, and pictures and shit they got there. But holy shit, bro! That black hole would suck everything into it. Everything would just be one black hole. If you had one that existed, that's the end of the universe as we know it. Just so ridiculous, the stories that come up with.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, that chicken guy was only here to report his belief and not provide any sort of citations. That was basically it. Wasting our time for hours of event. Spewing nonsense. I mean, it was good for content, showing them. Well, Glober has nothing to provide any kind of, empirical evidence of some sort.
Now I'm curious. Was this last night?
Jimmy the chicken. Yeah. I think someone changed his name though in the Discord, but something like Jimmy the chicken. Maybe still there.
Jimmy the Chicken.
Yeah, they changed his name. Unless he left the Discord. What was it? Jimmy. God damn it. I can't find him. See the voice text, see if he posted some things. See if I can scroll up a bit. Oh, he left the server. This was his Discord name posted in the voice text.
Did he leave the server after he laid an egg or before?
Which one came first?
The chicken or the fucking egg?
Oh my god. Yeah, no surprise with the bullshit he came in yesterday with. It won't be lasting that long here.
Down my way, the birds are singing. Well, it was entertaining anyway. You enjoyed it.
Huh?
You enjoyed it.
Which one?
The Jimmy the Chicken?
Oh, no.
You didn't enjoy it?
As soon as he mentioned galaxies, that's when I stopped listening to him. At all. It was just pure bullshit afterwards. Nothing nonsense. He was pointing to the galaxies to prove a point.
Right.
And that was it.
I'd love to hear that, man. I mean, what was his point about galaxies?
Yeah, good question. I mean, he didn't claim the globe or anything. He just claimed the tool itself, what it can do. But yeah. He was talking about the blue and the red shift, basically.
There's a blue shift? Where the fuck?
Yeah. Apparently there is. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, red and blue shift.
Oh, man. See, I know fuck all, bro.
Out there in the galaxy somewhere, that we are not able to go to.
I've heard about red shift. I've never heard blue shift. There's a blue now. Fuck me. And the moon is also in Earth's atmosphere. What the hell, bro? I woke up one day, I seen that. I said, what the fuck are these boys talking about? Yes, it's possible. The moon is actually, and oh my god, the moon is actually in Earth's atmosphere. So the moon is 128,000 fucking miles away. The atmosphere extends to about like 7 miles, and now you're telling me it's in the same fucking atmosphere? Do you just make this shit up as you go along, or and you believe it? Like if you see on TV and some fucking guy in a white coat tells you, well, the moon is now part of fucking Earth. as part of the Shua. That's mental, man. That just shows you how far the what do you call it? Indoctrination has gone. It's beyond fucking sensible now. It's just silly. Take that look from off your face, 'cause you ain't never gonna burn my heart out. So, Sally can wait. She knows it's too late as she's walking on by. No way.
Hey, how am I?
Don't look back in anger. I heard you say.
Yeah, that's fine. He's singing Justin.
I love music. Music loves me. She knows it's too late as she's walking on by.
Gas balls in a vacuum of space. Ooh-da-doo-da-dee-da-doo-doo-doo-doo.
That's a good one. Please continue.
No, sorry. I'm not a singer.
Yeah, I heard that. That's good. But at least you tried.
Yes, I tried. Oh man, I reading the voice text from yesterday. They had a lot of fun there. I see.
road. Gotta hit the road. The sun ain't changing the atmosphere, architecture unfamiliar. I get used to this. Time flies by in the yellow and green. Stick around, you see what I mean. There's a mountain top that I'm dreaming of. If you need me, you know where I'll be. I'll be riding underneath the feeling like someone. Shotgun, hot sun, someone. South of the equator, gotta hit the road, gotta hit the road. Pigs diving, bikini diving, lager tops. I get used to this. Time flies by in the yellow and green. Stick around and you see what I mean. There's a mountain top that I'm dreaming of. If you need me, you know where I'll be. I'll be riding underneath the hot sun. Someone be riding shotgun underneath the hot sun, feeling like someone. We got 2 in the front and 3 in the back, and we don't look back. Time flies by in the yellow and green. Stick around and you see what I mean. There's a mountain top that I'm dreaming of. If you need me, you know where I'll be. I'll be riding underneath the feeling like someone. Underneath the hot sun, someone. Shotgun, hot sun, someone. Underneath the hot sun, someone, 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 someone. I'm sorry about that. My time, it's a man, everywhere, nowhere, my heart, my boom, boom heart, ends with, and I'll be right. Who knows how the boys, but this time it's real. It's something that I feel. I know you heard it from those other boys, but this time it's real. Running through your bloody veins. Guys, hold on, take me there. Hold on, paradise. Hold on, meet me there. Hold on, paradise. Hold on, meet me there. Hold on, paradise. Hold on, meet me there. Hold on, meet me there. Paradise, oh no, meet me there, oh no. If it feels like paradise running through your bloody veins, you know it's love heading your way. I just listened to that back and realized I sound like shit.
the song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody, and you've got us feeling alright.
Hello, this is Will Hurd with SBTV, and I'm going to sing a song called Sun and Tan, Sun Don't Shine. I'm featured on the record by Clank Russell. It's on iTunes if you want to buy it. Yeah, I hope you like it. I've walked through the valleys of the wilderness in time, only to find out is that you are not some places I can't describe. I need you. Yes, the sunshine. I just wanted to let you know I love you. Don't ever let go. When you're not around, I never be without you. Oh, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Singing the sun don't shine, the sun don't shine, the sun don't shine, the sun don't shine without you. Without you, yeah. We're all in space and time. This love is mine. The sun don't shine. The sun don't shine without you. Without you, hey. Well, I when you're rising, then you're up. Worries just fade to melt away
and you, into you. Yeah. Oh. I just want to let you know I love you. Don't ever let go. Don't shine when you're not around. Never be without you. Yeah. Yeah. Singing the sun don't shine, the sun don't shine, the sun don't shine, the sun don't shine without you, without you. Oh. Through all the space and time, this love is mine. Don't shine, the sun don't shine without you. Without you, oh, yeah.
Thank you.
The sun don't shine, the sun don't shine without you, without you. You're welcome.
Good morning, people. Wake up.
I need to make myself a cup of tea.
Well, me.
Oh, where's your coffee then?
Your coffee.
You don't drink coffee? God damn. Green tea?
Not really.
Well, what do you drink then? Beer?
Milk, water, and Sprite.
Sprite?
Yeah, I like Sprite. I don't know why.
Okay.
I don't drink it all anymore. I quit almost 11 years ago.
It's probably better. Or for the better, so to say.
Trust me. I'm better now. Yeah. Maybe not a lot better, but I'm better. Or what is it with this? What is it with the morning time? It seems like when I get up in the morning, I know it's different for everybody, but it seems like nobody's in here. And then, like by mid morning, like 10 o'clock or so, like everybody's awake.
Yeah. I mean, right now, for me, it's 15, 3, what is it? It's 3 p.m., 3 in the afternoon. I'm familiar with AM, PM here. We don't use that.
Yeah, it's 6:15 in the morning here.
Yeah.
Damn, man.
Time zones, man. What can you do? Made up time zones.
Oh yeah.
Just to keep us divided and separated.
Mm-hmm. That's all about.
And now connected. Mm-hmm.
They'll connect us in some ways, but in others, you can disconnect us. It's pretty sad we can get our refrigerators to order food for us, but we can't get DMV to send us our licenses. Like, I'm still not sure why the DMV even exists. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, you're going to use something until it becomes obsolete, you know?
No, they actually use something until way beyond it. Way beyond it. Like, for instance, they a few years back before the BART got extended to Pittsburgh at near my town, we were waiting for them to move it to Pittsburgh so that all the people that live there can actually take the BART train, right? And so for years and years, I mean, like 30 or something years, or maybe even 40 years, the school districts and all that, we all paid into it, right? And our taxes and for our home and stuff. So we paid for this extension, and they took like 6 years or 8 years longer than they were supposed to. But now that they've built it, it's basically obsolete. Basically the traffic is still just as bad. All they did was add a couple of lanes to make people obviously just switch over and then make more traffic. It's like, I don't know what the answer to it is, but you know what I mean? It just seems, I don't know. I just think it's kind of dumb how we make choices in our lives, like to have jobs that are far away from our homes and this and that. It's just sad that, people don't, like, we could save so much energy and so much gas and all that if we just worked in the place where we live, right?
The answer is everything. Yeah, it's just like the whole system is built to keep you in one place, and you go away for a holiday for once or twice a year. But if you want a passport, you have to have a residence that you've been living in for 3 years. It's just built to keep you tied down to a certain place. Where in actual fact, you'd be far better off as a gypsy.
You got a point there.
Just take your caravan and fuck off, bro. Just travel. Tie down, no nothing. Just no tie down, just go.
Yeah, since this all started back a couple of years ago, I've been, like fighting it against it and arguing against it and everything. The funny part is that I've managed, I mean, I haven't gone a lot of places, like serious places, but the only place that I'll actually wear, a face covering is in like a doctor's setting, like where there's people that could be sick or whatever. That's the only place that I really honor that. Everywhere else, I just ignore it. And then people don't bother me. And the people that do, I just tell them they kiss my butt, basically. What are they going to do about it? They kick me out of the store, then I just won't spend my money there. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, the way I look at it is, my rights didn't change when all this happened, right? My rights never changed. God didn't come down and say, hey, this is a special situation. We need to change the rules. No, it doesn't work like that. So when anybody comes along and tells me, oh, well, you need to start doing this because that's what they say. I usually just look them in the eye and go, yeah, right.
Fuck off.
Yeah, back off. Exactly. Like, you want to follow that, you guys go right ahead, but don't complain to me when things go bad because of it.
The only place I used it was in the supermarket because he wouldn't let you in to buy food. So, like,
Sure, then you wear it right into the store and then you pull it down. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
I'd like put it on and then as soon as they walk away, I'd pull it off.
Oh, I've been walking around without it, and the dirty looks you get from people walking around with masks. And in fact, till today, there's still people walking around with masks, sitting in buses.
Yeah, I know. There's actually in the Bay Area, like lots of people are still wearing them.
Still doing it. Yeah.
I just giggle and shake my head. I just giggle and shake my head. What can I do? People are terrified.
You love your mask, bro. You love it.
I made a special mask for those places where I have to wear one. I took and cut the material out of it, and then I stapled some screen material in there, so I can breathe just fine. They never say I have to wear a special mask. They just say you have to wear one. So I put that on, and I laugh, and they just look at me and cross their eyes.
Oh, you remember the one on YouTube with the guy? It actually looked like his face, and they were like, "Excuse me, sir, you have to wear a mask." So I'm wearing a mask.
I've seen that.
No, you're not. Yeah. And he's like, pull it down. It's the same face. Oh man,
hilarious.
Oh, fucking brilliant. You're not allowed in the store unless you wear a mask. I am wearing a mask. No, you're not. Yes, I am.
Well, you don't think there's a mask? Take a good look, guy.
Just got a photo of his face. He put it on to the mask. Oh man, that was brilliant. That's comedy.
I found that the only people that really complain about it are Karens. People that are so stuck on following the rules that they have to lash out and tell everybody else what to do.
Yeah, that's crazy. You wake up one day and it's just masks. You're like, what the fuck is going on, bro? Oh, you need a booster. You need this. We're not supposed to.
Yeah. I'm tiptoeing though.
Tiptoeing around the tulips.
Tiptoeing through the tulips. That's right. Not really sure why tulips are important to it, but anyway.
Me neither, but I identify.
I guess it rhymes with. I guess, it rhymes sort of with tulips. I don't know. Now, why do they call it tulips anyway? Does that mean it has two lips, or? And bearded irises. Why do they call them bearded irises?
I know. Where do the fucking names out of? It's just like a blue flower.
I know, it's because the flower appears to have a beard, but it's just kind of stupid.
Oh, it does, right?
They name it retarded thing. I mean, I say retarded. I mean, like dumb things. They name stuff like really dumb. It's kind of like when you're a little kid and you name your puppy, right? You always name them like something goofy, right? It's kind of like when I see that on TV, I'm like, really? Like they let the kindergartners make the decisions on that one, or what? Like the best you could come up with was Barney. Barney, the purple dinosaur. You don't know who Barney is?
Huh?
I love you. You love me. We're a happy family. There you go. With a great big hug and a kiss from me to you. I don't remember the part of the rest of it.
I love you.
I hate you. You hate me. We're a dysfunctional family. That's the one I always liked. Now, Barney was the epitome of weird. It was worse than Masters of the Universe because it was basically a gay dinosaur, right? Yeah. And it was like the most outrageously goofy character. Like it was just literally. the character constantly was jumping and wiggling his legs around, and it was just the guy was a spaz for sure. I mean, I don't know if they taught him to do that way, but it just seems really like it's like funny because you can't, a Muppet can't speak, right? Really, so the best way to show that it's alive is to make it move around a lot, right? And so they just kind of like blew that way out of proportion. Like it's the character in that part is just constantly jumping around and wiggling and putting his hands to his face and like everything's oh my gosh, like so I don't know, retarded, whatever you want to call it, goofy.
And they call us fucking retarded.
There was a lot of cartoons and TV shows that were just wrong, bro. Just completely wrong for its time. But who am I to judge, right?
Yeah, shut up, Barney.
Elmo wasn't so bad, but at least Elmo was funny, right?
Not really. I couldn't understand them motherfucker. What?
Yeah. My favorite was Cookie Monster, probably.
That was my favorite.
Cookie. You have Cookie.
And then he played the drums. He played the drums.
Real.
It's like a guy, he's put in the bin and he fucking enjoyed it. This is my life.
And there's always some kind of a like exposure of the people who would do these characters, right? Like, I think Barney ended up being some kind of a pedophile or something. The guy who was inside the suit. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not, but
yeah,
isn't it like weird how that is? It's like every single time there's like a cartoon or something like that. There's always some kind of thing going on. It's just ridiculous.
Cookies.
Cookies fly. Don't trust cookie. It makes me wonder, like, how many greasy cookie stains are all over that Muppet. They must have to remake it all the time. All the chocolate marks all over it. I think it's funny that they changed the Cookie Monster because he was basically hoarding. And you know what I mean? It's like, this is the kind of thing that you don't realize when you're a kid is, you think these are just silly characters, but in reality, it's brainwashing. It really is. It's teaching you that people are crazy, right? Oh, that looks silly. What is that? That must be on the stage thing, right? It doesn't even look like Cookie Monster. Basically, he was just basically a sack of blue fur with eyeballs on top. That's basically what he was.
Yeah.
And Snuffleupagus was good too. Okay. Now that's a cookie. We want big cookie. I think somebody ought to make a Dirty Muppets. Like not completely disgusting, but just like funny and adult themed. Not necessarily like rude or gross or nothing. I think it would be funny. And you could really use it to put out truth and all that. It'd be fun.
Yeah, you're right. Comedy is always
it literally makes me want to make a puppet. Makes me want to get up and go make a puppet right now.
It's funniest when it's true. Comedy is the funniest shit when somebody says something that is true. It's like, it's like, but you can't today. You can't like stress the border. But I actually went and watched a guy called hang on a second. Tommy Tiernan. He's called No, Tommy Tiernan. He's like, I just found out recently that my son was gay. And I have 2 daughters. And I found out my daughter was gay. And I didn't have a problem with that. Like two cats sitting on the windowsill licking each other. That's fine. But why would you want to come down the fucking chimney? It's just the way he says it. You get all dirty. What the fuck, bro? You don't make your daughter being gay, which mine is. But your son.
Next thing you know, Santa Claus will be gay.
Oh man. Somebody bought me that ticket for my 50th birthday, man. It was the best life of my night. Honestly, best life of my night, best night of my life. Something like that.
You say you'll get it eventually.
I'll get there eventually. Yeah. Best.
You know, it'd be funny is take the old
night
Sesame Street and then redub the voices. Wonder if you get in trouble for that. I can do a couple of like Muppet type voices. I think. How's the flat Earth anyway? I'm curious. Anything new since yesterday or last night?
No, we're just waiting for the Muppet voices.
Gotcha.
Hey, Barney.
Hey.
Like the two guys sitting up in the stands and like, well,
Yeah, I don't remember what their names are. But...
Yeah, Ernie. Yeah, it's something strange.
They call each other by name, but I don't remember what their names are.
I know, right?
Yeah, they're funny. I love that. It's funny.
I expect him someone who goes was supposed to.
What makes the biggest thing about all this is how did they convince all the people that you go see when you're sick? How did they convince them all to go along with this stuff? That's what I want to know. That's the one that really gets me. It's like, how did they manage it? How did they just overnight convince all those people that this is the way things are? It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm still trying to figure that one out. It's almost like it was set up previously.
Yeah. I think we're living in a different fucking world, bro. Honestly, I think something happened a couple of years ago, and we're all dead. And we're all living in some other fucking kind of world, bro.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't make sense, man.
I think it's more likely that a company or some rich people built a dome over the top of an area and then put us all in here. And that there's actually more on the outside, but I don't know. That's the only logical explanation for it.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Not to say that there's evidence for it, because there's not a lot, but I mean, there's things that steer me into thinking in that direction. That would be something worthy of deceiving the whole world, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like if it was revealed that you were under a dome and that was just a small section of where you actually live, and you've been duped, that would definitely be something that would even the most elite would fall for, right?
I think, in all honesty, I think we're already there. I think that is actually happening. Just,
yeah, well, that's what I mean. I don't know, it just seems odd that every time something like this comes up, it's always like everybody just falls right into line. I'm trying to figure out how they manage that.
Well, TV, radio.
No, I mean besides that, I mean like there has to be a physical part of it, right? They don't just go around just telling people rumors and then people just pick up on it, right? It has to be something that's worthy, because we're talking about doctors here, right? they're not stupid people. They've got an education and they usually think clearly, you would assume, right?
Yeah, you would assume that, yeah.
Well, like I went and saw my doctor, right? And it had been a couple of years since I seen him. So I went in for a checkup. He insisted, right? And this was like, I don't know, 6 months ago, 8 months ago. So I come in the office and I've known this doctor for 15 years, maybe. I've been seeing the same doctor, maybe longer. And I mean, I used to drink really heavily and I'm on pain medicines. And those two things in combination are really, really dangerous for you. Like they could cause problems. My doctor never spent more than a minute lecturing me about those things, right? And that's something serious. Like you could literally, your liver could shut down and you could die, right? From overdosing on that stuff. But he never gave me a lecture about it, right? He never sat me down and said, look, this is dangerous. And I mean, he told me that, but he didn't really spend a lot of time on it. But when I went in there this last time, he spent 5 straight minutes trying to convince me to get that. 5 minutes. That's a long time. That's a very long time. 5 minutes is forever in a doctor's office.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's basically all he really had to say was this is, you can trust, blah, 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 blah. It was a whole schmeal. And I'm just sitting there with my mouth just hanging open going, really? Wow. That was quick. Like you fell quick. You just gave right into it. Like, whoa, dude, I really misjudged. Really misjudged. And I don't know what caused that, but I would love to know, like how they managed to convince the whole world overnight that this was true. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it was overnight.
And then just completely just hand wave it at the end. It's gone. No problem. We're all done. Nothing to see here. Yeah, sure. I want to know why they're not advertising all the lawsuits because there's so many of them. So many of them. How many people lost their businesses over this? A lot of people lost their homes. I mean, all these bad things are happening just because of this silly thing. And they got really no evidence, right? No evidence at all. It's just all hearsay and conjecture.
Yep.
This guy said that, and that guy said that, and then it all adds up, and then everybody just makes their own decision, and everybody's walking around acting crazy, right? Because none of the information really matches up right. One guy will tell you this, another guy will tell you another thing, another guy will tell you that. And they're all newscasters, so how do you know which one's telling you the truth, right? It's all confusion. It's designed. It's exactly been designed for it. Cause the maximum amount of confusion so that they can lull you into a sleep state. That's all it's about.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
You don't believe me? I'll send you the patents.
No, you're fine.
No, you know what I mean. Like, I had someone argue with me about that the other day. I was like, really? You're kidding me, right? It's like, just take a look. Just turn on the news, man. You can tell something's not right. Something's completely wrong. It's more than just on the surface. It's deep. It goes way, way beyond it. And of course, there's constantly all these crappy videos of fake stuff, like, floating ghosts, and it's just ridiculous what we fall for nowadays. It's just insane.
Your grandparent died in order to stop the Germans and Nazism.
Yeah, and then they turned around and recruited them all. So obviously they weren't getting rid of the Germans. They weren't killing off the Germans just because they wanted to stop them from doing whatever. They were killing them off so they could steal the scientists. It's pretty obvious. We're a superpower, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Depopulation. I honestly believe it's depopulation.
Oh, that's the most ridiculous thing in the world.
Well,
like the fact that they're overpopulated, that's such a lie.
I don't.
Even California is not highly populated. If you really look at all the space that there is, there's way more space than there is housing. So for some reason, they got us all convinced that, we're 10 billion people here. Oh, crap my ass, dude. Give me a break.
Yeah, it's all
billions of people. Then they say there's like 3 billion people in China. There's no way it's possible, dude. Unless they're all hiding in little holes in the ground. You know what I mean? There's no surface area. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, they cram everybody into little spaces.
And what's funny is that doesn't China have like the strongest like child laws? Like aren't they allowed to have one child or something because of the population? Supposedly, I don't know if it's true, but you've heard that?
No,
No.
That's true.
No, I've heard that some people in China have actually gotten arrested for murdering their child because they wanted a boy or a girl. And since they can only keep one, and I'm thinking to myself, that's a horrible thing. That's even worse. Oh yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. I don't understand it. I'll never understand why people can kill something and then think it's okay. I mean, unless it's a bug or something attacking you, I don't understand the reason.
A bug.
Well, like there's things you can't avoid. But there's a difference between that and going out and just shooting things and killing it, right? For whatever reason, sport or whatever you want to call that. Yeah, Texas is especially, Chris. I know I've been to Texas a couple times. Visited Galveston for a summer. In the summertime, one time, stayed in that big hotel that's down there on the ocean. It's pretty awesome. It's all built on stilts. And then another time I went to, what's it called? Not Fort Worth area, but there's another area where it's like two cities next to each other. Anyway, I went out there for my cousin's, my aunt, well, I call her my Aunt Brenda, but she was really my cousin. My aunt passed, her son was here in California, so I took him to Texas to see her funeral. So I've been to Texas a couple times, and I had family that lived there too. My Aunt Helen and Uncle Irving used to live there in Texas, in Fort Worth area. But anyway, yeah, Texas is nice, yeah, but it's definitely a lot of open space. It kind of seems like more like a desert to me, but I don't know. There's not a lot of like hills and trees. It's mostly just flat areas, and at least what I saw of it. But there was like SeaWorld. I forget where the place I went to. Can't remember the name of it, but they had SeaWorld someplace out of town. And there was this big freeway that went in this big like square circle looking thing all around there. Yep, rock and clay. True. Then you got where I live is just basically landfill. I live in a town where there's a mine and a mountain right above it, very close by. And so this town, I guess, was a mining town originally. It was back up to Pittsburgh or wherever. But anyway, the mine opening is right here in my town, Black Diamond Mines. And back in the day, this basically, from what I read in history, my town was full of just basically gold miners and people that were mining and all that kind of stuff. And then, shipping, and there's more than that. But so the basic was the steel mill that got built later. But basically, that's what they did here. But they basically used landfill to fill in all the areas around down by the water so that they could use them effectively. And then they built like rock barriers and all that. So like literally the whole area around my town is literally like Tules, and it's right on the river, and it's basically all landfill. So if there was a big rain or something, it'd probably wash away. I don't know where I was going with that, by the way. Mm. Atheists aren't atheists, they're misophist. Okay. Yeah, I could probably agree with that. It's probably more likely. or anti-God, anti-Christ. That's what I would call it. That's just the word to use. But obviously, this isn't a religious thing. Oh boy, Microsoft 360 family for free. Boy, just what I needed. More crap to lock up my computer. Always trying to give you something, huh? Get Windows 11 for free. No, I don't want it. Well, why not? It's free. Oh, because I don't want it. It came with an operating system. It's working just fine. I don't need another one. Thank you. Last time I did that, I upgraded to Windows 98 way back in the day. I remember it made my computer crash all the time because it was too fast. It wasn't a chip speed or whatever. It was pretty funny. I was so mad too. I don't know why my wife hasn't got that. You get work in 15 minutes. You must be staying home. I'm sure. I'll be back. What's up? What happened? I gotta keep talking to keep it going, huh? Man, slow. Well, I know there's somebody in here that wants to talk. We gotta say something. There's a Glober out there wanting to talk to us. Come on. Come on in here and keep coming. I might be one of the nicer guys to talk to when it comes to that. Not saying that I'm better, but just saying. I'm light. I'm a lighter duty type of flat earther. Or not, whatever.
Oh, pirates, yes, they were by. Died to the merchant ship.
Wow.
Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit. But my aim was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We found in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever have, redemption song, redemption song. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. No matter ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them are gonna stop other times. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Ooh, some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? All I ever had. Redemption song, redemption song, redemption song. Best tune ever in the world, in the history of the world ever. Number one, number one. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. No matter ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them are gonna stop all the times. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Ooh, some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever have, redemption song. All I ever have, redemption song. Redemption of freedom. Songs of freedom. Boom, 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 boom. It's the best tune in the history of the world ever. Bob Marley Redemption Song, number one, top of the list every time. I'm sorry about that. No matter so. Under pressure. There's a man in doubt. There's a man in the truth. There's people on the streets. You gotta get. You gotta get. Yeah. That's okay. What this world is about. Watching some good friends screaming, let me out! Some people, people on the streets. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. See, look at that, never rains but it falls. People on the streets. People on the streets. It's the terror of knowing what this world is about. Watching some good friends screaming, let me out! But tomorrow, takes me high, high, high. To the way, moving on, like a blind man. But the long man. Keep coming up with lovers, this is flesh and soul. It's suddenly love's on the pressure of my king. Can we do ourselves one more chance? Why can we do love now one more chance? Give love, give love, give love, give love, give love, give love. 'Cause love's such an old-fashioned world, and love dares you to care for the people on the edge of their lives, and love dares you to change our way of caring about ourselves. This is our last dance. This is our last dance. This is ourselves under pressure. Pressure.
So where is the edge?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the Earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat Earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the Earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round Earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable Earth that has its foundations on which it is laid and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the Earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the Earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the Earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the Earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the Earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert Simon gave us a glimpse of how they do it when he shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
what I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When
Yes. Mr. Canalytic, how's it going? Do you want to ask any questions or talk to anyone? Or are you happy listening to the recording of Mr. ODD 21 questions? Not sure how many people are available to actually speak. Well, Mr. Canalytic, if you ever decide, speak up. Someone will mute the bot recording for you and address your questions. All right, later.
you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth and motion has never been experienced or proven, it would seem more logical for one to assume that we are on a flat, motionless plane and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication, internet, phones, etc.? And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer-generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe. So everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. When pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If therefore it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat Earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the earth that's fixed in place. The Book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the Flat Earth?
No, the Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit. Gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the Flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. The Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to the gravitational acceleration in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. If that isn't the biggest turnoff, I don't know what is. The Flat Earth argument has never died. It only died down. Real flat earthers have always been among us, but it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubé started making a lot of noise about the flat earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great flat earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it, and also pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swishing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space, because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts. Yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. You can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well, then who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the U.S. Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite.
Why the lie?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my gosh. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me.
Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than Ancient Aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth. It's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica, with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plain around a ball and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the great Magellan.
Oh, well, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special and with purpose. A purpose being hidden from you on purpose. We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, and it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming and mental conditioning. We were never meant to live like this, and knowledge of our flat Earth is a step in the right direction. It's something that can't be taken from us. It's the fuel that we need to let these bastards know that we won't go down in ignorance. We will not willingly accept their one world authority that wants to rule over all mind and all matter. Embrace this flat world of ours and free your mind from the globalist mind control. It's time that we stand up for ourselves and our beautiful Earth. All I want to know is, who's coming with me?
Boom.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Hello, how are you guys? Why is nobody talking?
What's up, Bumblebee? How you doing?
How are you?
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no ball to ever show for. Nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core. Scientific, all the thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this. You ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy. All of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on her head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FP, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since that shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air, that's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe. But empirically, need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretending clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for. Nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine or scientific. All a sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this. You ain't chilling peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy. All of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting it ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air, that's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep pushing this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe it's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
muchachos, hola muchachos.
Welcome to ODD TV, where sci-fi and fantasy merge with reality.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, 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 beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, 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 beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, 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 beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off. Beat, 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 beat. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. The elites.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me, but nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off. Beat, 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 beat. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. The elites. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off. Beat, 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 beat. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. The elites.
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell you vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting a citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man up. Money isn't paid, it's all a banknote. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically as entertainment? The news that you see is all suggested. Lower brain frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control of mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters, and you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught walking alone. To be locked up a road off by the cold. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I ride my phone. If your eyes wide closed,
we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions, and they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
Motherfuckers rapping flaccidly. They say the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. I see the zealots calling flat earth blasphemy. Say it's an anti-science catastrophe. Repeating talking points oh so casually. Then their eyes glaze over in apathy. Believing in consensus haphazardly. They are caught up in a ball earth fallacy, and they don't care how the world works actually. Independent thought becomes another casualty. When you like, give me them pre-packaged answers, please. No matter how they censor us massively, still killing their mainstream fantasies. With ODD and Matty Moses on a masterpiece, and we will never ever stop while the masses sleep. Peace.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show.
The curtain drops, you realize we're all props, just disposable drones, and once the show stops, crisis actors keep acting, I don't understand how. I guess that's the state of our society now. Y'all think Alice went deep? Well, you need to keep digging. Take a break from the mainstream and do your own thinking. All that Kool-Aid you drinking, don't know about Red 40. Stuff's a carcinogen, oh, but I guess that's boring. Life's more fun when it's sprinkled with some facts to ignore. Turn a blind eye until death's knocking down your door. Oh, you trust the government? Well, good for you. Must make it easy to deny all the dirty deeds they do. It makes me laugh when people think there's no hidden hand. Like the higher-ups are winging it without a plan. I'm talking Soros, Rothschilds, and Rockefellers. Love to bring them behind the barn and give them the old yeller.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show.
This world is ran by wicked, parasitic psychopaths. And the system that we live in was designed to crash. The lawn is full of snakes slithering inside the grass. I'm gonna mow it so it's easier to find their ass. We need to talk about how the whole world has been enslaved. We need to talk about what happens when you misbehave. We need to talk about 9/11 and Sandy Hook. You won't find our true history written in any book. I can't stand to look at what's happening, it's overwhelming. I wanna see people take a stand, but there's no rebelling. Sheeple getting bamboozled, but yet they barely notice. That's why I'm riding with my soldiers, smoking Matty Moses. We're shedding light everywhere until all the roaches scatter. And we ain't stopping until we get who we're going after. Take back our power and then dig ourselves out of this hole. Create a better future for us.
Yeah, that is the goal. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show.
Sometimes I'm discouraged by the shills and the haters, but then I see plainly daily numbers growing greater as the labor of a few can change the views of millions. See deception undone, the sun's crepuscular brilliance. The killing everywhere clouds my sunny disposition. If we don't change ourselves, we're never gonna change the system. A vision of compassion seen in my homie Eric's work showed me every single life in this world has worth and deserves to be respected unless it tries to deprive the life or the rights of others like you and I. Try to break the mold they sold you into in your youth and see not a single curve of proof, emotion to boot. Truth doesn't change, though the lies so often do. Facts speak for themselves, the earth doesn't fucking move. Accruing numbers by the second, we're gonna take this world back. Because despite all the lies, we can see the earth's flat. It's smoking new bay, burning through another globe. Reawaken God consciousness, they wanna leave broke. We are all part of creation, that's a self-apparent fact. Even if they finally shut us down, the world is still flat. They can lock me up in chains, they can blow my fucking brains. They can leave my work in flames, but the truth will never change. They can block a million videos, they can make up the stats. They can purge the whole internet, the earth is still flat.
Earth is a level, motionless plane with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around us, just as you experience every day. You are not living on a tilting, wobbling, spinning sphere pair with bendy oceans and upside-down people in Australia. You cannot dig a hole to China and find more sky below you. Water cannot curve around and cling to a ball, no matter how many times you say gravity grabs it. You know, gravity. It just grabs everything and sticks it to the globe.
It's smoking Dubai, burning through another globe. Reawaken God consciousness, they wanna leave broke. We are all part of creation, that's a self-apparent fact. Even if they finally shut us down, the world is still flat. They can lock me up in chains, they can blow my fucking brains. They can leave my work in flames, but the truth will never change. They can block a million videos, they can make up the stats. They can purge the whole internet, the earth is still flat. It's smoking Dubai, burning through another globe. Reawaken God consciousness, they wanna leave broke. We are all part of creation, that's a self-apparent fact. Even if they finally shut us down, the world is still flat. They can lock me up in chains, they can blow my fucking brains. They can leave my work in flames, but the truth will never change. They can block a million videos, they can make up the stats. They can purge the whole internet, the earth is still flat.
Elijah.
Yo.
Hey, man. Were you here when QE showed up last night?
No.
I missed the beat up on the Jimmy the Chicken guy about his spectroscopy subject.
Oh yeah, no, I missed everything.
Oh, yeah. He stayed late, actually, the guy. Jimmy the Chicken guy. I'm surprised he lasted long.
Yeah. To me, it seems like they I don't get it. You know, if I were to go somewhere seeking questions, if they weren't getting answered, I would leave.
Mm-hmm.
Or if I truly believed or felt like, there's no answer or information here, I would just leave.
Yeah, that was pretty clear. He wasn't here to learn or get challenged on anything. He hand-waved everything, dismissed everything. Counterintuitive.
But what can you do?
Yeah.
How's the morning been?
Howdy, howdy.
Say again.
I said howdy, howdy.
Hey, good afternoon from Eastern Standard.
Hmm.
Hey.
So you're the hero guy that's in here now. This death. He was that really whiny kid.
It sounds like you're inside of a tunnel.
Little
Robot
man
a
or
little
big
bit
man.
too.
He was in here under a different name, Danger this morning.
Huh.
Oh, sorry, man.
That's a major
Anything
lag.
sounds like off.
He
Yeah.
muted it and kept talking for like another 10 seconds.
Yeah. Poor connection.
No.
We are aware of the hero guy. He came in under a different account as well earlier today.
Are we getting a new pain in the butt? Or no?
No idea what his purpose is to be here, to be honest. He hasn't provided anything or asked anything genuinely about anything. Just dismissing and calling us names and whatnot.
We're used to that. What's up, Gregory? So you're here.
People get triggered.
Morning, everyone.
How you doing, man?
Good morning.
Sonny, I see you're here. Where you at, Sonny? Sonny! Anyway, hello.
Cantaloupe is such a hateful
Yeah,
fruit.
I'm here. Hey, good morning, everybody.
Oh, geez. I was that entire time. Good morning, Gregory. I was just about to call you, but then I said not for anything specific.
Did I sound like Gregory? I must have sounded like Gregory just then.
Well, good morning to you too, but I had responded to Gregory before you said anything.
Oh, I'm
But
sorry.
my mic was frozen.
I'm sorry. I'm preempting again. I'll stop.
All right, that's enough of that. Everybody's good this morning, I hope.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. Started out as a slow morning. Started to get a little worried, but then things exploded. So I then looked back and I was like, okay, I made $100 in 2 hours. Like, so humans will complain about anything.
Oh yeah, I'd love to complain and bitch, but you know, no, it's like the only thing I'm really good at is complaining.
What do you mean things exploded?
Well, there was this cosmic energy, and then there was an expansion, and then there was a crunching, and within that crunching is how we're here.
The Big Bang Crunch. The Big Bang.
Is that what you meant, Gregory?
Stuff was blowing up and then it was crunching, folks.
Was it like It was like Doritos, you know?
Delicious.
How we got smashed into pieces?
Yeah, no, it started out as a slow morning because typically I get up later than I want to get up and start beating myself up from that point. Why didn't you do what you were supposed to do yesterday? So this perpetual not doing what I was supposed to do and then berating myself. But today I got up earlier than usual, although it's later than expected or hoped for. And but I got up and I got out and I was ready to get the day. And I was like, man, I have my minimums. And as it approached 10 o'clock, because I got out like at what, like no, I say I got out at 9. Didn't really do much for a cool hour, and then I started at 10. Now here I am. So it started out really slow, like I wasn't gonna get anything, and today was gonna be a bust. But then turns out that there are like promotions and stuff that started at like 11, and so half the money I made just came from promotion. So can't be mad at that.
It is so difficult and arduous to grunt and brunt and embrace the labor that we're burdened with.
No, working sucks. Or does it? I don't know.
Yeah,
Not
It
having
sucks
a
in the
need
sense
for
that you
that
don't
sucks.
feel like doing it. You'd rather do something else. It doesn't suck in the sense that the rewards of doing the labor, should you be doing something that is moral and beneficial, are worthwhile and beneficial for getting.
Wait until
Yes.
you're not working anymore, and then you'll wish that you were working again.
Yeah.
Because you're in a situation where you're bored now.
Well,
And you want to do something, you want to occupy yourself.
I have to direct my own life, and I'm not very good at time management, so it's difficult. I get unfocused really easy, or I can be like hyper focused. But I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Making money has always been a problem for me. I don't know why. Some people like it comes easy, I guess, or
So it's
people know
difficult
it.
for you to bear the burden of managing your time.
Yeah,
I
that's
think it's
part of
because
it.
we believe that we love money, but we really don't, and that's the
Yeah.
problem. Because people happen to love money so much, they structure their life around accruing dollars.
Yeah.
I don't do that. I think, well, I want to do something, man. I have to put this amount of time and energy into this thing
Yeah.
to get this thing. And sometimes I don't feel like doing it, so I just don't do it. But if I
I get it.
truly love money itself, well, then I would be focused on that all the time. And then I'd realize, oh, I can take a trip here. I can do this. I can do that. But ultimately, those people don't really do much of that because they're too busy working, because they want to see the dollar amount go up at all costs.
Yeah.
Why do you think so similar to me? I don't get it. I don't
Yeah.
understand.
I don't necessarily love money. I love food and water, though.
Hey, that's
and,
that's what we saying. That we
and
just want to drink
sometimes,
some water, eat some food.
Like if we
That's it.
didn't have to go to our stupid job elsewhere to get money to then go purchase these things, we would not be doing that. And Elijah,
Mhm.
what you just said is what I want to coin a term, if it's not already been coined. I call it monetarism or monetarism, the worship religion of money. Money is the supreme value. That is the ultimate value, the ultimate goal to attain toward for many persons. I'm not a monetarist. I'm not a monetarist. I don't worship money. That's not my ultimate goal. It is an inconvenient, annoying, irritating means to an end.
But when it is like, you can tell, like when it's other people's goals, this is why they do the immoral things that they do, because um it's regardless of what the task is, the money's got to be made because that's what I want. Like you have animals that literally collect shiny things because that's what they want, I guess. Like, so I don't know. A lot of people put value into art. A lot of people are hoarders. Some people would see them Well, no, just because you're a hoarder doesn't mean you're poor. But I've known poor hoarders. Well, they were poor monetarily, but then again, it's like, well, what did they value? They damn near have like a treasure trove of things, memories, memorabilia, and stuff like that. You know, said the same thing twice, but whatever. So everybody's got their thing, and for some people, it's specifically the value of whatever monetary system we're under, like whatever we consider value, and that's a tangible thing, like a piece of paper or a dollar or whatever. Then they want that.
Yeah.
It in a sense does represent how much you're able to do. Like you know, you could be prideful in seeing that dollar amount, knowing that you did that. You know, like you did something that, for whatever reason, other people can't seem to do. You got zeros in your bank account, and you didn't do much different than anyone else. But there are little differences in the day. You know, that $5 that I'll spend on candy bars and whatever other snacks just in the morning alone, that breakfast sandwich, all these different things. Some people, like my friend, I would never think he has money, but he makes double what I make, and he saves way more than what I save because of the way his mind is structured, and he does the same exact thing as me. But whereas I'll buy this and I'll buy that, and I'm like, oh, it's only $2, it's only $5, blah 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 blah. Over time, that at the end of that year, because those instances where I had the impulse to buy a snack, just off of snacks alone, and he was disciplined in not buying snacks and saving it instead, I'll have a belly and he'll have a dollar amount. Just did two different things.
I mentioned this to you before. Apprenticeship is so entirely absent, at least in my life and the life of persons like me. Discipling, training, teaching the person this skill. I mean, it's a skill. It's a skill in our society, and most people don't have the skill because most people are not trained with the skill, and most people aren't even equipped to be teachers of such the skill. And the people who are barely evangelize, publicize, bother to uh, spread the knowledge on how to master these skills in their situation so as to maximize the potential beneficiality of utilizing these skills. Again, with little you can do little. With nothing you do nothing. You can only do so much according to your ability. So if I have little to no knowledge, then I have little to no skills, including on going out in public and gaining money, however, in whatever way. Especially morally and legally.
I don't, I don't, I don't. I mean, a lot of the wealth that we see isn't obtained morally and legally.
Yeah. Hence why I emphasize the last 2 points.
that's not a real thing. What? Wait. Well. Let me rewind. They've
Yeah.
created some kind of system and understanding about currency that we agree with, and we also accept that they're different from us, and so the exchange must be different also there, ratio wise, I guess. And it's like, damn, I forgot my entire point. Wow, so gone. It's left the building. As you were saying, you have more, you do more. If you have little, you do little. 18-0? Yeah, whatever. Sorry, happens sometimes, guys. Hope you weren't waiting with
Holding your
bated
breath,
breath.
sitting on the edge of your seats.
My bad.
Waiting for what? I'm just waiting for the end of the world, or whatever you want to call that.
Yeah, I own an AC company, so I only work half the year anyways. Rookie.
Oh, right on. So are you
Yeah.
do you have a
Oh no.
contractor's license, or do you just
Yeah. No, I'm state licensed in Louisiana. I'm changing out
right
a
on?
heat pump right now. I'm always listening to y'all. I'm
That
gonna go
sounds
back
like a
to
lot of
mute though.
fun. I think I'd enjoy that one.
It's not boring. It gets hot, but no, I mean it's. I've been doing it since I was
Yeah, crawl
16.
spaces aren't fun, but other than that, it's not too bad, right?
The people the customers, like I work for multiple AC companies, subcontracting their change outs. So what's good is they have a lot of high end clientele, so big attics. Oh, so it's not terrible. Just got to put in a little bit of effort. I don't get home until the job's done, kind of deal. So at least I ain't working by the hour though. But I'm gonna go back to mute. Y'all continue.
Is this the different way of how you structure? What we don't understand, we're under a structure that we didn't create.
Yes.
When you eat, when you sleep, when you spend, when you save, you kind of either don't have anything or you have some kind of some vague understanding of that everyone does what it is you're trying to do, and you're doing something of maybe efficiently or maybe optimally, which is why maybe some people are like, oh, I can't, why am I always short on this bill or another bill? Don't tell me I lost the point again. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to do two things at once.
Careful.
You're welcome. Um uh Whoa. And
Sorry, we distract you.
that's such a good point. Jeez.
Didn't make the system. We didn't make the system we operate in.
Right. So like the guy is saying, right? He works half a year. Right? Like Meme, he kind of does the same thing. And it's like, well, people say, oh, I can never do that. You do backbreaking work. Yeah, I work a lot, but also I did that and now I get 2 weeks off out of the month. Yay. What was so hard? What was I going to do anyway? Absolutely. I was going to do something other than sleep. You're still expending the energy. So why not allocate it differently? But we
Yeah, you got
can't
a point.
think that way because we're already structured to think, well, that's unorthodox and that's hard to think. let me just get a 9 to 5 or some other regular shit where I don't have to really think and don't have to really structure myself. I can just follow someone else's template on how to think and structure my day.
Right. Yeah. It's so much easier, right?
Yep.
To your point, which is coinciding with what I said earlier, folks like myself, we're not trained to be entrepreneurs. We're not trained to be business owners. You see, I know these terms. I'm familiar with these words, but I really couldn't really define it, or I couldn't explain to you how to do these things. And again, my point, folks like myself were not trained to do this. I was trained exactly how they wanted me to be trained. Go to school, obey, complete the assignments, be punctual. That's what I know. That's my training.
And they
Yeah,
let
that's
you, and you're like,
basic. That's
and you're
basic,
like,
really.
now what? Yeah, when I was coming up on like 10th grade, I started asking like, shouldn't I be learning about like, can y'all teach me something about finance? Like, I honestly, you guys know I can't stand homework, and I don't see the point of any of this shit. Obviously, I know it. You guys are always telling me I'm too smart for my own good, but don't apply myself. I need to figure out how to balance bills. Like, where does that part come in? Like, what?
Balance bill.
There's just
Stop
something
using
that doesn't
electricity, stop
exist.
drinking water, and you'll be fine. You know?
I
Good
could
chat.
take a wild guess why it doesn't exist. Because if it existed, more and more people would be asking the question about usury. They would be like,
Yeah.
wait, so they would be like, so wait, hold on. I see this mock budget that we're working on, and it says credit card here, and the person is paying 17% interest. Wait, but why? Well, you see, okay, so like I could just avoid all that, right? Well, yeah. Anyway, I don't know. It might just be on purpose to prevent people from getting an early awareness of how insidious and detrimental the debt system is.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the carrot before the donkey, right? It's just enough to keep you motivated and keep you working, but not enough to like make you start thinking about the fact that you're working and you're slaving for someone else. And that's what they want you to do. That's what companies do. Big companies, that's how they make their money, and that's how they, do their thing, right?
Yeah, like you'll enslave yourself, like because of your
exactly.
because they'll make you believe that you want a specific lifestyle, and then when you don't reach it, you're emotionally in debt. And when you try to financially reach it, you're in financial debt. You're a slave, and you think because they want you to think this way. So even your
Starts with your
pain
parents too.
is because they want you to think in this way. So that because my debt controls what I do. My debt controls the decisions that I make. Now, I mean, why do I have debt? Well, because I was young and dumb. So now I got to figure out. Basically, now I have to be a slave. I've enslaved myself with the things I owe. I can't even think outside of those terms. What I owe, who I owe, what can I do, what can I do, where can I go, where can I go?
Because to not do so is to bear the full brunt, worst case scenario, of the consequences of not putting forth all your effort to satisfy these debts.
Mm. Yeah, this is man's system, and it's super dumb. We already know. You got like somebody says all the time here. You got water that falls out of the sky. Oh, Dave, right? Water falls out of this. You put something in the ground, put a seed in the ground. Water falls out of the sky. Food comes up. The end. Like that's All we need to do is eat, sleep, and drink. Really.
If they wanted, you see, they're doing the tyrants, the masters, the social engineers, the governors. They're doing what they want to do. They're teaching us what they want us to believe and adhere according to. If they wanted us to know as best as possible about money, about economics, and the skills that we could have and or should have for the best of our well-being to maneuver the economy as best as possible, they would teach it. They're teaching what they want to teach. They can teach what they want to teach. And if they wanted to teach what I just explained, then they would be doing it, but they're not.
Yeah.
How is that not a conspiracy?
Well, it absolutely. When you tell you tell a normie that, and they'll be like, no, that's not how it works. That's a
We take advanced classes on cosmology all the way up into university. When is there a financial literacy course somewhere in there? Before you get to college and have to pay for it, right?
Demanding that you be flawlessly punctual with paying your debts as though you are so knowledgeable and so capable, yet you have little to no knowledge and little to no ability.
Yeah, basically you're starting out.
I mean, I don't know how many times
It's not even little to know. It's I'm gonna throw you in a work situation. It's
An
gonna stress
expectation.
you. You're the stress is going like because I remember feeling like this. The stress from having to work and having little made me save just enough to do things that made me happy. Right? Have a girlfriend. Be able to do enough to afford having a girlfriend. Then I had a baby. Have to afford the human. There's various things, and it's like I didn't. So by the time I accrued the debt, now I have to be a slave. Like had I known how to do it correctly from the beginning,
minimizing debt.
I wouldn't be as I wouldn't really be as hitched as I am, or as I was. I don't know, but that's the thing. Like right out of high school, like okay, you get a job, and it's like you learn that with this amount of paper you can buy things, but then it also comes with you can also borrow on top of it. It was just bad enough that you thought, okay, I got this paper, I could buy things. So now I don't know how the world works and how bills really work and how having to pay things back work, but I do know that there's this cool TV or something, and I know how to save like 3 checks to get it. And then I'm gonna do that, waste my time doing that, and build up debt in a way on the time side. I'm putting myself in debt working for something that means nothing. I just spent 3 weeks to pay for a fucking TV. I literally can you just think back to 3 weeks worth of work and tell me that that TV is worth that? If you don't like your job. For those that don't like their job, just think about that 3 weeks and then it's like, damn, I really did all of that for a TV. But and it's not just that, obviously. Everything you have, like what you're working for, you're doing it for that. So the question becomes, is it really worth it? Is what I'm doing really worth it? Why am I doing all of this? Could I have done it a different way?
I was gonna say, I don't know how many times am I, 21 years. It hasn't been super copious, but it's been enough where it's significant. How many times I'm doing some sort of filling out of forms, filling out of documents, either tangible or digital. And what are you talking about? What is this? You expect me to remember this? You expect me to know this? You asking me as though I know? You see what I mean?
First of all,
Yeah, and
Don't
there's no
teach me any of
guidebook
this
for
thing.
that.
applications have always been weird. Going applying for a job. I mean, yo, the application is asking me if I'm a trustworthy person and if I really want to work this job. My nigga, possibly knowing
Yeah,
no,
really.
but obviously I'm gonna.
As though I'm gonna
Obviously,
say no to the first question,
Right.
and as though I'm gonna say yes to the second. Excuse me, as though I was gonna say no to the second. Messed up my joke. Or like when they ask you, how much do you want to be paid? A question along those lines. If you could leave it up to me, why the hell do you even why did you ask me that? Why?
Because if you bid lower than what they're offering, they'll give it to you. See what I mean?
Yeah,
What you just said right there, that makes perfect sense. And that's some sly. Let me watch my language.
That's some sly
Yeah,
shit, man.
Yeah,
You gotta
it's
say
a
it like
program.
from the '60s.
Okay.
Thank you, bro. It's a trick to get you into a contract so that you'll do something that
sorry.
most people probably wouldn't do or whatever.
So I don't even answer those questions. I'm like, what? It don't make sense. I wasn't even thinking like that. And I should have.
They're like, how much you offering? You need me, remember?
What are
you're gonna pay me what you want to pay me.
What are
I
your
already
worst
understand this.
qualities?
There's no need for me to try to negotiate.
Then it's like, what are your worst qualities? And then you because the dean at school,
Too much.
remember the dean at school, they teach you how. Sorry.
What was that? Somebody hot micing?
Leave. So they do teach you how to fill out an application for a job. And they do specifically tell you, if they ask you what your worst quality is say that I work too hard to the point of exhaustion because I love people so much. Like, come, bro, stop. Just, can we, bro? I have
love
currency. I have
these
I have a
containers
body.
and boxes too much for $16.75 an hour. I just love it too much.
Right. I have a body. My body is
40 hours a week.
capable. I'm physically capable of fulfilling this task. What are you going to pay me for it? That's it. Do you need me or not? Like, come on.
Like, do you really think I'm here because this was my life's dream? Do you really think working for you is the land of milk and honey?
But check it out, Gregory. That's what it's supposed to be. And guess what? Enough people actually believe that.
Yeah.
That's what the managers are. The ones that get raises, no, the ones that get promotions without a raise and pay. Yeah. They tried to make me a supervisor for like $1 more. I'm like, for these prisoners, y'all bugging.
$1 more, really? Well, I'd say no.
And I came in after them, and I'm younger than them. Like, you can't foresee how this is like, your business is like, this is significant.
Like, you don't see this problem that's about to smack us in the face? You don't see this oncoming problem
it's a
that's about to run us
significant
over?
problem, but because it's a company and a business, when you move your mind over into the space of this is a business, those things can't be bothered with. But that's why there's good leadership and poor leadership. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know shit about shit, so I don't know why I'm talking to y'all about it.
Right.
Making sense to me. I don't know why you say that.
Yeah, Gregory says that too.
Yeah, usually when you think you're not living up to par is usually when people agree with you more, and then it's the other way around. You know, like when it goes the other way.
When you're really trying to drive a point home, and it's like, I don't see where you're going. Yo, I've cursed people out of here. So like, yo, don't tell me that there's no way. There's no way. Gospel Barry, you see what I'm saying? I don't know. I was getting coffee. Oh, God. Who is around? Open your mic right now. Nobody opens their mic. Yo. All right, I'm gonna chill out, guys. See, this is why you don't speak to anti-flat earthers. I'm supposed to be leading by example. You shouldn't be doing that. I'm I'm such a Gemini in here. I try to be fair. I really do, and I love you all. Honestly,
I love you too, man.
I realize what people don't got. You know, my ex said, or whatever we are right now. I don't know. But
You're roboting a little bit, bro.
let me leave and come back. Oh, then I don't know.
No, you're good.
So yeah, she made me realize something when she said I've been dying over here. And I'm like, yeah.
Is she
Says
now?
the person who did it. But she said, I'm thinking that you're probably doing the same thing you typically do. And she's like, you have things to distract you. I have no one to talk to. You probably just go and let off steam on Discord or you play Call of Duty. And I'm like, that's true. Because if I didn't have those things, who knows? So I appreciate that you guys come here for me to have a place to come to and communicate with others that are already here. Because it's also not fun going where people aren't. Not all the time. Not on an internet where nothing is real, but the purpose is to talk to another person through the internet. You know, of course you can take a hike and get enjoyment out of being alone. You know, but
Right.
Anyway,
your point is clear.
Anyway,
You want to be where the delightful communion is, not where it is not. I appreciate and love you too.
Yeah, man. Gospel Bear, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
He is.
Are you also available?
I mean, as much as I ever am, I could get a call at any time, as it always is. But yeah, what's up?
$5 worth of available? Isn't that an interesting way of asking? Look, how much value are you in available? I need to know because your time is important. And I need to know that
my email inbox is empty right now, so I'm pretty much more available than usual.
Okay. Well, no, I wanted to get into this whole Garden of Eden thing, man. Where
there
is
you
it?
go again.
Yes. Have you watched?
I've been holding off, waiting for your relationship to bud and grow in a genuine way, so that I can then, in a non-confrontational way, ask this question. But I did wait so that it wouldn't be that.
Patient, insidious, benevolently scheming Elijah F.
No, that's the opposite of what I've tried to do. I was scheming on not scheming.
All right. So, Elijah, have you seen have you seen the video? If a flat Earth tree bears odd fruit, odd spelled in all caps, in an allusion to ODD of ODD TV. Have you seen that
I
video
didn't see
by
that.
Truth is Stranger Than Fiction? So
No, but I'm probably going to see it today.
So
yeah, you're gonna watch it with me. If
he
not,
has
also there.
he has 3 related videos on the tree thing.
ODD?
No.
Oh, the
Will,
the long
Truth
term.
is
Yeah, the
Stranger.
truth. Truth
Yeah,
fiction.
I
We'll call
mean,
him Truth Fiction for short.
yeah, his name is Will, but
yeah, that's right. His name is Will.
yeah. So he addresses the topic of the basalt columns. He addresses the alleged ice. Here, I'll post the video as copy link. The ice age, or the alleged ice age, and its possible correlation to what caused the basalt columns as an alternative theory, as instead of volcanic ooze, which is the mainstream claim of what these basalt columns are, is that they're the result of some type of volcanic activity. They probably specify a little bit more in depth than just that, but it's still pretty, a story. Let's see here. I'm trying to find the other ones. I've posted them elsewhere. The tour, because this goes back to the sacred geometry stuff, the Metatron, and I mean, it's just so. With that said, just because things are linked doesn't mean that one, correlation is not causation, kind of is that general principle. Just because a group of people have taken a specific thing and made it out to be a thing doesn't mean that they're the cause of the thing in the first place.
Yeah, the network of beliefs or the network of premises are not all false just because some of them are false.
Yeah. But it's a deep hole. I'm posting all the ones that I've seen on this topic. I think that's
live stream, text chat.
Yeah, I think that's it though. That last one, the basalt columns, the lost trees are old, and then the toroidal, or what, toroidal. The Ice Age one, the flat Earth bear. If a flat Earth tree bears ODD fruit. It's interesting, but the main thing, if anybody wants a TLDR on what he says, it is let us not abandon our already proven capability of skepticism and not jumping on a bandwagon. Like if that is, in as much as that's true, we ought not all of a sudden abandon it just because of a form of groupthink. Or this has happened time and time again. Not everybody falls for the trap, but whether it be Pac-Man or Infinite Plane or the second region, the little I don't know if I would call it a pinto bean, but the little flat Earth model that shows like 2 regions, the one main region, and then there's an extra region with a separate continent that came out a couple of years ago. Anyway, there's different trendy, and goodness, of course, the toroidal models, Hyperborean, models, like people come the moon reflection model. Just people say things, and then some people get really excited that somebody's put all sorts of time and effort into crafting a story, and not applying the same level of original skill of critique to the new
Yes, not
thing.
applying the same rigor. Yes.
Yeah. So
Inconsistent level of rigorous scrutiny. Yeah.
yeah.
Like on a scale of 1 to 10, they're at a rigor level of 10 when it comes to the shape of the earth, but they're like a rigor level of 1 when it comes to quote unquote other lands or infinite plane.
Sure. Yep. So
Okay. That being said,
Say it.
Perhaps I should watch the video first. I don't know, but there was a conversation about where the Garden of Eden may be. Now, some have said and speculated that it's got to be in the north, specifically where the North Pole is, quote unquote, or whatever, somewhere over there. And then, as I was casually talking about the conversation we were having, Gregory was like, well, no, it's not there. And I'm like, how do you know? And then that's how the conversation began. And I was like, well, this is interesting. I'd like you to join the conversation and give your critique.
yeah,
And
I
see
mean,
what
I
happens.
know exactly where it is. I'm about to employ a I don't know what this would be called, but yeah, I know exactly where
She's
it is.
about to go medieval on you, Gregory. Stand down.
I know exactly where it is. It's where the flaming sword that turneth every way is. So if you find that, you'll find the Garden of Eden.
Oh, come on. Like, yeah, come on. Yeah, okay, but
I know. I'm just saying, if you don't find that, then you didn't find the Garden of Eden or anywhere that it is. That is
oh, a white
that is
guy.
that. Okay, so check this out. It's like this. Let's say you're looking for the Library of Alexandria, and the detail is, or name anywhere, any place. All right, and you know that the door to this building looks a certain way. When other people go to a place and they're like, "Yeah, I found it," and you're like, "You didn't find it," and the reason I know you didn't find it or anything related to it is because you didn't find the door. You didn't find the thing that is requisite. So
Let me take a
if
wild
you
guess.
never find, my point is, if you never find the flaming sword that turneth every way, whatever that means, I think it means something. Even if it's metaphorical,
Well, that's
hypothetically, it doesn't matter, because even metaphors don't mean the opposite of what they're, imparted to mean. So just because
Let
something's
me
a metaphor doesn't mean it's irrelevant, basically.
let me take a wild guess. Is the sword in your mind? Is the sword that turneth every way the sun
I don't think
above
so.
the center of the earth? No.
I think it wouldn't be outrageous or completely insane to suggest so. I made the silly suggestion after watching the movie Doolittle with Robert Downey Jr. The movie, I think it's a 2021 movie. It's fairly new.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to seek the fruit of the tree of life in the Garden of Eden. In this movie, they make a journey.
Wow.
to go find this thing, and they go to this place, and they finally get there, and it's this fruit and this tree is being guarded by a dragon, which I don't think that Doolittle is an allegory. I don't know. I don't know if this movie correlates very strongly to the original book, because I haven't read the books. But with that said, I made the joke that the dragon could represent the flaming sword that turneth every way. It's a stretch of a metaphor, but it's not like if you were to find a dandelion, right? And you're like, look, it's a flower, it's yellow, it's like fire, and it has petals in every direction, and there's your flaming sword that turneth every way. That is where I would be like, is you retarded? Like, this is ridiculous. But that, the sun, a dragon, an actual sword that's actually on fire, or the flame itself is the substance somehow, some way, like a lightsaber, maybe. I don't know. Not exactly, but something like it.
Of fire.
I feel like there was a Soul Calibur character. Did Cervantes' sword ever catch on fire? I feel like there was somebody back in the day, flaming sword in some video game I played. But anyway,
Yes.
it's the thing that I believe that if you don't find it, you haven't found Eden. But again, it's my understanding, my interpretation of what would be required in order to make the claim that you found that place. So, for instance, if they went to the North Pole,
yeah,
if they went there, they didn't see anything. Hypothetically, I would say, yeah. I mean, it stands to reason that it's not there. And then, of course, there's always the possibility that it has been transposed into another dimension. Although,
why do we use a word like that?
Transposed?
No, dimension.
How did I use it?
In the sense of a realm, rather than a property of a concrete entity, length, width, height, depth.
Oh, why do we use the word dimension instead of realm?
Yeah, domain.
Colloquialism
area.
of the appropriation of spiritual things into a scientific or a natural explanation for spiritual things. Yeah, I know. I use colloquialisms.
Colloquialisms. Ain't that a cute word?
It's annoying to say. I tell you that much.
Okay, so then, so basically, so Gregory, it sounds like, well, basically what you're saying is, if we haven't seen the prerequisite for this place, then no one can make a claim as to where it is. Okay, fair enough. Biblically, Gregory says it's to the east. Right or wrong?
Not to the east, but I think Elijah's trying to make reference. He's trying to make reference to West Asia, the meeting of the four rivers. Being at the nexus between these four rivers in West Asia. Closer to, the East Mediterranean, the Levant, the north of the Arabian area, below East Europe, Russia.
Planted a garden in Eden in the east. Mm-hmm.
Remember, it says in the east.
Mm-hmm.
What does that even mean with our view of today's world? Like what
I
is
don't
in
know,
the
but
east?
I think we had to pay attention to it.
Where Moses was, where Moshe was when he was writing the Torah, he's in the Sinai desert, right, with the people, and east of them, which is very much east of us, or at least of me being California, right, where he was at the time, Eden, and the garden in the east of Eden is east of his location when he wrote it.
Okay, I couldn't give you guys the answer to this now because I don't remember where I heard it, but there's an idea posited that the language is confused, and it's actually referring to a mountain. Wherever Adam and Eve were was in a mountain, and when they left, they came down the mountain.
I'd have to see the link as to how, because that word kadem, I don't know. In front, from the front, also east. It could mean front, east.
Kristen? Well,
It could refer to an ancient time of old. So technically, interestingly enough, there's a link between this in the East conceptually with the concept of the rising sun, as it's referred to as, the sun rising in the East, as in the beginning of all things. So that's kind of an interesting angle. What if it refers to time and not cardinality?
Well, put that in there. He planted the garden in ancient times in Eden. Well, that goes without saying. That's a truism. Moshe is given he's given an account of the primordial ages.
Planted a garden in Eden in the origin where he placed the man he had formed would be another way, if it were to be translated that way. Although, that's not how any of the quote unquote learned men